What's up? Good morning. Time to wake and bake, people.
Shit, all of you.
We got shit, all of you.
Yeah.
Yeah, shit all
shit
of
on you. Shit all of you. shit all of you today.
Welcome, Will and PJ. There's
Howdy.
no
Shit.
real aim to the show today. It's actually my 30th episode, and it's only taken me. Well, I guess I've only had the Roo chat for maybe 12 months. So it's a pretty slow process to get to 30, and I think that a good 15 or 20 of the episodes have been in the last. Oh, did you just make me big?
Fat stacks.
Big and black. Oh, that's what you're laughing at. Fat stacks. Yeah, so 30. I should probably put some sort of celebratory avatar on, shouldn't I? Let's see. Should I be super praise? Oh,
Hungry praise in the rain.
Hungry praise in the rain? Or what about hungry praise with a dildo?
Why do I like that? I get kind of aroused at that one. I don't know why.
Yeah.
Oh, William. Oh, William.
Oh, hang on. Oh, William. You're so bad, William.
What are you talking about? Olive is hot. Look at that. You want to go? You want to?
It's like you want to take her to Walmart and buy some new shoes.
Now you've done it.
Should I be
Elton John?
Elton John.
Brother Elton John? He's going to show you
Goodbye,
about his
Yellow Brick Road. Because of society. How?
Remember the days when TV was worth watching? When Punky Brewster was teaching us how to wear mismatched socks?
Yeah, how not to steal. And how to eat all your vegetables.
Wait a minute. I missed that last one. I don't remember the vegetable one.
Oh, don't you remember the commercial breaks they had on Punky Brewster where when the commercial break come on, then Henry Warnemont will be like, eat all your vegetables or get your feet off the couch. Or he'll give you that little advice during the commercial break.
Oh, I think I think I blocked out the one about vegetables though, because that would have been leaning towards my mom being right.
I think Well, I've blocked out an awful lot because I seem to remember Punky Brewster teaching me all sorts of bad shit. I thought she was naughty. Wasn't she naughty?
No. You were naughty in your room after
Isn't that why she was called Punky? She was a little punk?
No, she was abandoned by her mother at a grocery store, and she was sleeping in an apartment complex that was ran by this one superintendent who ended up adopting her. And
that's fucking safe as hell.
Yeah, and it's just like a show for kids. It's
Hang
like
on.
For example, one episode. Sorry,
adopt her daily. Sorry, I shouldn't have went there. That was dark.
No, it was an 80s sitcom, not an 80s movie. In the 80s movies, that kind of shit happens.
Yeah. I've been in quite a dark mood. I'm wondering if I missed any meds for a day.
Welcome to my world.
Yeah. Fuck, miss a day. It's like I want to start killing people again. So those murderous urges.
I like the again part.
We gotta edit
little
this.
buddy. I was just referring to little buddy.
Buddy, you doing, little buddy?
I used to have murderous urges, little buddy, till I found the Christ, little buddy.
You know, Jesus won't let you kill people when you want to, little buddy. He won't do that to you.
If you don't find the Lord like me, you're gonna want to kill people too, little buddy.
That's why you want to kill people, little buddy.
little buddy. Everybody wants to kill everybody, little buddy.
PJ's got it down, man.
I feel sorry for your soul, little buddy. Come on, me, little buddy. I save your soul, listen.
Hey, no, you got to tell us that. What is it? Our conscience. Something about our conscience. We got to look at our conscience or something like. Look at it.
Take it out of your chest, little buddy, and look at it.
It's not like Pinocchio, little buddy. No little crick in your head, man. You gotta follow the Lord. He's only cricking around. He's making all the noise.
Serious, Vato. You gotta dig deep for Jesus in your soul, like in your spinal region, buddy.
Hey, here's a thought. Maybe this murderous God of the Bible was put there to say, like, some really smart people were like, let's take the murderous urges away from the people and give them to God. It's like, you don't have to murder the heathens because God will do it.
Old Testament, right? Yeah.
Well, even New Testament, PJ.
Well, New Testament's kind of weird. It's almost like you don't have to worry because you're saved. Well, it depends on how you take it, I guess.
It's not bad when God does it, little buddy.
Jesus was trafficking children, didn't you know?
Loves the children.
All the little children. Take them to the swap meet, little buddy. Buys them all toys.
Sacrifice them to the jackal god. Oops.
Who was I talking to? And we come up with a little animation. Not that either of us could animate, but I think it was Richard. Richard of all people. But together we come up with this scenario of Jesus moonwalking off the water onto the land, sitting on a rock and saying, "Bring me the little children."
I could animate it, but dude, it'll take it's a long process.
Yeah.
Because I have like different types. I could do flash animation, like little tweens and little movie scripts, and I could add them in, or I could do like full frame by frame animation using an older program. I could do it, but dude, it'll take
even just Jesus moonwalking on water would be cool.
I could work on that. I could do a simple like moonwalking. If I could do like Jesus moonwalk and put it into like what they call a tween, where it's just a constant motion, then I could add that constant motion to anything on there and then make it move any way I want, and then just do a background, just have him like a solid background, him just moonwalking onto the land, into the water, and do like a simple animation here. I could work on that. Yeah, it's gonna be fun. I could break my flash out again.
I think that is such a cool idea.
Make a note of that. Yeah. I won't do this unless I make
Jesus moonwalking. That should piss some Christians off.
Right? I could moonwalk onto like, I don't know what to do, like floating babies. Well, I don't know if I'm going to associate Jesus with babies in the water, but I could work on that. I'd work on the Jesus moonwalking part, and then we could add whatever after that.
Maybe we could get, I don't know if we got a few minutes before you get started on whatever nonsense you want to do, but maybe we could get Silver to come in here and tell us about her ghost channel. Her ghost. Silver, you got a minute to pop in here and tell us about your ghost channel?
Oh, right on.
Come shill some shit.
Silver was an excellent artist too. I see some of her work. It's really, really
fuck good. Yeah, man.
Stuff like logo stuff, like quality. Yeah.
Oh, Sandy. Oh, Hot Pants is out there now.
She draws it, but then she'll digitize it and clean it all up.
Mm-hmm.
But have you seen the shit she draws on her arms? Man, she should be get into tattoo art.
I said that. Like, I've been telling her that she could make a fortune doing tats, especially women's tats, because like her art is softer. It's not as hard edged. So, I mean, really, really would be good to do women's tats with. Hot pants. I'm calling you Hot Pants, Sandy, and you know damn well why.
Did you really?
Filthy girl.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I called her Hot Pants.
In tattoos, you could get a good tattoo machine. You can actually practice on oranges or even like on different type of animal skins.
Yeah, Sandy, you can do the same thing with your Hot Pants. You can practice on fruits and vegetables.
This cheeky lady, that disabled lady that I used to support at a company that I worked for years ago.
If you didn't support her, she'd fall down.
Exactly, but she used to call me Hot Pants. And then all the other participants thought it was hilarious, and they started, and then the staff started. So I become Hot Pants at this fucking place. And I'd never heard anyone ever be called that before or after until right then, Will. Thanks for that flashback.
Oh, yeah, no problem. Little buddy.
Little buddy.
Little buddies.
Oh, don't blush. Come in, chill.
I've been calling my cat that since then. Oh, hey, little buddies. I pet him. Hey, little buddies.
I'm gonna find her channel and I'm gonna shill it.
PJ's giving the cats the cholo treatment.
Hey, little buddy.
Oh,
little buddy.
Hot pants, don't leave. You keep that hungry beaver right there in the seat.
That's a wooden stool. He's of a non.
Hey, Silver, what's your ghost channel name? At least drop the link. Yeah, Silver likes to get her hands in many pies.
Come on.
Don't you, Silver?
Oh, Silver. Tell us about...
Fingers a pie or two. She's got ghosts going. She's got the gaming channel.
All right, so you did that. You did your avatar artwork too, didn't you, Silver?
I'm sorry, what?
You did your avatar art right here on your avatar. You did that, right?
I'm gonna
with the Valhalla.
crank your volume up, Silver, because we can't hear you. There we go. Say something.
Oh.
There we are.
Apparently, I'm having audio difficulties, so.
Oh, Silver.
Oh, please don't do that.
So this artwork here on your avatar, that's you too. You did that, right?
Yes, I did that on my own.
Yep. I've seen a lot of your artwork. It's really good.
I know. Thank you.
I'm sorry. I was asking real quick. What program do you use to create? Is it Illustrator?
I use Affinity Designer 2.
Oh, cool. Okay. Right on.
And you have like a drawing pad, don't you? That you.
Yes, I have a drawing tablet.
Yeah.
I sure do.
So you're gonna tell us about your little ghost channel?
Whoa, what's going on?
Are we gonna be summoning the spirits
okay.
of the dead? What are we doing?
Yes. So my ghost channel is called Silver Wolf Ghost Pack. Sammy is the co-host of it, and he's part of the team. Where we are wanting to actually go out and do some ghost hunting with a few other friends of ours. I do, in fact, talk with the dead.
Okay, but wait. When you say ghost hunting, I'm thinking ghost busting, maybe?
Kind of.
Oh, yes. I'm in. Do I get one of the proton packs and the little trap, and I can suck them in? You know,
if you want to, yes.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking. If you're
going to wear
be
the uniform, though, Will, are you going to put the uniform on?
Hell yeah, I'm going to wear the uniform, but it can't interfere with my thong. The game first.
If I get slime, don't ask any questions.
Y'all killing me here.
We'll talk to you on Sammy's show. He'll take over the show, and we can talk to you posthumously.
Oh, Jesus. I will be basically doing a live Spirit Box session tomorrow night, so that's gonna be a thing.
We have a question from the side chat for you. When did ghost hunting season open? I don't know is there a season for ghost
There's
hunting?
really not a season. Technically, I didn't start thinking about these things till I think like last year. Even though I've had my spiritual abilities of talking with the dead since I was like born.
So wait, when you hunt them, you have to talk to them, right? You have to like talk them into talking to you, right?
Yes, basically,
so how do
you had to be. So you had, since you don't really know much about spirits, you technically had to be more respectful of their space. I know everything about them to where if you provoke them, you're fucked because they will kill you or try to hurt you.
You got to stop you there. How would they be able to affect us here in this? Like, how can they interact with us physically?
They basically will touch you if you feel very, very cold. That's when you know that they're there. They can physically grab you, but there's different entities that actually are harmless.
Because now I don't
So
want to ghost hunt with you because I'm starting to suspect you might be wanting to use me as bait.
no, 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 no. We
Yeah,
already have
grab
someone
me
else.
front.
No, no, no. Will we've got someone else to use for bait. So
So there is bait involved.
yes, but it's not you.
Okay, well then I'm still in. I'm still in. I don't care about other people. Jill,
Oh,
would you like to join the ghost hunting team?
oh.
Yeah, man. Busted makes you feel good.
Bustin',
Don't you know?
bustin', bustin', bustin'. I'm sorry, I just like that part.
Also, thank you.
Thank you, Silver Wolf. Will you take any more questions? I know you're a busy lady, but
I can take questions in the comments or on the side because I do, in fact, have to get back to work. But I will still be in the side chat.
okay. All right. Well, thanks for coming on and telling us about your show.
You're
We will do
welcome.
some broadcasts, or we will make people aware of when it starts. Okay.
All right, no problem.
All right. Thanks for coming in,
Thanks,
Well,
Silver.
thank you for having me.
and we can get Jill to join the team. I think Jill is interested.
Oh,
In ghost hunting.
he can be part of the bait.
You can be the bait. He finally found like a captive audience.
Oh shit! All right, I gotta go.
So
All right,
I've
be
Thanks,
never seen
Silver.
safe,
you on
See
our
Silver.
channel.
ya.
I just
Take
wanted
care.
to say hi.
Thank you.
Oh, Hillary, you just came in to talk to Silver?
No, I came in for everybody.
Oh, because that's not what it sounded like, you
So
traitor.
before she left, I wanted to say hi.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah. My bad. I'm a little jealous. I'm a jealous type. My name is Jealous.
Hillary.
I have no other before you, William.
Dolly Thomas, he sound really creepy there in the chat. That's
You
really
heard him in the chat?
You read, you read really creepy. Just saying.
You read creepy. He writes creepy. Having some tea? Having a little morning tea? Anyone? Chill.
Why, yes, I am having tea.
My tea looks strangely and smells like coffee. I don't think it's tea.
Must be that American tea,
It
yes?
is the Yank tea.
Hmm.
Yank tea sounds bad too. That sounds like somebody's pranking you.
Mm.
You know what I mean. He knows what I mean too. That he's always had the pale ale. That's just a standard rule with Jill. It's a reference to alcohol. I know you don't drink anything, right?
Is that Joseph Smith in your avatar, Will?
We don't talk about the prophet.
Okay.
False prophet.
No,
They all.
I-
Of course, you would say that, but you don't know the truth. The voice of truth that is the prophet.
When you're a profiteer, hey.
The voice that came through his hat through a stone.
It was a special stone.
A
You know what that
special
means.
stone, a seer stone. Yeah.
You know what's funny? I agree. It's fucking hilarious, Jill. But to me, so is what you believe.
Yeah, I know. The problem is that Joseph Smith claimed to believe what we believed, but contradicts what we believe. So
No, actually, I will grant you, his shit is far crazier.
I'll tell that to my Jewish friend.
yeah.
Your Jewish friend, perhaps named Jesus.
His name.
Matthew. Yeah. Matthew was a Jew.
You don't know that.
Oh, I don't.
No.
Okay. The text says that he was Jewish.
Yeah, but you don't know that that was true.
I don't know that anything is true
Right. That's the
except
whole
for what's
point.
going on in my head. Yeah.
I
I don't
don't
even
know
know if
that you
that's
know that that's true. Yeah, none of
yeah,
us.
exactly. Yeah. So we can play that game. Yeah.
Well, we have to play that game because that's where the truth is.
Oh,
Reality?
wow.
What?
Well, you don't know where the truth is because you don't know where you are. You don't know who you are. You don't know anything. So there's no such thing as truth, according to your understanding of the world.
Is
Nothing is
that how
true.
you think it works?
That's what you just explained. So we're just going based off of what the text says. You can play ultra skeptic if you'd
I
like,
am. I am. I'm very
but
skeptical of the
we're just
text.
going based off of what the text says. So
Do you think that's wise?
the text says that Matthew was a Jew, and that's the strongest evidence we have for what was going on in that time.
Well,
So
there's also
these,
text, if I might, there's also text out there that says that cocaine and I think cocaine and heroin were both consumed by Sherlock Holmes. Does that make that
mhm.
true?
If it's from a primary source like the New Testament, yes,
Primary
that's the
source being
closest.
Arthur Conan Doyle.
That's the
Yeah.
closest we have to the event, the actual events chronicled. Then yeah, that's the best evidence we have historically. We would
All
say.
right. So if I was to take the work from the 1850s and 60s and 70s by Arthur Conan Doyle, I could say that not only did Sherlock Holmes live, but he resided at 221B Baker Street in London.
Whitechapel, right?
Well, it's not written as a historical event, so I wouldn't force onto the author um,
But there are real
it as
places.
being historic. Right, but the author is not claiming that these are actual historical events, even though they use real people, places, and even particulars. The author itself is deciding what genre they want to write in. So the authors of the New Testament are not writing in the genre of uh, fiction. They don't
Are you-
claim to be writing fiction.
Well, I mean, I think a lot of it is fan fiction, especially when they try to Judaize the text.
Well, that's your opinion, but
Yeah, it is.
it's
That
not
is.
evident in the text. But that's you can have that opinion.
Well, thanks. That's all we all have is our opinions. You get that, right, Jill?
Well, yeah, that's what you guys are about. Yeah,
That's what reality is about.
yeah. Let's hold hands and tell us what John 14:6 means to me.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter what it means
Kumbaya.
to.
Boom.
That's why it doesn't matter what it means to any of us.
Uh,
It's basically irrelevant.
well, come on this side of the world where truth does matter,
Well, what does that mean? Your side? You mean like go back to Christianity?
where truth matters. Yeah.
Yeah, that would be like
So it's
pretending I
not just
didn't.
a bunch
That
of
would,
opinions bouncing off of each other.
but don't you understand that that's what the New Testament is?
In your opinion,
No, in the opinion of the writers who had different opinions on what Jesus wanted us to do.
in your opinion,
Okay, cool.
you tried to demonstrate such, but failed miserably. I mean, anyone can go to my channel and see the one-on-one we had. Do
Oh,
you
you
still
mean a
think
long time ago?
do you still? Oh, you've grown since. Do you still
Yeah,
think that
clearly.
there are contradictions in the Bible?
Oh shit, yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Can you name? Oh, so you went back to. So we had a conversation for 2 hours, and then you were convinced that well, you just didn't know if
Right.
there were contradictions. Now you're saying there are for sure. So you went back, you regressed.
Yeah.
Okay, so can you name one contradiction?
Yeah, it's the entire book of Genesis up into the point where you run into like Abraham is
Can you be
recounted.
specific
Shut
so that
up and let
can
me
you be specific?
finish.
You're giving
Yeah.
me a whole
So
half of a text about the whole Old Testament. Can you be specific? Chapter,
w-
verse, maybe
would you
two
would you
verses.
would you let me talk for a second?
Stop interrupting, little buddy.
That's
Oh,
right, little
okay.
buddy. I'm trying to tell you something, little
All right.
buddy.
Yeah, I'm not going to respond to Genesis to Revelation, but go ahead.
I didn't say Genesis to
Is it
Revelation. I said the
Oh,
first half of Genesis up until the point of Abraham. These are
what?
compilations of earlier myths,
That's not a
including
contradiction. You said you were going to show me a contradiction, not a compilation. That they both start with a C, William,
you
but they're
you,
not
you
the same.
you're not understanding because you still haven't listened to what I said.
Okay. All
So
right.
the accounts, that's why there's two different accounts of the creation of man.
Okay.
These are older accounts and myths that predated like Abraham and all that stuff. This is the earliest Sumerian myths and stuff, the Enuma Elish and all that, and they're brought in and kind of just synchronized with the rest of what Moses and all were writing later. They just took the
So
old
you have
myths.
conspiracy theories, no contradiction. I asked for a contradiction. Can we get
Okay,
to
why
the
did
contradiction?
why did they create us twice? Why did God
Okay.
create us twice?
So
First time
so
with no female, second time with a female.
okay, so Genesis 1 is not the same as Genesis 2, and they weren't intended to be the same or communicate the same things. So
Two different myths.
hold on. Your assumption is because they don't all communicate the same exact things in the same exact way, contradiction. All right, you need a
No,
negation
that's not
of
the assumption.
that.
You've misstated
Then
my.
where is the contradiction?
Okay,
What is
so
the contradiction
like
between Genesis 1 and Genesis 2? Because so far you just
okay,
said one didn't
it's
speak
not
about the woman and one did. That's
because
an omission, not a
it's
contradiction.
two myths that were brought together, two
Okay.
separate myths of the creation of man that were brought together in the book.
Well, see, this is why no one respects anything you have to say about the Bible. No offense.
Well, actually,
All right.
people
Hey,
do.
you haven't demonstrated a contradiction. All you've told me was that one talks about women and one does not talk about women. That is not a contradiction.
No, that's not really what I said. What I
Okay,
said was
show
there's a
me the contradiction. Go ahead.
Okay, so again, it's a compilation of different myths about the origins of people, and all the way up through the garden. These are older ideas that were put together, and so
Uh-huh.
they're not. It's not talking about just one person's idea of how it was made. These are existing myths that were compiled in Genesis.
Does anyone see here that he's not giving a contradiction? He's talking about the history of the text and how it was compiled and where it came from. That is not to say that Genesis 1 contradicts Genesis 2. Show me a contradiction between Genesis 1 and Genesis 2. Go ahead.
You
Well, that
got
would
me
be a
again,
contradiction if
Jill.
you had two different stories that don't coincide
It's
with
just
each
too
other.
easy.
That's contradictory. So
Look,
right there, boom.
if you
It's
if
so
you guys are going to just sit around and bounce
by
these bad
that
ideas off of each other, then this
right.
is why you hold to
Yeah.
contradictions without being able to show one.
Right.
Well,
So
you're the
you
one who
don't
said I want to only go from this one book, but I don't want you to take anything about the whole first part or the bit of the last part, only this little part. So
What
who's
about
putting
you,
themselves
PJ?
in a box, man?
What's
you
the
want
contradiction between Genesis 1 and Genesis 2? Where's the
I
contradiction?
got to look at them both side by side. But it's been a
well
while. But
in
yeah,
the
there are.
first one God just creates the male version of things. And the second one he creates female.
Is that a contradiction?
No, it's two different ideas that were brought
uh-huh,
together
exactly.
about the
So
same event.
right. So the purpose in the Genesis 1 is different from the purpose of Genesis 2. So they had two different purposes in mind. So we don't expect them to say the same things. As long as they don't contradict each other, they're fine.
No, well, they do because they're talking about two different ways that the world was. It's two different myths on how the world was created, and they don't use. They
What?
just use the
Where's the
generic term.
difference? Give me the difference.
Okay, so was there a singular creator or did multiple beings create?
Father, Son, and Holy Spirit is one God.
No, that's
One
one.
God, one creator.
So one.
Yeah.
And that's how you justify the use of Elohim in the plural. Let
Elohim
us
just simply
create
means
man in our image.
Elohim just simply means the majesty or plural of plurals.
Is
It's
that
called.
represented in both
Yeah.
Genesis 1 and 2?
Yes. Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah. Yeah. The same God is in Genesis 2, it's more of a personal where God is concentrating more so on his creation, his crown jewel of his creation, which is mankind himself. Genesis 1 is more of a summary. So it deals more so with the facts that God created everything. And it just gives a summary of those things, outlined or delineated based on the 7 days of the week.
And you
So
believe all these myths come together without contradiction?
you believe that is a contradiction, but it can't demonstrate one.
Well,
But there just has to be one because it's
God didn't
coming from all
create.
of these different myths. Therefore, it has to be a contradiction, but I can't show one. That's your theology. That's why no one takes you seriously.
I don't understand why you don't understand that a compilation of different myths is a contradiction.
No, it's not. You did.
Okay.
They don't
So
contradict.
they
I
took
can
the
compilate.
earliest. they
hold on.
took the earliest
I can
myths
make a
that were available at
compilation
the
of
time.
Spider-Man. I can make a compilation of Spider-Man myths. That doesn't necessitate that those compilation itself of those myths contradict each other. You're
That,
assuming
all right.
because they're compilations, and so what if they are, that they contradict? That's a non sequitur.
Well, the Bible itself is misleading to and contradictory as far as how it goes between you and the universalist. It's contradictory right there with your own beliefs and your own system in the book itself and and its own believers.
It contradicts itself because of universalists. What do you mean?
Well, because you could take the Bible and you could read it and it could give you this idea, and then they'll read and give them that idea, and then you guys will argue with each other. Well, this contradiction is right there because they're taking it as good and you're taking it as not so good, and other people take it as pure evil, and vice versa. So there's your contradiction
Well,
right
yeah,
there,
you can.
stemming from the
Anyone
Bible
can.
itself. But
Well, sure,
those are in there can be taken
pick and
both ways
choose.
very easily.
Right, anyone can pick and choose what they want to accept. But that's where we come together and we have these debates, and we're able to demonstrate that you are cherry picking, that you are not respecting all of what the text is saying about a
All right.
particular subject.
So Jill, why in Genesis 1 did humans are created after the animals, but in the second account, the animals were created or humans were created before the other animals?
Because
That's in
neither
Genesis
account
2,
is
18 through 19.
because the accounts are not have different purposes in mind. Genesis 1 is not designed to give you a chronology of creation.
No, it's two
So
different
it's
accounts that were brought together, two different myths.
right, and it's highly right. And so you
So
could
they don't,
suggest
they're
that, but
contradicted.
you haven't found a contradiction.
Yeah, I did.
If
I
I write
just
a
did. I
story,
just
if
told you
I
about one, the
they're not,
chronological
but
issue.
you're assuming, but you're going in assuming that both authors are trying to copy each other, and because they don't copy each other, therefore contradiction. So you
Okay.
have to go in assuming the author's intention. That's a
So then
fallacy.
we'll move to the second
Okay.
contradiction that
So
I see. You no,
hold on. No,
you
no,
just
hold
totally
on.
destroyed the first contradiction. Let's go to the second
Let's
one.
deal with contradictions in general. Okay, if you're going to say that
No
one X is
specifics.
contradicting Y, you need to first demonstrate that X and Y are trying to write about the same things, not assume they are intentionally writing about the same things the same way, and then
Uh-huh.
when you don't see that contradiction.
All right, well then let me get to the second contradiction, okay? And then this one, so God created man in his own image. In the image of God created he him, male and female created he them. That's Genesis 1, 25 through 27. But in the second account, in Genesis 2, 18 through 22, man was created first, then the animals, then the woman from the man's rib. This
What's
seems
your
to be a
assumption?
contradiction.
What is your assumption? Your assumption is
Assumption
that
is
both.
these are different
Hold on.
ideas.
Your
These are different.
assumption.
You
No,
just asked me a question and then
that's not
cut me
your
off.
assumption is
Okay.
that both are attempting to give you a chronology of creation.
Yeah,
Genesis 1 is not intending to give you a chronology, but a
but it does.
hierarchy. No, it does not. It gives you a hierarchy of creation.
Okay,
Oh,
you're trying to explain away contradictions.
because they're not intended to tell you the same thing. If I
You're
write a book
denying
about math,
contradictions after
if I,
asking for them.
they're not intended to tell you the same things. If you had Genesis 1 saying, or Genesis
Okay.
2 saying, I'm going to tell you exactly what Genesis 1 says in the same way, and I'm not trying to communicate something different, then
Uh-huh.
you would have a contradiction.
Okay.
Genesis 1, a cursory reading of
Right.
Genesis 1 and 2 should be enough to discern,
You're
for
drowning.
those who have discernment skills, that the author had a different purpose in mind. One author has
Uh-huh.
one purpose. The chapter 2, the author has a different purpose.
Right. Who
If
is
they
the
were
author?
written, if they were written by two different people, great, because
Yeah,
that
but who
bears
is the
out in the
author?
text. So in chapter 2, chapter 1, it presents
Okay.
a
You're
three-level
gonna make
hierarchy.
me like
Okay.
quiet you so I can
Okay.
talk. Is that what I have to do?
Well, go ahead and say. I'll explain what the differences
Okay.
are and
So I
what the
asked
purposes are.
who was the author of Genesis?
It doesn't matter. We're
No,
talking.
Jill, I asked you who the author of Genesis is. Don't give me that it doesn't matter shit.
Traditionally is said to be written by Moses, or the Mosaic camp, or the camp of Moses, the
All right.
tribe of
Okay. Now
Moses.
pause. Okay, that's the tradition. Fine. So if it's the tradition that the Moses camp wrote this, why did they add in multiple accounts that conflicted each other?
They don't. You haven't demonstrated that. So
I just
chapter
did.
one. Chapter 1. What is the purpose of chapter 1? Is it to copy chapter 2, or is it the purpose of chapter 2 to copy chapter 1? That's your assumption. So because
I know you won't let me answer that. I'm going to put you down for a second while I answer. The answer to the question is they incorporated the earliest myths that were there. They incorporated them without trying to make them match. They just said, this is what we have. We're putting it in just as we have it, because they use lots of different myths.
About how it was compiled. Forget about how it was compiled. Now that we have it compiled, show me the contradiction.
Okay, so now that you've asked me to show you the contradiction, again, I pointed out that there are two different explanations of what happened and the order of which things happen. And you seem to think that these are not contradictions and they don't make a difference, but they do.
Before you demonstrate a contradiction, you have to first demonstrate that both authors are trying to talk about the same things. You can't show me.
Okay, Jill, do you think that the authors are talking about the creation of man in Genesis 1 and in Genesis 2? Go ahead.
Okay, Genesis 1. Let me give you what the author's intention was so that you don't come in with your presupposition about.
Before I let you tell me what the author's intention was, first, tell me who the author is, Jill. Oh, you're gone. I guess you don't like being talked over, right? Nobody does. But the point is, you're making a lot of assumptions about an author that you can't even tell me who it was. Oh, he's back.
Sorry about that. All right, where was I?
I'm trying to explain away the obvious
question was,
contradictions.
Who was the author before you approach what their intention was?
Yeah, Moses is traditionally said to be the author or the camp of Moses, which is irrelevant. It's a straw man or a distraction from the actual intentions of the author, which we can obviously read from the text. So let me give you
So
the
author
intention.
is irrelevant. Okay.
Yes, yes. In ancient times, the author is irrelevant. What liberal scholars will do is try to bring up individual authorship.
Liberal scholars.
And they'll try to prop that up as a reason to reject the text. But this is an ancient text. No honest scholar would ever use that as a criterion.
So by liberal scholar, you mean imaginary scholar?
Well, scholars who try to prop up these arguments that traditionally don't hold any weight. And then people like William will listen to them and say, oh, that's a good idea. That makes sense. But in all actuality, credible scholars don't consider that to be a problem because no ancient text can be traced to a specific author. Okay. All right. But let's get to Genesis 1 and Genesis 2. All right. So let's start out, instead of assuming that the authors had the same thing in mind, you even suggest that they're two different authors. Great. That would make a lot of sense. Still doesn't mean they contradict. So the author in Genesis 1 has the idea that he wants to just talk about the creation of man and animals, and how that a hierarchy of God's creative powers, meaning he's associating the days of the week with a 3-level hierarchy. And scholars have even considered this a 3-level hierarchy. Of course, human beings being the crown jewel of the creation itself. So chapter 1 is not trying to give you a chronology. All right. And chapter 2, in quite contrast, it focuses on the crown jewel of God's creation, which is man and woman, who are designed to be in right relationship with both the creator and or the creation and the creator. So we must remember that the authors in Genesis 1 and Genesis 2 are not trying to give you the same or the facts of the situation, the facts of the matter in the same way. So then to then read them and then say contradiction is your presupposition. You're basing that contradiction on your presupposition that chapter 1 and chapter 2 are supposed to mirror each other. That's an assumption you go in bringing to the text, not one that's derived from the text.
Okay, if we're going to go by the text, and if we're going to go by I guess chronologically what is written and where is written, would you agree that there are texts around the time that was written by the Bible and even older texts than that, Joe?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Okay.
The ones
And
that
then
the ones
would
that
you?
do
And then you
actually
can also see that in the hold on one
This is
second.
a
Let me
conversation.
continue. No, don't dilute it. Don't start
Let me
diluting it. Hold on one second.
Let me expound.
No, don't make me lose my train of thought. Now, and then let me see where I was at here. Also, and so there would be other Bibles, like let's say the old Catholic Latin Bibles that include parts of scriptures that aren't including the King James version. We'll also look at the Ethiopian Bible that includes the Book of Enoch. So if we're looking at the Bible itself in old texts and scriptures, why would you want to go by a king that limited on what you can see, that was into like a small scope of what was actually there in a broad scale of things, and just limit yourself to that, knowing that it was designated by a king and a certain group of people to pick and choose which ones go into this book, knowing that there's so many other stories out there? What keeps you from that? Just King
Well, we
James
don't
and
want to
what he
get off
says?
into conspiracy theories, but let me deal with the first
No,
thing
no,
that
not conspiracy theories at all. This is actual
said.
facts. These are
Well, let me
facts
answer you one at a time. Let me answer one of your concerns at a time. All right. The first thing you need to do is not assume that the authors in Genesis 1 had the same wanted to communicate these facts the same way that the author in Genesis 2 did. But the reason why it's okay to include them, why the biblical scholars included them back to back, Genesis 1, Genesis 2, is because they don't contradict. All of the other creation stories actually contradict the Mosaic story, so they would not be included. So that's the answer to your first question. If the text contradicts what Genesis 1 and Genesis 2 teaches, then it's not going to be included in the biblical text. It's not going to make the canon. It's not going to pass the test. One of the tests of canonicity is, do you already contradict what is already accepted? And those texts do contradict what's already accepted. That's why they're not there. That's why there's
Well,
no
like
Genesis.
in the Old Testament, there, if you read Genesis, doesn't it somewhat imply that there are more than gods, and that there were, in a weird way, man was created there from the get go? There
Man,
was man there, right?
what do you mean? Were there other creation stories or accounts? There's other flood stories. We're not ignorant of that fact, sure. But we know that the Bible story, the Bible narrative, is the real McCoy, because there are other tests that we have to test these texts and stories, other than which one came first. That's a poor way to
What are
determine
those
facts.
tests?
Well, for instance, for the Epic of Gilgamesh, now, which isn't the oldest flood story, but the Aruda of Genesis is even older. The Epic of Gilgamesh talks about a boat that we've determined scientifically through several physicians or physics actually has determined could not possibly float or sustain itself because
Okay,
of the dimensions of the
one
boat.
second here. In the book of Gilgamesh, when they go to cross the river so they can find their father, their godfather, the god,
Mhm.
they come across a boatsman who takes them across the river that explains to him that he was Noah, that he's the one that did. He didn't
Right.
really get into instruction on how it was created, but if the book in Genesis shows that Noah had it and it floated, then what's the difference between this guy saying that he had it and it
I just
floated?
told you
Why?
the difference.
What makes this boat float and that one not float? Tell me
I
that.
just told you. Are you paying attention? All right.
No,
Let me repeat
you can
myself
explain
again. All
why
right. You
one
guys got to
boat
start
will float and the
listening.
other one will not when they're both boats that were
Okay.
made to float, and
Hold
it's
on.
described that they're both
I
made to
just
float.
explained that. You guys got to start listening instead of trying to respond to what you've been trained to respond or to say. The one boat, science has already determined, could not possibly float, especially in 150 to 100-foot waves. The arc, however, students
Mhm.
physics has determined could sustain itself.
At the
So
size
that's
the
how
ark
we
was
know.
built to
That's
80
one way.
cubits by
That's one
whatever
way.
cubits to
Hold
hold
on.
every
Let
single
me finish.
creature. And
Are
we're
we
not
gonna
talking.
put
Wait,
him
we're not talking
backstage?
about two creatures. We're
Are we
talking
gonna?
7 of each now. We're talking 2 clean and some
Uh,
unclean here. Come on.
Yeah,
all
the
right. So do you
physics doesn't
understand the
back
Science,
up
difference?
the
physics,
physics
Do you
doesn't
buoyancy.
back up
We could get
the
into
arc,
it.
Jill.
Okay,
What
straw man my argument.
just
Why do we?
no, you just pulled that out of your ass. Show me the physics that supports that the arc would survive, because every
Yeah,
physicist I've heard talk on it says it would have
yeah. Let me get you
destroyed
that
itself at
citation.
the first
Well, you
wave.
see, they're baby dinosaurs, and they just have the DNA of those baby dinosaurs. And if you have eggs, you don't have to feed eggs. You see that? Blah 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 blah.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Kent.
Let me get you that. It was from Lancaster University. A study was done by graduate students, and they took the dimensions of the ark explained in the biblical text. They compared it to other dimensions, or the dimensions that were given in the book of Gilgamesh, and they determined that theoretically the biblical vessel is seaworthy. The cube boat that's explained in the book of Gilgamesh, it's a cubed boat. Cube boats don't float. It don't need a degree in physics or
You ever throw a shoebox in the
PhD
water?
To determine that. So that's what the grad students determined. I'll get you the citation.
You ever see a
So
barge?
that's one way we can determine which one is the real McCoy. Now, if you want to ignore that and just say, oh, well, they both have a Noah-like figure, therefore they're both valid, then you're just not being honest with the evidence.
Wait a minute. Two Noah-like figures, and they're both valid, but yet not being honest. That makes a lot of sense.
No, your argument is because they both have two Noah-like figures that means they're both equally valid or both equally false or invalid. That's an assumption.
There's
That's
also
not
stories,
based
and
in
I mean, if you're
actual
looking
fact.
if you want to look outside the book, there's also stories out there that show that Noah was just a king that was worshipped the god Enki, who received this information from the reeds that told him how to survive this flood, and just wrote a nice story about himself. I could try to find that one somewhere. I read that.
I've heard that one
somewhere.
before too.
This is from the Smithsonian.
Argument from authority doesn't
magazine.
really help here.
I'll put this in the private chat for you guys to read later. If you want to read it now, I don't know. That's up to you. But
Is the Smithsonian full of leftist scientists?
The study was done by some graduate students from Lancaster University, and they concluded that hypothetically, the 4 physics graduate students, that theoretically the boat in the Bible could actually float, and it would have survived even up to 100-foot waves. That's not the case with the Epic of Gilgamesh. So, yes, both stories are true because they're talking about an actual event, but one has more validity than the other. One is, we would say, mythology, and the other is actually factual.
Yeah. So the book that you like is science, and the other book is fiction, right?
No, the book that science supports is the one that we would accept.
I don't think
as
the
true McCoy. Like you have CNN and then you have Fox News, both are reporting on 9/11.
I don't think that science supports flood narrative.
Which one corresponds more to reality? That's all. We're just taking a commonsensical approach to the text, to both texts. Which one corresponds to reality? Which one doesn't?
So
they both are telling the same story.
Do you feel like you've come in here and just destroyed all our misconceptions about the Bible?
Well, I mean, you can be educated on something. I mean, it's not the bad thing to learn.
Right. And I know that you think that your teaching is something, but do you feel satisfied in your efforts here today?
Well, you don't get many opportunities like this anymore, William. I mean, you don't come to Praise's channel. So, I mean,
right. Because I can't see walking backwards with my eyes closed is a good idea.
What the fuck is going to Praise's channel going to do to benefit Will, Jill?
So there's the article. All right. So Noah's.
Boy, he just jillibusters incessantly. All right, I'll tell you. You're right. It doesn't happen anymore where I hang out with you guys because, I mean, that's like someone giving you an eye operation to give you 20/20 vision, and then you intentionally rubbing dirt and mud in your fucking eye and trying to scar up your retina. Because it's just stupid. The things that you guys believe are absolutely stupid, and I'm ashamed that I ever had any similar beliefs.
You feel better?
Yeah, actually, I do.
All right.
Made me feel really good, though. You want to see what'll make me feel really good, Jill?
Why was I put backstage again? Why is?
Oh, it's like it's as good as sex. Just right when he's about to say something, watching him disappear into the special existence.
He had to know what was coming.
Of course he did. He comes in here knowing that everything he says is going to be ridiculed, and he still comes in. So
yeah, I know. It hurts.
I guess it does.
Does it?
Well, that's what I do. That's what I
imagine it does, Jill.
That's what God called me to do. So
To be an asshole.
I just answered your question and defeated your.
Not
That's
answer.
being an a-hole.
No.
Then that's
Let
okay.
me tell you what you did, Jill, because you think you answered a question. What you did is you gave your best defense for nonsense.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
You ignored all the questions put to you.
I did. Wow.
And Jill busted.
You did.
Yeah.
You
Wow.
ignored
Absolutely.
everything.
So what did we learn?
We
Yeah, I can
learned
tell you
Jill
what we
is
learned.
dishonest and he talks a lot.
Yeah.
Because he likes the sound of his voice and doesn't
just
like to listen.
buffalo feces nonstop pouring out of this guy's face.
Rage!
Can't handle it. Ironic, were you listening?
Yes, Rage, you do need to catch up with Will. He is not the same person you interacted with.
I was listening, but I just got in here, so I don't know what you're talking
Yeah,
about.
right.
What do you want to share the article or not? Oh, you're not going to share the article.
No.
What article?
We're sharing space with you, which is hard enough.
I know. It hurt.
Jill,
oh, but it's better
you know
now.
what?
God, that's fun.
Here you go. I'll admit it for you, Jill. I just found like 5 or 6 different things, most of them Christian, but there was the odd science thing there that said, could the ark have floated? Technically, yes. But when you read into the papers, they're like, but the animals wouldn't have fitted and all the other problems with it. So
the text, they never say
I'll
that.
give you that something by those dimensions could have floated, but I can still find more stuff that says it would have broke the first big wave that hit it. It's called breaking its back.
None of those articles say that. What they do say is that they didn't. They make a lot of assumptions about the animals and how many animals were on the ark. But there's a study that was done by an author, a book that was written by Wuppermere, where he determines how many animals Noah would have had to bring onto the ark. And when you are honest with the text, it didn't say that he brought every single species. So what skeptics have done was just say, well, there's no way all of these elephants could have fit on the boat.
No,
well,
Jill, it doesn't mention species at all. It says
do you think that he needed to bring all of these animals onto the boat, all species? If that's the case, then
no
no,
one said that. That's your Christian straw man. We think every single animal that existed needed to be on there. No.
Okay. So then
we understand evolution. We know that animals come from other animals, Jill.
Okay,
and one thing you could pack that thing. They could pack that sucker full of anything you want, and it will float. But guess what? You have to enclose it off from all air, so they would die.
The physics you're ignoring is that 8 people could not have fed, cared for, and scooped the shit of even the couple thousand animals that you want it to be. I'll grant you the number, whatever number you want.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, so their studies have been done with an actual honest assessment of how many animals he would have needed to bring on, not all 8 million species, like some.
But they're bringing up a pretty good argument about center of gravity, though. If you've got elephants at the bottom, which center of gravity were?
There were no elephants. See, that's another assumption. So you're assuming that there is an actual 300-pound or
no. So
what got ghosts on the board?
What kind of animal did the elephant come from then, Jill? I'm interested.
There's a study that Wuppermere wrote. I can refer you. It's called The Feasibility of the Ark. The Feasibility of Noah's Ark, I think the name of the title is, where he actually goes into which animals would have been necessary to bring on, and not all animals were necessarily brought on. So what the skeptic has done was they propped up this idea that he had to bring all 8 million species on, and that's why it could not have floated. So
you're just going to keep going back to that straw man.
So what you're saying? They just took a rhino on my sister and later on made an elephant? I don't know.
That's what I've seen. I've seen people try to suggest that Noah would have had to bring a pair of every animal, and it doesn't say he brought a pair.
It's funny. I've never heard anyone that argues against the ark. I've never heard anyone ever argue more than, say, I think 7,000 or 8,000 species.
Well, there was unclean animals on there for
millions
for
of fucking animals. Jill.
You had to sacrifice animals after that ark, so you had to take your unclean animals on there to do so.
Well, the point is that the Noah vessel. I mean, we can try to suggest how many animals would have been on. I've seen
gonna call my
studies
dick
where
Noah's
animals are
vessel.
on, and it's
Or we could
perfectly fine
ignore the
as far
bits
as
that
the
make it
physics.
not work, right, Jill? We could just ignore
Well,
those bits
we can
because they
assume
don't
we're
fit,
both
right?
assuming.
Hey,
But both
Sammy,
parties are assuming. So you can
Yes,
give me
assume
Jill.
he had
5 more
too
minutes.
many. You can assume he had too many, and we can assume he had just enough to float. So both are assuming.
But you
So
can't
I don't really
explain
see
what kind the elephant came
how that's
from.
going to work, how that's going to move the proverbial ball
But
forward.
he just
But
asked where divine the elephant came from.
Why don't you say
what I
God made
did
it float
say,
and just ignore all the crap in physics? And hey, you have God on your side. So just say, why say God's hands made it float? Why are you fucking arguing it if you're
what I
going on
brought, the
God's
reason
side?
That
why I brought
right?
this up was to demonstrate that the Epic of Gilgamesh story could not have possibly floated even before considering all the other factors. So if you want to continue to ignore that and suggest that the Epic of Gilgamesh is a valid story or just as valid as the Bible, then you're not being honest. Remember, the Epic of
No,
Gilgamesh
I
Just
story
get
as
it,
valid.
the
Jill.
boat doesn't float regardless of
What
whether or
we're
not there are
saying,
animals in it or not.
I wouldn't say it holds more
yeah.
validity,
Well,
but
That's
I would
what
say
we're
game
that
over for
saying,
the
Jill.
Epic of
it,
Gilgamesh.
it holds a
What
basic narrative and something that happened back then that people are trying to explain.
Does
And the
Gilgamesh
best
what?
story
actually
we
see a
have is
cube?
the
Hang on. I just want to make this point. What you're saying is not what's happening at all. We're not invalidating one against the other. We're saying they're both as valid. If if I grant you, which I'm happy to, and I can grant you a lot of shit, and it doesn't help your case at all. If I grant you that the size and shape of it would float, yes, it may float, but the first wave that hits it will destroy it. Does not help the case that the rest of the explanation does not work. Even at the minimal amount of animals you want to give me does not work, Jill. That's what you're
actually
ignoring.
studies have been done to show that
No,
there
studies
could have
have been done to
been.
show
Well,
it
I've
doesn't
given you
work.
the studies. If you don't want to,
And I'll give you
so
studies
here's
too. So
evidence.
then what do we do, Jill?
Here's evidence of what I claimed was you claimed was a straw man. But in the very same article that I provided, these are
No.
atheists. Remember, this is the
Here's the
Smithsonian.
straw man. You're
These
going
are
to
not
say that
Christian.
this is what everyone says,
Let me show you how
and that is
what I was
bullshit,
saying
Jill.
was true. That atheists assume that every species had to be brought onto the ark. There it is right here. Look, I'm not making this stuff
No,
up. Here,
there's no
let's read what
assumption. They
they're
don't
saying.
believe in
Now,
it, Jill. They're
now this is
saying for what you want to happen, you would need these animals to
this
be
right,
on it.
right. So
That's what
this
you
is
don't understand. They're
right.
not saying that
Let me just
Christians
explain
say
what the
that.
article is saying. Let me
But you're
explain what the
wasting
article is saying.
everybody's time, Jill.
Okay, could the Noah's Ark float? In theory, yes. Now these are atheists. This is the Smithsonian. Now you're
Jill,
saying that
I'm
I made up
about
the
to
straw.
mute you if you don't listen because you're missing the whole fucking point.
We'll leave his information up, but shut him up, okay? I've got him in the back right now, so
Yeah.
you can look over his
No one
information.
is
But
arguing anything you're fucking saying. I will give you that the Smithsonian is saying you would need 1.7 million animals, and I agree with them that you would need those types of animals if you wanted all of the types of animals we have today. Species, my friend. You don't just have this one magical animal that turned into elephants and cows and horses. You would have needed that many different kinds to get what we have today. That's what they're saying. They're not saying Christians claim you need millions of animals on the ark. Oh, they'll admit you only want 1,000 or 2,000 or 6,000 even. They're saying doesn't work. Your 6,000 doesn't work. You need millions. So where's the straw man or the claim that they're saying Christians try and say this? I don't even understand the argument at all, Jill. It's moot. What you need to show is the physics that whatever minimal amount of animals you want, that the 6 or 8 people, however many it was on the ark, could physically care for those people, unless you want a special plead and say God sped them up or something. So instead of only having 16 or 17 seconds an animal to feed them and scoop their shit, time slowed down and they had all the time they needed. or that the gas that would have accumulated in there would have killed everybody because of the one window, or the endless list of other problems, and all you want to come in is with the size floats, which I granted right off the bat.
I'm back.
And that's the
So you
only
guys,
difference. You've been back for minutes, mate.
oh,
The
okay.
only difference you have between Gilgamesh is that you've found studies that say that size and shape would float. Congratulations, sir.
Yes.
If that's all you need, well,
So
that just shows how simplistic your thinking is.
So for
Because
more
you're
details,
ignoring the rest of the issues.
no, we're not. We're comparing the
you are.
Epic of Gilgamesh to the biblical story,
So
and
you
we
have
can
1,000
eliminate.
reasons it
Now
doesn't work,
there are
right? And they have
there are other things.
1,001 reasons, Jill.
Okay, you
Do you
can talk.
understand that?
Go ahead. You
I
can
fucking hope
finish.
I can talk. It's my channel.
All right, go ahead.
The whole
when I'm
point
ready,
I've been
when you want
trying
me
to
to
say to
respond,
you
I'll
all
respond.
along. Well, if you're actually going to listen though, are you going to go and fuck off somewhere else and do something else? Because then you can just
leave him
off.
in the back, dude. I should have never let him in to begin with. That was my mistake.
That's all right.
All right,
Does anyone understand the point I'm trying to make?
I think everybody knows the point you're trying to make. It's that Jill
Okay,
doesn't
that's
understand that the desperate flailing is ridiculous.
Yeah.
It gaslights me, man, because he doesn't address anything I'm saying. He just goes back to whatever bizarre point that's not even close to what we're saying. First words out of my mouth when he come in is, "We'll grant you that the size will float," and then the next 15 minutes was spent proving that the size would float. I swear, is it because I was a JW, Jill? Do you think like I'm invalid? Like I'm not a Christian. I was never a Christian. Therefore I'm not even an atheist. Like I'm nothing to you, aren't I?
Wouldn't have been a Christian if you were a JW because they don't believe in the Calvinist God, right? Like, because if Jill calls you a heretic or that says that you weren't a Christian, then of course his Jesus meter didn't go off, and you mustn't have been one. So that's what I found. I didn't even know that he had a Jesus meter, but then I found out I never had Jesus ever because it didn't detect him on me anywhere, not even a fingerprint.
So do I get a chance to respond to what was said or not?
I don't know. Every time I hear your voice,
do you know what was said?
Okay, so what we would say again is that when you're comparing the Epic of Gilgamesh to the biblical narrative, the biblical narrative is supported. The actual vessel is supported by science. Now, if you want to move the goalposts, which is what you did, and say, well, what about the animals? Then you would have that.
No.
Okay, I got to stop him because again, he's accusing you of moving the goalposts, but you granted him that and to move on, and he's calling it moving the. Don't you understand that when someone grants you the point that you move past that, you won that point, even if it wasn't a valid win? Jill. Yeah, so you kept going back to it, and that's what's driving everyone crazy. Do you get that, Jill?
What you don't get, Jill, is that proving something floats does nothing. You come in and said, it floats. We went, cool.
Yeah,
What's
so
your point,
as
Jill?
I was saying before I was cut off, the idea was...
If you repeat yourself again...
Okay, then I just won't then. Yeah, I just won't then. If you guys want to read the article for yourself.
He's learning. Almost learning. He's still trying to Jill the Buster. But yeah, dude, don't come into a room and try to colonize that shit, bro. Don't do that shit.
If you're that disrespectful that you won't listen and respond to what's being said, you don't deserve to respond.
Yeah, everyone else in here has a different idea or opinion, which is just as valid as yours. You are basing yours on things that you trust that we don't trust. And then to establish trust, you just tell us we're too stupid to understand. And that's just not honest at all. Okay. So when you come in here and you do that, you get mistreated. All right. You get mistreated because you're being a dickhead.
So hang out. Someone answer the question of when the original story of Gilgamesh was brought up, we were comparing the boats, the vessels itself. How is it not moving?
And we granted you.
Okay, you granted that.
His won't float and yours floats.
Perfect. That's all I was arguing. So now
we granted it the first 10 seconds
Okay,
you
can I
made the
finish?
argument, Jill.
All right, can I finish my point? Just listen, bear with me.
I'll let you finish, but if you repeat that fucking same shit again, you are gone.
I'm asking a question. If I can ask you a question. If two people are talking about, say, the boat, the vessel itself, which boat could float, which boat could not float, and it's determined that the biblical boat could float, and then the opponent says, well, what about the animals? Is that not moving the goalpost? Yes or no? Simple question.
Let me respond.
Don't run from it. Answer it. Go ahead.
Let me answer. No, that's not called moving the goalpost, Jill. Just like you don't understand fallacies, you don't understand moving the goalpost. See, what you don't understand was the goalpost. You won. You kicked the fucking goal, dickhead. You come in and said this one floats, this one doesn't, and I said okay. That means the conversation is over. You won. Do you just want to keep repeating it and us going okay, and then you repeat it and we say okay, and you repeat
the conversation's
What do you
over.
want, Jill?
Hold on,
no,
it's
that
not-
part is over.
It's not that
you
the
need to
conversation.
then move on.
Yeah, you
Jill.
move to the next argument. That's what you move on to, Jill. Whenever someone grants you a point, you move off that point to the next
See?
argument.
All right, I'll move
Even
on.
when you get your point, even when you win your argument, you don't get it, Jill.
All right, let's move on.
That's how daft
Let's
you
move
are.
on. Yeah, all right. You can.
So,
You
do
can
you
say-
understand? You got your point.
Yes, yes. That's called moving the goal.
Yay!
Yeah.
Okay, one would float hypothetically if it existed, and
That
the other
took
one
you
would not
about
float.
17
Yes,
fucking
yes.
minutes,
Right.
Jill,
Okay.
to realize
Right.
we agreed with you.
Animals,
Sammy, may
different
I?
story. Animals,
Go for
different
it. I'm done.
goalposts.
Okay, so Jill, we've granted that one of the hypothetical arcs or boats would have floated and the other one would not have. That doesn't make either one of them a reality. It doesn't mean that any of them actually happened. It just means that with some research, they were able to put a design in the scriptures much after the fact that would have potentially supported a few animals.
Much after the fact, yeah. That's
Much
a
at
claim.
thousands of years after the event.
That's sure.
You said Moses and his crew wrote it, right?
And the Epic of Gilgamesh was written right after the event, I guess, right?
Well, it was before Moses wrote.
Right. So this proves that because you came before and wrote about an event doesn't mean you're the most accurate. That's what this proves. That's the lesson you learned today.
Well, I just read that article that Jill posted, and the whole article is kind of dumb because the article title itself even starts off how it says here, could Noah's Ark float? In theory, yes. Basic physics suggests that the ark carried lots of animals could float, but science doesn't support other facts of biblical tale, which saying in here, I read it, is saying that yes, in theory it can float, and if they estimate the amount of weight of sheep that you could hold enough animals to constitute the variations of animals we have now. But if you were to put the animals that you have now into that boat, it would not float. And if you did it then before, it would barely float. Anything would capsize it pretty much. And if you're to add humans and everything else you needed in there, it would not. So this thing is pretty much saying the box with this much will float, but the Bible box will not float. So the whole article goes right against your whole argument.
It's only dealing with the boat, the vessel itself. That was my argument. So if you want to add animals, you're adding
the whole article went against what you just fucking said. That you should not put that article
moving the
up.
goalpost. Called moving the goalpost. So yeah, I agree. And in that article, what I was trying to show you guys was in that article, they were assuming the number of animals that were on the boat. So of course, atheists are going to try to do that, but that's why I only argued that this shows this article shows that the
Jill, I feel like you moved the goalpost, buddy.
Was seaworthy.
Yeah.
That's all I was trying to demonstrate. You guys tried to add on other things that I wasn't demonstrating.
This is great.
Well,
this is so great.
It's not great.
It is. I should have relaxed.
My coffee is bitter now.
Outcome.
My coffee is bitter.
We
having
knew
to drink
that
it,
this was
going
to happen. Why did we resist?
That was my fault because I thought that maybe he would start to grow as a human being and be able to be around.
No, but I would like Jill to learn one thing. If he only learns one thing from this, see how we all think what you're saying is completely ridiculous, right? But have you heard anyone laugh when you speak? That's a thing called fucking
I laughed
respect,
at you guys
right?
when you tried to move the goalpost.
This thing that you don't have. You laugh at people. You overtalk people. You're a disrespectful cunt. That's why I banned you from my channel.
I know.
Not because you destroy my arguments.
Yeah.
I clearly don't think you don't I? So
Another one bites the dust. Thanks for the
opportunity. If you were polite, you'd be welcome more places, even with your filthy ideas.
I would say the same thing of you. If you were polite and allowed your audience, allowed your guests to speak and not put them backstage.
Because I just like
you're
it.
A rude
that was me.
prick, Jill.
Is guests really even appropriate?
Yeah, we tolerate Jill for like a segment. It's more like the demonstration. It's kind of like a study in mental illness, really.
Yeah,
I could help
change their names on the names that they provided. You change that to some silly names. So I'm respectful for when I have my guest on, even if they disagree with what I have to say. I don't do what you do.
Jill, I bet
you're not. No, you're a liar, Jill. You're not respectful ever.
You're not respectful of anyone, especially Christians.
I actually respect everyone, Jill.
You don't have Christians.
I even respect you. That's why you're here.
You don't allow
having your voice that you clearly don't deserve to have because you don't.
You changed the names of people's avatars.
I do that. That's me.
That's dishonest.
No, it's not. It's fun.
No, 420 has done it also.
Well, I'm going to do it more. I like doing it.
He's done it several times. So that's what we would call dishonesty in our worldview.
Yeah. But Jill, I'm not saying I'm not.
Putting backstage, muting.
I'm happy to say I'll do that shit.
Exactly.
This is a good argument.
You're proud to be dishonest. You're an atheist.
This is a good argument. When Abram changed his name to Abraham, was that dishonest?
When Abram, God was the one that changed his name, genius.
Was it dishonest?
God was the one that changed his name. Abram didn't change his name. God changed.
Okay, so God, the host of the channel, changed his name. Was that dishonest?
Okay. Yes.
Okay.
He changed my name without my permission. Yes, that is dishonest to try to discredit his opponent because he lost the argument. So now he wants to play these games, muting and putting backstage and changing my name to discredit me because he doesn't want to accept the fact that he lost another debate.
Who lost
Jill,
the debate?
I wanted to ask.
Who lost the debate?
And if you'd like to see another atheist lose a debate, watch the debate I had with Snake, where he got
lost the debate.
You didn't win.
Who lost the debate?
He destroyed. Biblical slavery doesn't exist. Repent or die, liberal.
Jill,
I thought biblical slavery was good.
He's done. He did his repent or die liberal exit. Yeah. Okay, we've got to agree something. From here on out, we're going to set a 20-minute max time limit for him to be in any stream. If it's more than 20 minutes, I don't care if we're going good, everything's fine. Eject.
You got to let me kick him. I feel unfulfilled now.
I didn't kick him. He did that on his own.
Oh, he doesn't even finish his sentence, the dumbass.
He did. He said repent or die liberal and then left. That's his dismount. And I give him an 8 for sticking.
Not to mention how everybody else lost and he won. That makes him feel so much better.
I know it's the Snake thing, right? But what debate did he win? Did he mean this conversation?
He won all of the debates. He wins the debates he has with his shower curtain. He always wins.
What I mean, does he think he just had a debate?
No, he's talking about Snake was right. He had a debate.
No. Before that, he goes, and if you want to see me destroy another atheist, go watch that. But he just said, "You're changing my no."
Yeah, no, he believes we had a debate on, I think it was my channel or his channel at some point, where he beat me. Actually, he just asked me if there were contradictions in the Bible, and the conversation wasn't going well, just like you saw in this one where you point out a contradiction and he just tries to explain it away. So I give up at a certain point. I'm like, look, if you're not going to move along with the conversation, I can't really talk to you. So then I just start jabbing him. And
so he thought okay.
I don't understand why Jill goes on and on about whether or not the ark could float or whether or not it would sink, when it's quite clear that the ark was designed as a flying machine and it didn't have to float on water or in the water because it was elevated above the flood. And we know this because there are many methods of propulsion. There was the explosive power of the animal's farts. The methanes could have been channeled into rockets that provided thrust, and all the birds could perch and then flap their wings, also providing uplift. And I don't see why. And the Bible, well, not the Bible, but I have a holy book that points all this out. I read it when I'm on the toilet, and you know,
don't forget to add the little jab that you need it to go in there with and even like all this proves it, but we don't even need to prove it. We're just doing it for your dumbasses because we know God did it with his magic powers,
right? Because all you really need is
showing you even without his magic powers it worked.
Yeah, because I mean the methane gas would work really great. I'm pretty sure that Noah had, could make himself a simple Tesla valve and a baffle to ignite it, no problem.
Yeah, that would work.
Exactly.
Right? Yeah, that would work.
Well, at any rate, I think we should get Christians to build more flying machines like this, and because the methane is a renewable resource, it won't add to carbon in our atmosphere.
We could only collect all the methane from Jill's bullshit that he spews out. We could actually power our entire planet.
Maybe we could go to other planets on that.
Just gotta
Maybe
find
we can send Jill to other planets. Yeah. Let him go evangelize in space. That would be awesome.
Oh, and Doubting Thomas points out, God, that was hilarious. Blowing goats for Jehovah. Well done, 420. I really like that.
Good job there, Sammy.
Sorry, what was it? I wasn't listening. I was reading the
getting
chat.
credit for something.
Yeah, well, you changed his internet handle to Doctor of Deception and blows goats for Jehovah.
I did. That was very clever of me, and I will take full credit. Other people have magic powers in my StreamYard, so other people can do that as well.
Okay.
So,
all right.
Yeah. Namely, Will. It was Will.
What?
Oh, okay. Congratulations.
I'm just telling you.
Hey, don't do that every time.
Somehow, maybe actually, Jill didn't even know what channel he was on because somehow he knew it was Will. He just said changing my name. Oh, dude. But you know what I think's brilliant as well is when he comes, I don't put his face up. I put Veckel's and always go, "Marry me, Jill. Marry me."
Look, I figured it out. Veckel is the pocket-sized Jill. Veckel is the portable Jill from the Jekyll and Hyde mix.
Carries him in his pocket. Little advisor.
Right.
Yes, I must.
Jill is just around in case they're at like at a county fair and there's a sign that says "Cannot ride this ride unless you're this tall." And Jill's like, "I'll evangelize on this. I'll evangelize to this roller coaster. You go ahead back to the swings."
What if it's like Thunderdome? Who runs Bartertown? The guy on top of the other guy's shoulders. He's just a baby.
Oh, what was it? Master Blaster or whatever?
Master Blaster. Who runs Bartertown?
Can be the Master Bastard.
Right.
Yeah, with Master Blaster, it kind of screws up the whole two men enter, one man leaves. When in fact it's like 3 men enter and probably 2 men leave.
Master Blaster didn't fight most of the time, right?
I think he did once, right?
Like once. He was the end boss. He had a special. See, he was a special. There was a special fight for special.
He was Master Blaster's twin brother, right? Wasn't he his brother?
I'm sorry. I got distracted by the.
Yeah. He was Master Blaster's twin brother, I think, because after he beat the chef, he goes, "He's my brother." He's like all weird out.
Can you caption this picture? Like,
What the hell is that?
that's praise, I think, pinching off a Cleveland steamer.
Wow.
That's how he feels after Jill comes in and evangelizes to him. That's
how he feels when Jill is evangelizing to him. Oh, you like it? You like it?
Here comes the Holy Spirit. Here
Oh
comes.
my God, he hasn't took this down yet. There's some poor little person out there that Jill, oh, might as well. They're all the same. Praise thinks is Will, because the dude on Facebook is called William Freeman. He doesn't realize.
Little of me.
Will's told him that's not my name. That's just my internet name. But
all kind of harassing stuff. Notice that our friend Praise again is really desperate to try and save face here, and he made a goofy attempt to dox me. So apparently, our simple friend has determined that Facebook is the best way to locate me. And this simpleton actually believes that I would use my real name. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
That kind of turns me on.
Powers, meet Mini-Me.
Oh, blimey. I thought I smelled cabbage.
All
There's a funny movie.
Isn't he see? And here's the thing. How is this, right? Who I'll start every stream if I have to and say, warning, I'm an atheist. I will make fun of you. I don't claim to not. I don't claim to be righteous and then act unrighteously. I don't believe in righteousness. I believe you can be a fucking prick or not be a prick.
Yeah, I'm not an atheist.
Is making fun of someone. He can post my
you guys
face
ever watch?
shit. I don't care.
You guys ever watch Original Style?
I won't talk over people.
You guys ever watch the original Star Wars?
Ignore what people fucking say to me.
Doesn't he look like those guys that take care of the Rancor? And that, see, you know what I'm talking about? Those pig-faced people that take care of the Rancor?
I know who you're talking about. Yeah, that takes care
Hut?
of Jabba the Hutt. Yeah. That's
the guards.
Yeah.
I mean, with the hood and everything, it just kind of has that look to it, his face right there. Just reminds me of that. When I first saw it, it reminded me of that.
That was actually really, really good. That scared me a little bit. I can actually see that fat fuck sitting there when you did that. You got to have Olive in the Princess Leia outfit.
Yeah, right.
Laying down and Jill is Jabba. Jill is Jabba. Praise is just the guard. You know,
Vecco could be that little weird
creature.
Yes.
That Jill and Veckel are God's little hall monitors, man. They're like they're always telling, woo woo, you didn't say it right. You're supposed to say his name like this, and you're supposed to do this. Yeah.
Here you go.
Sending God an email right now about this shit. This won't stand.
Big Z, this is where it comes from.
Do you really love me, Basement Dweller, aka Rob Court, has even written?
There's a docs. Thanks for that.
To me,
his pretty eyes, though. He's got pretty eyes.
Because you thought I'd been.
Will, that's the filter.
Yeah.
Don't give him undue credit.
Look, I'm trying to find something attractive, something good to say.
His eyes are actually a nice poo brown. They're not blue at all.
He's Satan.
All right.
See,
what about
you love me as long as I follow your co-leader.
That's not the app.
No, the Gap.
Yeah, I'm saying that's not the filter.
That's real.
That's al natural. Yeah.
Well, that's kind of hot, isn't it? Like to be able to like put an entire carrot between your teeth gap.
He needs that gap to whistle for his wife. Yes, she's that big.
You could nearly fuck that tooth.
You gotta
gap.
inflate his wife. What are you talking about?
We call you.
He
look.
picks food out of that gap with Veckel.
Like,
Ooh.
it's not what kind of
Like a
food
little
could get
toothpick.
stuck. What kind of food could get stuck in that gaff that wasn't still running away? Like, that's big enough to put an entire
Maybe-
live animal between.
I was going to
Hoof
say
trapper.
a chicken drumstick or something.
The chicken
Fraud,
itself.
a fake, charlatan, an actor. And what Jesus called the Pharisees was just that, an actor. He called them hypocrites. That's what the word means in the Greek, hypocrite. You don't follow Jesus Christ. You follow your cult leader, Smokey Satan.
Oh, God. I'm out to cut some of Bruce, his latest Shonda. Really do love you, brother. No homo. Praise says, aha, likewise. Love your work, man. Take care. Oh, that's a touching moment, Praise. No homo.
You're so fucking fake. You don't mean a single thing you say.
Yeah, but don't you know, Praise, that Christian love is conditional? Did you think it was going to be unconditional? Really? Really?
That's cute. Rage, please don't drop your phone. Don't do that. I almost dropped my phone in a big old pile of chicken shit this morning, and that was like, I'm talking about, like, it's falling out of my hands, and I'm doing the little juggling thing on the way down, going, oh, no. And right before it hits that nasty bottom, I catch it just like with 2 fingers, and I was like, oh my God, I would have had to scrub the shit out of it. Yeah.
I once dropped my phone in some chili, or rather dropped chili on my phone, and it gave it a very strange appearance.
Did you lick it? Because I would have licked the chili off the phone.
No, I waited till it dried and then chipped it off.
Oh no! What you that was a waste of food. That chili was still good.
It was phone chili.
Phone chili is already extra cooked from radiation or radio waves.
Just
maybe. Lordy.
You're the prettiest horsey ever.
I'm not a horse.
Look at you. They're clearly a horse. Look at the pretty horsey. Horsies are not that pretty, except for you.
Not a horse. Horses are sugar cube grubbing little wusses. And if any of you have some sugar on you, let me know.
I think you're an alpha horsey. Like, you're like the original horsey. I will worship you as a god.
Zebra.
Yes.
I've got some sugar in this container sitting on my lap. Just stick your head in there and have a lick.
I'm gonna go get some apples. I'll be right back.
Muzzle on down.
Hey, this is a PSA for the entire globe, okay? Oops, not that one.
Never ask an Australian for a foster. Modern times around the world, assuming someone's gender is a very despicable thing to do. But when you come to Australia, if you assume that us Australians drink Foster's beer, then ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you this right now, from one Aussie to millions of others. That person can fuck right off. No Australian has ever touched a Foster's in their lives. Do you want to know what it tastes like? Well, do you? Come here, come on. I'll tell you what it tastes like. Don't know, dickhead. Now fuck off, we're full. Never ask an Australian for a Foster's.
It's true.
Isn't Foster's just made for export?
It's not. It's the only place it sells is outside of Australia, and I have drank far too many of them. I'm guilty of thinking that that's what Australians drink, and they don't taste good.
They don't?
No,
I had one that I liked.
We all know that they taste like shit, but we've never tasted it.
Yeah, but we're like, we want to be tough like those fucking Australians and drink this horse piss, and then we drink it and we're like, why did I fucking do that? Like, there's no way Crocodile Dundee does this every day.
Yeah, it's full on marketing. Like, why not just fucking sell a beer that we do make? So bizarre.
What broke us
But
all in
now
America?
the world thinks You all think we drink this horse piss?
Well, we respected you guys until a crocodile hunter came along, and then we were like, I don't know what they're drinking or doing over there, but fuck that shit. You start finger fucking crocodiles, and you've gone too far.
Yeah. I don't know. There was a lot of love for what was his name? Crocodile John Dundee or something.
Oh, Hogan.
Paul Hogan, yeah, the guy from the commercial.
Yeah.
Crocodile Dundee. You mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's the Australian Marlboro man, right?
Yeah. Absolutely.
Well, he died of cancer, didn't he?
Yeah, I think so. Only recently.
Oh, really?
Not too long ago.
Why
was like
does
100.
Will have his body donated to Crocs? I don't understand. So that his bodily remains were eaten by assault crocodile in Darwin.
His skin was too tough. They couldn't chew through his hide.
All animals and things, and actually everything humans touch, they were nearly extinct here, and so they got protected, and now they've overrun the place, and they've become a pest.
Crocodiles, or
yeah, well, crocodiles and crocodile hunters.
Yes.
Invasive
That is, I thought that, so crocodile populations are growing?
Yeah, absolutely.
Jesus. The next thing you know, they'll be as popular as cane toads.
Yeah. And see, like these things can live for over 100 years too.
Yeah.
And they do not stop growing. They're one of those animals that would grow till they die. So you can end up with some massive fucking creatures.
That's
no. The other half of Jill has shown up outside. He fucking went out there and split into two parts again. Good
language here. I thought it was a family channel.
Fuck off.
Fuck off, cunt.
I don't want another Christian fucking trying to condescend to me about morality. Fuck off. All of you are shitheads, I think.
Of course, how do we know that's really Vekel? It could be an alt.
Jill. It's actually Jill.
I agree with Steve. I don't know that they can actually. They're the same person. I'm sure of it.
You all... Sorry.
Nothing. Go ahead.
Like to see what happens to a Lebanese people when they integrate into Australian society.
Down a thief who
you get fucking legends.
tried to steal his four-wheel drive and trailer full of tools from outside his Preston home. The offender's under police guard in hospital with leg injuries, and the victims found himself being questioned by police.
I can understand his reasons and his motives, but it's a highly risky decision and activity to try and go out into the darkness and confront unknown people.
Yeah, it's quite a night the tradie had, it's got to be said, but while he helped police with their inquiries today, his mates were outside not helping the media with their inquiries.
What's his name? His name's Tony. Can you give us his last name? Montana. Tony Montana. Yeah, you watch it? What movie?
What's your name?
My name's Sam.
Is it actually?
No, my name's Toby.
What's your accent?
Toby Mitchell.
And he got his gear back, didn't he?
His gear? Yeah, he got his pipe back, he got his bomb, he's got everything back.
He got his equipment back.
Oh, yes, his equipment. He sure did.
Oh, that's wonderful.
His gear?
Yeah.
See his mate fondling his ear?
Yes, I like that too. There's an Australian morning show where it seems all the time the hosts are breaking up. What is it? Good Morning Australia? I don't know.
Yeah, it's not that often.
Oh, okay.
Only been a couple
Just
of
seems
times,
that
but
way.
there's probably a lot of hype about it because they're ultra famous in Australia. The morning show people. Basically, to get the gig, you've got to be like top of something. One of the hosts, Koshi, of one of the shows, he's like this Uber finance genius.
Oh, okay.
And filthy rich, but like self-made rich, not
Not
it's
living off the backs of his fellow man, rich.
No. And it's the weirdest choice for a fucking morning show host, but somehow it just works.
There was a lovely thing where a comedian I really like, whose name is Nina Conti, and she actually does genuinely funny work, even though she's a ventriloquist.
I know her. Yep.
Yeah.
We watched a bit of her on a stream the other day. She's pretty good, actually.
Oh, yeah. Well, she went in on one of these morning shows after having been awake for like 32 hours for her flight to Australia. And she sort of went to this place where she was on top of her game. And she started interviewing with these people, two women actually. And she's being interviewed by them. And she also has her puppet Monkey there. And Monkey starts talking to these hosts, and one of them says and starts pretending that she can look into their minds and how it's dirty in there. And it was just freaking hilarious. I loved it.
What's her name again?
Nina Conti, NinaConti. She's actually the
so
daughter of a
close to-
famous British actor.
I thought I'd seen her before being a ventriloquist.
Yes. If you like, I'll find the clip. I think I can.
That's right. I found it. I think.
I'm sorry?
I think I found it.
Oh, okay.
Yep, I have.
Oh, we'll put it on.
Okay. Well, it's her on a morning show in Australia anyway, so you can tell me if it's the right one. Does that look right?
Yeah, I think it is the right one. Let's see.
The timeless stagecraft from the good old days of entertainment that's now making quite the resurgence. Ventriloquism. Can you see me speaking now? It is back in a big way. Our next guest is modernising
What was that?
the puppet act as well.
Yeah, she is indeed. Nina Conti is an award-winning British comic who, with the help of her very honest friends, is monkeying around right here in Australia.
You know, where's my microphone? You don't have a microphone. Well, that ruins the illusion. Don't worry about it. We'll wing it. I want to ad-lib. Ad-lib? I can't do that. I can. I want to work the room. Work the room. God, good luck. I want to talk to her. Who? Who are you talking to? I don't know who I'm looking at.
We're very pleased to say Nina Conti joins us now.
Oh,
She's
here we go.
Good morning, welcome. Do you know where you are?
Good morning, just about.
Sydney, Australia.
What I like is how she'll laugh at her own jokes, which makes it more genuine, as though, she finds the monkey funny or like she's making it up.
It's a sign of some sort of mental illness.
Exactly. She splits into that other personality to be the monkey. And
I think
surprises herself.
Funny. Yeah.
I think psychologically there's a really weird thing going on here that the monkey allows her to access elements of humor and thinking that are not easily accessible from one person to another, from someone to access. And I think that's what's going on here.
You don't honestly think that she sits at home and she's thinking of her skits and she puts the monkey on to do it, do you?
Oh, no, I'm not saying that she can't sit down and write material, but in that back and forth where people are talking, I think that having a monkey on your hand is kind of liberating, and the stream of consciousness is probably better than she could do if she did not. But anyway, let's listen to her speak because she's really great here during this interview. It isn't long.
On page.
Australia.
Yeah.
How did this come about? How did you work out you had a real talent for this?
Oh, it's totally accidental. There was a guy in London who is a very maverick theatre director, and he bought me a Teach Yourself Ventriloquism kit as a kind of joke. And then I ignored it for a year, and I got it out one day. It turned out I was all right at it. It was just an accident.
And then I realized that my lips barely move when I speak already. So.
Because it's a random thing, DIY ventriloquism.
Yeah,
You know.
and I remember thinking as I saw Teach Yourself Ventriloquism, I thought, never, God, I hate that stuff. It's never funny. It turns out it is. I've researched it more since. They're a good ventriloquist.
And you've got a knack for it. And I like the fact that you do kind of let loose a bit. You get a bit naughty, or at least you don't.
There isn't time not to. Like when you have a puppet out, or you have, things just slip out the back door of your mind. You can't control it the same way.
Is that what it's a bit like?
That's what
I knew it. We knew it.
Feels like. It's like,
So you can get away with a lot.
I guess so.
It's not you.
No, it's not really you, and it's not really anyone else. It's just a weird thing to do with your mind, to have a little sidekick around.
Have you got your sidekick?
I have. I mean, it's a danger. I haven't been up long. I mean, we'll try.
Anything could happen.
I see what you're doing.
Just happen to have one in my handbag that I prepared earlier.
Yeah, here he is. Here I am. This is me. Yeah.
So the point of this is that one of these is Veckel and the other is Jill, right? We're just trying to figure out which one the monkey is.
Yes. Ooh.
I wasn't going there, but okay.
That's tricky.
Like who's the brain? Is it
tricky.
Veckel or is it Jill? I think that Jill is the brain because he doesn't have emotions like normal people. But Veckel is very feminine, so I think that he's the emotional part of the relationship.
Will,
go ahead.
I've got it.
What?
They share a brain.
Okay, but every time I say that, everyone argues with me about it. 'Cause I said they're the same person. It's just the same person.
No. Well, now you can say no. It's a ventriloquist with its hand up the puppet's ass. That's what's happening. It's not the same person.
Well, how do we know which one is the puppet master without smelling their hand?
Exactly. Well,
I smell Veckel on Jill's hand.
You can. Bag's not smelling the hand.
I want to see the rest of this video. Please keep going.
Yep. Sorry.
Here we are, monkey. Here we are talking.
Wow.
You're still talking to a teddy at your age. It's really weird. It's a weird thing to do.
Is he a bit jet lagged as well?
Are you jet lagged? Well, if you are, evidently. Yeah, I mean, I guess so. It's so weird, isn't it? It's so weird what I do. She's still not used to it. And listen to that laughter. Like she didn't say something that made her laugh.
Monkey, what do you think of Nina? What's your sort of take on her?
What do you think, Monkey? I'm doubtful. I think she's disingenuous.
Oh, that's a bit harsh.
Yeah, look at her naively laughing like it's got nothing to do with her. I'm the real Nina. I don't know what this is, some kind of construct.
Yeah, who's puppeting?
Wow, this is hurting my head.
It's Jekyll and Bill. Jekyll and Bill. Do you like that?
I'm digging it.
That's my head.
Too much on a Monday morning.
A lot with jet lag too, and the drinking. That
Monkey,
doesn't help.
do tell. Goodness me.
Letting all the secrets out.
Oh yeah, we earn fast and right.
One of the most entertaining things about your show is the audience participation.
Yeah.
How does that come about? Do you or Monkey sort of cast an eye
Wait,
and
could you
choose who you
pause?
think would
Yeah,
be good?
pretty much. I kind of cast it.
Is it weird that I'm sitting here thinking that it would be kind of kinky to fuck her while she's got the monkey on her hand and have the monkey like do commentary? Oh, she's liking that what you're doing. Oh, she's loving that you're digging in deep. Oh, arch your hips a little more. She's really liking it.
You know, I haven't thought of that, but I might be into it.
Now the rest of this video is going to be nothing but that for you. Watch. Go ahead, play.
Yeah. Thanks for that.
I mean, he looks around the audience. I can't even see, but it looks like he's looking around.
Of course, sorry.
People try to avoid my eye line like it makes any difference. But so then he talks to people a little bit. He talks. I talk with him, through him to people, and then I don't know if you respond well. Yeah, if people respond well, if they seem likable, I get them up, I put a mask on them.
This is really doing my head in because I'm seriously looking at Monkey.
Yeah.
And
I'm not
seeing...
looking at anyone. This is all nonsense.
The facial expressions that you have, Monkey, are fabulous.
I don't have any.
Well,
No.
it's deadpan.
Yeah, I just got one face. You're doing the rest. You're projecting onto
I am
me.
projecting onto
Yeah,
the
I'm
Monkey.
like a Rorschach test. Do I look happy to you?
Well, I can't tell actually.
Am I staring deep into your
You
soul?
are, you are,
It's
actually a bit spooky.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I am. I can see right in there, dirty in there.
Well, is there anything we need to know, Monkey?
What about? What do you mean?
I don't
Are
know.
you searching
Can you
me
look
for
into our
wisdom?
futures?
Oh,
maybe?
yeah, really?
Well,
Oh, no,
don't
I'm
do
not
that. Goodness
powerful,
me.
please.
That could be a dark thing that you said.
Yeah, it could
Goodness
be
me, don't do
dark.
that.
Who knows?
And how do you like Australian audiences to perform to? Are they sort of, are we good? Tell us we're good.
Yeah,
Generous?
lovely. Yeah, she's lying. It's I know, I really like Australian audience. I like any audiences. It's just people, isn't it?
Yeah.
Doesn't matter where you're from.
But Aussies get your sense of humour, do you think? Do
I
they-
hope so.
Yeah.
I don't know. We'll see. Tonight's the first show at Sydney Opera House. Exciting.
Yeah, just a small venue,
Small venue.
Not aiming high at
Yeah,
all.
no.
Goodness me.
No pressure.
And just the zoo's just across the harbour too,
The
just
zoo?
quietly.
No.
Taronga Zoo.
Shut
It's
up.
a very well.
Deb,
I'm just saying.
Deb, that was
I'm not going
uncharitable.
to-
I just letting you
Suggesting
know.
Monkey should be locked out.
I'm not even real. I'm not going in there. They'll tear me to shreds.
It would be funny, actually.
Would be
It'd
scary.
be very funny to see how Monkey went in the zoo.
Terrifying. I think they'd use me for their pleasure.
Oh, goodness me. Well, you've got your hand up Monkey's back after all. Goodness
Yeah,
me.
and don't I love it?
Rita, thank you.
Thank you.
Monkey, thank you.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well,
remember you.
enjoy your stay. Maybe get a bit of rest today before tonight's show.
My eyes don't close.
You can see Nina and the puppets in
Can I go
Sydney starting tonight and in Melbourne. Come Thursday. She's packing up. She's out
I'm
here
packing up.
already.
I'm gone.
Back in your bag,
Get into
This
the
happened.
Bye-bye, Monkey. Head to Ticketek for all the details on the shows. Well done. Thank you.
Nina, you're good jet lagged.
Oh, whew.
Lovely to
Gonna
meet
go
you.
sleep now.
Thank you. Oh dear. Good laugh.
There you go. Thank you
I
for
find-
playing that.
I find her very attractive for some reason. It's her sense of humor. Even though
She's-
she's psycho.
Yeah,
I want to fuck that stuffed monkey while she watches me do it.
she's much more attractive than you see there. That dress and lighting didn't do her any favors, but she's very attractive, and she's divorced. So by all means, contact her.
Nice.
I love. She worked on this thing with another comedian called In Therapy, where she and her monkey go to therapy sessions. And the actor that plays the psychotherapist is goddamn brilliant. He's perfectly capable of being funny himself, but he, as the straight man, he is so goddamn funny. It's great. Sorry, I didn't mean to bring the conversation to all.
No, it's not you,
No,
man. I'm
not
just
at
still.
all.
I'm trying to pull one off. Still thinking about her, and she's off the screen, so I'm having to use my mind to recall that
Oh,
fantasy
yeah,
I had.
bub.
It, so just give me.
Yeah,
a
hubby.
Oh, you found it. There it is.
She might copyright me, but see how we go.
Are you comfortable?
Yes. Hello. Hello. This is it. You see, this is Monkey.
This is Monkey.
Yeah. Hi. So thank you for seeing us. It's a little unusual, huh? Do many of your clients have monkeys?
This is certainly an unusual situation. It's first for me, but that's very much what you were saying on the phone, that you wanted to be able to come to a session whereby you could bring your puppet with you. And you were saying on the phone that you'd found it actually quite difficult to find a therapist who would allow you to bring your puppet into the session with you.
Yeah. Well, actually, I didn't ask, but I was probably put off by the blurb. She liked your picture.
Well, let's start by looking at why it is that you want to give up Monkey.
I am the sickness. It's a kind of it's a funny thing, and it's also
crutch thing, I'm stronger than her. I think it's because it feels as
Did
if
she say
I've
crotch or
become
crutch?
a thing
Crotch.
without
Crutch.
him, which
Okay.
feels to me like a subtraction from myself.
Oh, maybe she did say
You know?
crotch.
Yeah, crotch. How is it crotch?
Closed captioning said crotch. I saw it say crotch.
Okay.
Okay. Well,
Closed caption got it wrong.
I hope they didn't.
Ray,
I
I got
don't
all
know.
kind of ideas about monkeys in her crotch.
Is this legit though? Like she wants to give up monkey? Does she have a? Or is this
well,
just a...
none of this
Wait,
is
is this
legit.
Kevin? Hold on, is this Kevin?
Okay.
Is this the trusty ape that's here that I just let in, or is there's going to be like penises flopped around?
We can only hope.
I know, but like I want it to be Kev's. If it's going to be anybody's, it needs to be the trusty wiener of Kev.
Hang on, let me check the dots. Stupid monkey. Is that him? That's got to be him. That's Kev.
I don't know that. I don't think he's ever been. Has he been stupid monkey before? Kev. Okay, yeah, that's Kev. I know his laugh. All right, we're good.
Only my penis will do.
Yours is the only one. We talked to Jill, and he pretty much said that yours is the master of all penises. You can ask him; he'll tell you.
My therapist said I've got to stop saying any penis will do.
Oh, no, I think that's a good thing to tell women.
It is.
I tell them only mine will do.
And now she's found herself to be a sidekick in her own life. I provide a little addictive hit. You know, I get
Who is beating the fuck out of their keyboard?
Her heartbeat faster, makes her think, ooh, did I get away with it?
Sorry, that was me.
Makes me embarrassed.
I hope it was important.
I find it makes my heart race, yeah.
I thought I heard three
That's not
X's.
enjoyable.
There's a lot happening here already.
I know.
So let's just try to focus on every one thing at a time. Let's start.
Is this? Like, what is the shit this is? I don't know what it is. It's endless.
But let's start very much with why, what you said to me on the phone and why it is that you're coming here, which is the process of giving up monkey. The implication there is that it's causing you some discomfort or some problems.
Probably it's not causing her problems, making her money. It's helping her express herself. It's like a compulsion to say the unsayable.
Monkey is a mouthpiece for transgression, to say the unsayable.
You just repeated what she said with hand gestures.
Yes. I'm asking if that feels right to you.
Yes, in some ways. Or why the fuck would she have said it otherwise? No shit, Sherlock.
There seems little point in these sessions if you're just running your comedy routine effectively. Because that's absolutely. So again, I'm just trying to...
I mean, it's a display of the illness, so don't try to cut it out. Enjoy it. Maybe fucking laugh, you tight-ass shithead. That's probably something he would say on.
This psychiatrist guy is really good. You would almost think that he was a real therapist, but instead, he's an actor or a comedian. I forget now, maybe both. And God damn it, he's good in this.
Say what you mean. Like this is all a skit.
Yes.
And he doesn't seem anything like a real therapist.
Well, he seems to be doing a really good job of it. And also very generous, because the straighter he is, the funnier monkey is, which is how the straight man works, of course.
So they found an actor with no sense of humor to play the therapist, right?
Oh, no, I'm sure he has a great sense of humor. He agreed to this after all. But when you're tasked with the role of playing the straight man, I think it's very, very hard, because your natural inclination is to join in for the laughs, and you can't do that.
Okay, all right.
But anyway, there you have it.
Just gonna have to sit here and look at his bald head for a minute because my mouse has died.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's fucking unfortunate. It's charging. I'll just give it a few percent, enough to.
Right. Oh, you could hit K on your keyboard.
Let me see. What does that do?
The letter K starts and stops a YouTube video.
No, I don't think I'm clicked on the window, see?
Oh, okay, never mind.
Let me see if that gave it enough.
If you Alt-Tab. There.
They couldn't find this fella a decent jacket for this? I mean, that looks like some...
What's wrong with his jacket?
It's like a thrift store jacket that they threw on this guy.
Yeah. Well,
God,
you know, these people don't necessarily have a lot of money. Nina might, but
yeah, she could have bought him a jacket for this to make it look like he wasn't homeless.
Hit the Goodwill.
Gave the homeless guy, and they're like, "Sit here while I tell jokes at you with my monkey," and he's like, "Cool."
Right.
No, that's not. That's mean to say. I'm over. We're paused on, and I'm looking at his jacket. I'm going, ew. Maybe that's just me being a snob, and I don't even.
No, it's a bad.
His head is way too white to be a homeless person.
Look at the shoulders. It's a bad cut in that jacket.
True. Kevin's got a good point on the whiteness of his head. You're right. That would be a nice red, unless he wore a cap all the time, which there'd be a line.
He is in the UK. There's a lot of overcast skies there.
Okay, all right. That's good logic. Maybe I should have never even brought up the jacket because we're in a weird place now.
Well, actually, commenting on insignificant details, I find is often hilarious.
You're the prettiest horsey of them all.
But it almost looks like it could be a corduroy jacket, which would be terrible.
I thought that too, and that's why I look closer. And like, I don't see any whales in it, so it's not corduroy, but it's that same material that's just not in whales.
Yeah.
That's like some 70s throwback shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And did you say whales?
What you call in corduroy, the lines are called whales.
The lines.
They are?
How do you spell that?
I don't know.
Oh.
Just look up corduroy and see if it says whales spelled the right way, but I think they're called whales.
Maybe it's Wales, like the place. Wales. I'm going to look that up right now.
Sure.
Maybe you're just making all this shit up just so we'll look it up.
I can't say I've owned a lot of corduroy.
Oh, you can say you've owned a lot.
No, I can't. I wish I could, but like I was a chubby kid, and so if I wore corduroy, there'd be this loud sound as I walked down hallways. So I wouldn't do that, until I lost weight and started looking pretty good.
Corduroy
jackets.
jackets.
Corduroy was out.
They're available on Amazon.
Do you have the patches on the elbows? I wouldn't buy it without the patches on the elbows.
Hot.
Do y'all remember Corduroy the Bear? Those books, or
Yeah,
it's WALE, whale, WALE, wide whale. Yeah.
Wide whale.
See, I didn't even make it up this time. I told you I didn't lie all the time.
Ironic has become a death spiral.
The ribs are called swords and whales.
Okay. Well, wide whale corduroy, Etsy, Canada.
You're welcome.
Maybe
now you know more about corduroy than you ever wanted to know.
That's correct. Maybe corduroy. There should be a corduroy day. You pick some day and make it corduroy day, and then you make that funny sound when you walk.
Yeah, everybody's doing it though, so it sounds like there's bees everywhere, just like this.
But it has to be brown corduroy day.
Yes,
it's gotta be.
Yes.
Or actually, ladies can wear maroon. Or maroon.
Maroon. Okay, maroon. I know that word.
Because maroon means to strand somebody, right?
Right, but they don't have.
Yes.
Oh, I see what you did. But they don't have white corduroy, do they? I've never seen
No,
corduroy
I
and white.
don't think I've ever seen white corduroy. That's
Yeah, they have
usually
white corduroy pants.
reserved-
I've seen them before when I was a kid.
They reserve white for terry toweling.
I don't know who that is.
You don't
When
know
I was
what
a
terry
kid, I went
toweling
to.
is?
No.
Sorry.
Do you, Big Z?
Oh, no, I didn't. I started to interrupt you, and I stopped.
I think I know
Do
what
you know what
toweling
terry
is.
toweling is?
Yeah.
Aren't those very rich towels that are very soft and lengthy?
No.
Toweling.
So,
Toweling.
imagine clothing made out of towel.
Oh, that'd be nice.
Oh,
be nice. Be warm.
And hats and things.
Dolly
Oh,
Parton's
it's come
jacket.
a long way from the 80s when it was in.
Plush.
You want to see it now?
Let's see
It's
it.
actually
Is this
trendy and comfortable.
Is this like the equivalent of like poor white trash, like in America, be like Walmart chic or something?
Oh, I bet that's nice on your batch.
Yeah, imagine like the softest type of towel.
Good for
Oh,
absorbing
okay.
all that ball sweat, right?
Yeah, man.
Wait, now, Steve's gonna act. Look, we're not zebras except for you, so our balls sweat. Yours
Why
are
do
out
they
there
make
blowing in the breeze.
Right.
these
We do that, we
catalogs
get
like
flogged.
this?
They're trying to
just
sexualize
want to look,
women again.
dude. I just wanted to look at terry toweling, which is usually reserved for old people, and now I need to go have a wank. This is not right.
Yeah, couldn't you find better looking women to get excited about?
Less dressed, maybe.
Really?
I don't know. They seem a bit thin, like somebody give them something to eat.
I don't mind a skinny girl.
I'll give them a Happy Meal.
We should complain. They do not have enough plus size models on that website.
Do you like chocolate? I got half a bar.
Oh my god!
I've heard that before.
Do you know anything about clocks? Whack 2 hands and a face on that.
Love that shit.
It's pretty hardcore.
Then you need to
Save that for the
hear Rodney Rude, Australia's greatest comedian.
We need to do an intervention with Sky as soon as possible. He believes that
dude,
corduroy
what's he
is so
done?
cool.
Oh my god,
dude! The
Corduroy.
'90s, when the '90s were over, so was corduroy. Even for the hippies.
Oh god, that's generous.
Yeah.
When I was a kid, I went to a Catholic school for grade 9 and 10, and they had uniforms, and they were typically, if you wanted a long sleeve shirt, they were blue and white gingham with brown pants, corduroy pants, and it just looked ridiculous. But you also had a choice between turtlenecks, which were white, and golf shirts, which were white. And it just looked effing stupid. And
we had plaid shirts at my Catholic school.
Pardon me?
We had plaid shirts.
Yeah. The what, like lumberjack shirts?
No, it was more like kilts, but a shirt.
A kilt.
Yeah,
Holy
kilt.
crap.
Kilt. Scottish.
A kilt too, Hillary?
Oh, I want a terry toweling kilt.
No, you don't.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
you don't want it to blow up too easy. I'm telling you. You want
Did
it,
you
want
know
it to be
that-
That's just like having a
Hubby.
towel wrapped around your waist.
It's really
Hubby,
not. What?
this is me we're talking about. You
Right,
think I don't want it to blow up easy?
You're
wanna
right.
tease 'em
I'm
a little.
sorry. Yes. Why don't you just use a regular towel and cut a hole out for your cockles? Just hang your dick right through the hole in the towel and walk around with it like it's on
That'll work.
display.
Oh, I wonder if they make G-strings in terry toweling.
Yeah, but like, who
Now
likes to have your
That's going to be comfortable.
who likes to have your dick out when it's being Mr. Softy though? Like I don't like that. You know, it just
Yeah, and
doesn't-
you'll have to
doesn't
have
feel
like
as
a little
magnificent when it's soft.
I
like a
don't
little
know that
warmer
I could
strapped
have.
under your junk.
What?
No, I said
Have
you
a
might
little-
have to have like a little warmer strapped under your junk, especially in wintertime.
Oh, yeah, I didn't even think about the cold. I live in the
It's
south. so-
Australia, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the thing is, I would be tempted to try and keep it in its magnificent erection
Yeah.
all day long. So I'd be constantly like reaching down, giving it tugs, and that's going to make people uncomfortable on the bus and in the mall. You know,
Well,
and in the
'cause-
dental
yeah,
chair.
Yeah.
Because getting around with your cock already hanging out is not going to make them uncomfortable, but tugging on it will.
But how are you
Is
going to
that what
not
you-
tug it when it's out? Like, do you ever pull it, like have it out and not touch it?
It's called no. But if you just want to keep it hard,
No,
it's called Viagra.
Notice like that you grab it for no reason, like when you're getting out of the shower or something, you like grab your balls and you're like, what did I think I was going to drop them or some shit? Like, I don't
Yeah.
know why I did that. I step over the thing and I'm like, why am I holding my nuts? What did I think they were going to drag? I thought I was going to hit the edge of the tub there because they're that big. No, I don't know why I do that. It's just when they're out, I got to touch them.
That's the thing, though, with the kilt
Pinky.
or the skirt. Like, you know, it's not as accessible as you would think because you'd still have to go up skirt or down the front. So it's just about as awkward as with pants, you know, except
I'd
you don't
like
have
to point
pockets. So that's even
I'd like
worse.
to point out that
I'll tell you.
kilt set is an anagram for Skittles.
Would you like to try the rainbow?
Maybe, I don't know.
I imagine yes for pissing, but you imagine how easy it would be to take a shit in a kilt.
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes not even when you mean to. Oh wait, you're talking about something else.
Yeah.
My bad.
I was actually
5'11".
picturing myself out in the woods for some reason, not on a toilet. You know, just marching along with your bagpipes and just squat. That's all you got to do. Just squat.
So I was at a punk rock show years ago at a squat house in Richmond, California, and a friend of mine. Yeah, it was like a warehouse that they converted into. It was like part apartment building, and then they ran punk shows there. And my friend was wearing a kilt, and he did that to us. He turns to me and goes, "Hey, check this out." And I go, "What?" And all of a sudden, there's freaking piss splattering on all of our feet, and there's a circle of us. And yeah, he was just pissing right there on the floor from underneath his kilt. And yeah, it made all the ladies squirm and run away. So it's kind of funny. We were drunk, you know.
Hey, just do this advertisement real quick for the 5'11" tactical kilt. This is the one that I particularly prefer. So just buy one.
Statement of fashion. It's a statement of functionality. It's got pockets, it's got style, and it's got rugged durability that can handle anything you throw at it. Designed to handle the most demanding missions, whether it's hiking, hitting the range, or hitting a personal record. It's the choice of those that want to perform in less. And when people ask what to wear underneath a 5'11" commando kilt, boots, of course.
That's disturbing.
Really comfortable. I wear mine when I'm at home. I don't really wear it out like in public everywhere, but when I'm working here on my property, I like to wear it because it's nice to have your balls out.
I wear mine, but I can never find a blouse to match.
Oh, William Masterson has a new video out. Do you guys? Oh, Walter Masterson. Do you know this guy?
I know Dick Masterson.
Still don't know who.
No idea.
Oh, well, he's a professional troll he trolls conservatives by pretending to be on their side. And, for example, there was a Catholic march to protest abortions. So they'd go to an abortion clinic in New York, and he'd go along and he'd start chanting, "We hate women. We hate women." And it just went on, and it was brilliant. There was a lot of improv there. And the people would get upset and say, "Well, you're not with us. You can't stand here," which is, of course, doesn't work, because if you're protesting and he says he's a protester, then of course he can stand there. Maybe I can find it for you guys, but I'll be back in a bit.
Yeah, that sounds great.
Always brilliant. Let me mute myself here. There we go.
Conservative. I don't know if that helps. If you want to practice on me, you can.
Wait, who, me?
No, whoever. I'm just saying, if somebody wants to practice it at trolling conservatives, I'm one. So.
Well, this only works in mass, though, right? Like with the protester. Why am I?
Oh, is that why that works? Well, because you're marmoset.
I am a marmoset.
It is so cute.
When you were watching that lady with the pet monkey, because I don't want to call it a puppet because I don't know that it is for sure, but the lady with the monkey, the comedian, did you find her extra arousing because she had her hand up a monkey's ass?
Oh yeah, this is a total turn on.
Like for me,
no, I'm also attracted to puppeteers, so there's the double whammy there.
Wow, why puppeteers?
Because I dig the way they don't move their mouths. No, no. I appreciate the skill, but also like there's a like the psychology behind that, like, and that's what she's showing. Like, you got to be a little wacky to be a performer sometimes, and like puppeteers take the cake because then you're dealing with like dual personalities and all this different type of shit. Like, you're playing a character, but you're also being yourself at the same time. Like, it's really fucking awkward.
It helps that she's passively attractive too, right?
Oh yeah, she is.
I mean, she's not hot, but she's passively attractive. That mixed with a sense of humor and a quick wit, that's a keeper. I mean, as long as she doesn't like set your dog on fire when she's mad.
Yeah. I found the video. I'll put it in public chat first.
Oh yeah.
And see if and then get it backstage to our hero. Okay, you have it. If you're interested, you can watch it later. If you want something to talk about, you can watch it now.
We're doing it now. Yeah.
We'll do it live.
We'll do it live. Damn it.
Yeah, I can just
This
imagine.
is an axe leg thing that I built, which can easily chop through a cow's leg bone.
One. Oh.
What's going on?
Now, last time I used this exoskeleton, I think I broke my toe. So this time, I added more protection for my feet by welding up a brace and also upgraded the springs on the side for heaps more power. And also welded this big axe on the front. And now I can do a lot more kicking.
Right, roll it to me.
Whoa.
That's it.
Ah.
Are you alright?
Yeah, but also it's stuck. Ow! Oh.
Check out my full videos on YouTube.
I seen that guy.
Yeah. So wait. With that exoskeleton, is that robotic? He has to use some kind of
just manual.
Click the evil god one.
Loaded.
Click the evil god one. See that link,
one?
the evil god. Yeah, click that shit. The one that's really pretty evil god. I watched that this morning. Just click it. I want to make sure that's the one I watched.
This one?
That's that's the one I
The only links is Jill and Big
No,
Ben.
it wasn't the link. It was on the screen. It was like after the video played, it shows all the options. But that's okay. Don't worry about it. Don't worry. I'll find it in my history and bring it up.
This one.
Okay, let's see it.
One?
Yeah.
Hang on, but let's look at how long does yours go for?
Yeah, let's do his. He had his in first. It's cool.
All right.
Okay, where'd yours go?
The guy on the right who's with the bald head is a priest, I think.
I can't find the bloody. Oh, there we go.
Women, we hate women. We hate women.
You're not with our group. I don't
Yes,
want you
I am with you.
No, you're not.
I am with you. I hate women.
Mine is somewhere
I
over
hate
there.
women. I'm supposed to be here.
This church group of forced birthers and pro-lifers, forced birthers, whatever you want to call them,
They are going to march to Planned Parenthood and block Planned Parenthood.
This is what a
Our
feminist
plan is
looks
to
like.
obstruct. Why do they have to block Planned Parenthood early on a Saturday morning? Do they think we're not going to get up? A lot of people are going to counter protest, but I thought, hey, why counter protest when you can join as a forced birther? So I thought I would join their little march to Planned Parenthood and put an honest face on their movement. Let's do this.
An honest face. This guy doesn't even listen to himself.
I mean, I
He's like
respect
the
this guy,
Jill
but
of
he
that
is a
group.
dead ringer for Jeff Dahmer, right?
A dead ringer for Jeffrey Dahmer?
Yeah.
You don't think so? Yeah.
No, I don't think a dead ringer. I think you could probably you could kind of make him look similar, but
Passing.
yeah,
His hair
you have to go back
usually
to the
looks better.
70s
Maybe
look.
his anyway.
And I love him getting into his extreme right camo of putting on a U.S. flag pin.
He's really great at it. It's amazing the things he does. But I don't want to interrupt his thingamabob here.
Okay, so they're actually going to march.
It's fine. They haven't done this in literally months.
Okay, here. Let's join this march. We are going to march to Planned Parenthood and harass ordinary people trying to get health care. It was never about abortion. We just want to control women. Right. We hate women. We hate women.
This is somebody
We
that
hate
you admire,
women.
Steve.
That's why
he's
we're
brilliant.
here.
How does this
I
translate to
support this
brilliant?
man and his fight
Watch
to
it.
stop
Watch and
people
learn.
from receiving
I am
health
watching
care of
it.
any kind. He's been a fervent defender of people receiving health care. Wait, I'm sorry. What are you? Okay. This guy, you know, he's
He gave his
really
nuts a
hard.
tug.
Can you go do this somewhere else?
Why are you touching him?
Why are you touching him? Are you touching me? Why are you touching him? Don't touch him. Don't touch him.
Yes, I am. I hate women. I hate women. I'm supposed to be
You do
here.
not belong to our group.
Yes,
and I want to be hearing that in my
I
ear.
believe that America is a Christo-fascist state, and I hate women. Can I stay now? Whatever happened to church and state? They used to be friends. If we can stop some people from getting health care today, I think it's been a success. This is a great way for us to control women, and we will support this, forever.
He's like
Hey,
a
how you
pussy
doing,
with
sir?
ears.
How you doing?
Listen, you're not with our group. I don't
Yes,
want you
I am
standing-
with you.
No, you're not.
I am with you. I hate women.
want you somewhere
I
over
hate
there,
women.
okay?
I'm supposed to be here. I hate women. I'm supposed to be here. Are you telling me
So we're not with our group.
What
You
do-
do
I
not
am-
belong
I
here.
am with you. I hate women.
He's not with our group.
Yeah, I hate women. Yes, I am. I hate women.
That's wild.
I hate women. That's why I'm here. Okay. I deserve to be here. I think everyone here agrees with me. I 100% agree. I'm here because I cannot trust women to make their own decisions in life.
That's true.
If I could trust women to make their own decisions, then I'd be with you people.
Someone mistakes him for being real, and a woman gets
Women
really
making
upset
their own
with it, and
decisions.
it's hilarious.
Can you imagine that? If we were real Christians, we would support women in the right to choose. We're not real Christians. We want everyone to know that. If we actually cared about women or children, we would support tons of social programs, but we don't because that's socialism, apparently. Why are we here? We kind of don't know. If we cared about children, we would, listen. When I hate women. I'm supposed to be here. I'm just a person that hates women and hate women. I'm supposed to be here. What are you doing? I'm with the forced birthers. Yes, clear the way. Clear the way. Yes, we are here to let everyone know how much we hate women. And we're going to go block Planned Parenthood where they give out health care. Yes. Yes. That's why we're here. That's why we're here. Clear the way. We're trying to stop people from getting health care. Abortion is for rich people. We need to ban abortion so that only rich people have access to it. We don't want these poor people getting abortions or something. What is that? So health care is a human right? Oh, yeah. I bet you also think that housing is a human right as well. And maybe all of us should have food. Okay. All right. Some of you really need to learn the teachings of Jesus. Am I right? Am I right? We are a Christo-fascist country. Okay, that's what we are. We're not here to spread the teachings of Jesus. We are here to spread Christo-fascism. Abortion is healthcare, and healthcare is socialism. Go make $1 billion from an apartheid emerald mine. Then you can have some rights. Jesus wanted the free market. He would have loved Elon Musk today.
There she is.
How do all of us hate women? How do all of us hate women? We all came from women. We're here to stop women or people from getting health care. That's what we're here to do. We want to control women. That's why we're against health care of any kind. Any of you bothered to read the Bible, you'd see that it mentions abortion nowhere in the Bible at all. Why are you blocking this man? He's not allowed within 500 feet of Planned Parenthood as per the law. This man has a restraining order because he fights for people receiving health care. Been great at stopping people from getting health care, all right? Because health care is socialism. We all know that, right?
Anyway, it goes on for a long time. But there was a brilliant one where they were in front of Congress, and they were talking with someone who was anti-abortion, and they said at one point, they said, "Oh, we have something for you," and they gave him a little baby doll with a diaper on it, and he says, "What? Well, I don't want this," and they said, "Well, why did you take it if you weren't ready for the responsibility?" And they refused to take it back, and it was quite funny. Okay, maybe this is just my sense of humor, but no one else is in.
No, it's a room full of righties.
Oh, okay.
I'm probably the only other lefty here.
Look, I'm just trying not to be a dick about it, because like I get that people respect different types of humor.
Yeah.
Or whatever. And I think that those protesters, whatever you want to say about them, they were a lot nicer than I think I would have been. Yeah, no, I wouldn't have touched him or anything, but I would have definitely focused my attention on him to a point where he would have been uncomfortable.
They do, of course, counter protesting is also like they can start praying at him if they wanted to. They could surround him.
Yeah, it's not like all of them are religious.
Yeah, he seemed like he had a pretty big for that.
I got given one of those megaphones there, so if I go down there, I'll like go down and just to thank them for not allowing criminal element to our society. More white babies.
He actually is required. He's required to stop using the microphone, the megaphone, because it's disturbing others, and so a police officer comes up and tells him to cut it out.
Right, but you understand how childish what he is doing. He's totally misrepresenting their side and trying. I mean, he's being an absolute clown.
Well,
he
actually,
he's doing something brilliant, and some people would agree.
Well, I would say that I would say it is satire. That satire, not parody, but satire.
Okay. I get that.
Close to.
But what he's doing is he's concreting in their minds what they all. Hold on. He's making it concrete in their minds what they already believe about the opposing side. He's saying people that are there are going to look at this and be like, yeah, they're totally misrepresenting us. It's just like this, and it's just like this person. It's just like Jill said. You don't want people fucking agreeing with Jill, right? But when you have asshats out there like that. These people are going, that retarded Calvinist told me that liberals are all like this.
To be fair, that's why you use ad absurdum, right? You use ad absurdum to say, what does this look like to other people? If I was, if I'm not breaking down all the minutiae of my beliefs, what does this look like to other people?
I don't want to force people to watch or like Walter Masterson. So I'm going to shut up now. If you didn't like it, then by all means, don't like it.
Well, look, man, I thought you wanted to talk about it, and then I'm not trying to.
Oh,
put
I
you
see.
On the spot.
Well,
I'm not
if
putting
you
you on the spot, I'm putting.
well, I'm willing to talk about it. You see,
Okay.
if you look at Walter Masterson, what he's doing, what he's saying is, what are the consequences of trying to stop abortion? And the consequences is forced birth.
Not what he was
No, it's
saying. What
not.
he was saying
He was saying they were
these
forced
people hate
birthers.
women.
It's not.
No,
It's not forced
he's
birth.
saying these people hate women, and he's painting the whole group of them in that way.
He's also saying that murder is healthcare. So, I mean, I hate to go Godwin, but 1940s was that healthcare?
Don't go.
And I just got to respond what you said before, and to Jill, the difference about like making fun of you with the avatars and shit, bro. We do it to each other as well.
Mm-hmm.
It's not just the fucking ad homs and the rudeness and disrespect that you're talking about. That you do, sorry. That's the difference.
Right. But it's making a parody, and Jill does this for the conservatives. He makes a parody of what the arguments are, and it keeps people from actually discussing what the argument is. Who the fuck is this?
Well, isn't it hateful to say, with this business about hating women, isn't it hateful to say, well, we can't allow women to decide whether or not
to kill a baby?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's not. It's hateful to kill a baby. First off, if you're willing to start there,
Yes.
Yeah, it is.
Is it a baby? I mean,
Yeah,
it's a 6-week-old blastocyst.
Yeah, it's a human life.
Okay.
12 weeks.
Well, I would hate to. I'm not sure it's appropriate for me to try and. Should we be wrestling each other to the ground?
No,
trying to
Steve,
prove
it's not even that complicated. It's just
It
is the value human life in our world? Is the value human life?
No. Oh,
is it a human being? Like 4 cells clustered together. Is that a human being?
I didn't say
Is it
human
a
being.
human
I said
being?
human
Actually,
life.
yes.
It's
Yes,
a
it
human
is a
life, and it
human.
is a being.
It is?
It's a being,
So-
and it's human, but it's life.
I
It's
feel
human
like
life.
you're phrasing that backwards though. Is a human life intrinsically valuable?
Yes, that's what
under what
our
conditions?
laws are based on.
What
you're a
about the
lesbian too,
life
aren't
of the woman or the family that we don't
She
value
raped.
human?
No, let's
Yes.
get to the point. Was she raped? Did she bring upon the circumstance? Did she bring it upon herself, or did she if she was raped? Then I give you that. If she wasn't, then she made a choice and put herself in jeopardy, and now wants to kill the baby as a consequence. And that's not the way that was supposed to work.
Well, does a rape baby not have intrinsic value? What about an incest baby?
I don't really think it's good to kill babies of any sort, but I understand the
Okay.
idea that the person has no culpability in rape. They didn't do that. I don't think it's good to kill the baby, but that would be something that I would say would be on the female. But again, it doesn't change the action is related to a choice that she made if it wasn't rape.
Can I ask
if a
another
woman-
question?
Sure.
What necessity is there to regardless of whether it was rape or not, why is there a necessity to carry the potential life, right, the fetus, all the way to term, right, if it's no longer, or if it's not yet amongst the living, we should say, right? Why is there the necessity to keep to preserve the life?
Is it a human life there? Because it goes back to the actual value of what we are.
really.
Is it a human life? Because if it's an ostrich life, or if it's a frog life, I'm not nearly as concerned. But,
Well, it's a human life, but it's a human who has not yet been alive.
But it is alive,
And
it's still a
see,
human. It's not another species.
The argument is what our language won't fucking allow, which is a fetus a human? And that's the discussion we need to be having, because the two sides are, no, it's not a human yet, and yes, it is a human. The life thing, the second the two sex cells join together, is that now called a life? Like that, we don't have a hard and fast definition. That's
That
the
would be a
argument. It's not
gamete, I
about
think.
potential
it's
human.
not about
Potential human is a good one.
yeah.
But it's not a potential human. Once the egg is fertilized, I'm not sure if that's alive, but it is human and a unique human.
Well, see, I would say the opposite. It may be alive, but is it yet a living human? Or is it an unborn potential human?
No, it is definitely human. There are 23 pairs.
It's Brojo.
What up?
Hey, Brojo.
What's up,
I
Brojo?
would like to,
How's
because
it
we
smelling
rarely
here?
change each other's minds on such things, it might be a really interesting conversation. But I'm not sure, should we be doing this? I mean, we agree on so much, and we're going to pick the one thing we don't agree on.
Wait. If we're not okay, so we go back to the idea of the guy's humor being genius, and this stems from us saying that he's making it. You even admit it's a parody, but what he's doing is a false characterization of what their stance is, and
It's
trying
pretty
to
close.
Well, I understand that that's
Okay,
how you
so
feel about it.
Should we do the same kind of satire with atheism?
Or what about Jill? Can't we do that with Jill? We could do the same thing.
But it wouldn't work because he'd just deny it because it's obviously a straw man.
Yeah.
What? What about
I
the people
think we
who
should be
troll the
making
Baptist?
fun of every minority, every kind of person you can think of, every group. We should make fun of the lot. Then there is no discrimination. Then there is no issue. If you can make fun of everybody, then no one's getting picked on.
Sure, but
And
then
that's
if
how
you
it
want to
used to
work through
be.
the issue, though, then you have to drop the silliness and get right into what the facts are and what you're discussing. Because if you're not going to reason with someone, you're not going to change their mind through satire.
Yes, but imagine, well, what he's doing, of course, what if these people feel embarrassed and uncomfortable in doing these protests when women go in to Planned Parenthood?
Well,
what
the
if
way
the
I
people
see it-
protesting now feel embarrassed? It might.
See, but
solve
that's the thing. I don't even like, as someone that's supposedly on that side of the argument, I don't even think that he's being effective. I think Will's right, because I think that it's the same with religion. I know that religious people won't react to certain kinds of making fun. It doesn't work. The only people who enjoy it or who see the value and go, yeah, that's some good points, is the people who already agree with him.
Well, I think
Now,
the
that
flip
doesn't
side of
mean
that
it's
is
not.
like with
I was
like
just gonna
social
say to
media.
finish,
Oh yeah, you
it
finish.
doesn't mean it doesn't mean that it's not funny or that his points aren't relevant or that that I don't necessarily agree with him. I think that is the worst way you can go about it if you want to try and get to somebody.
I think
On the
because
flip side
of that,
he's pissing him off.
What if someone was trolling the pro-abortion side and started doing like a little song, like saying,
the
"We
same.
support the death of babies"?
It's the same.
Yeah.
And what if they started singing like, "We need another Holocaust, a Holocaust every day"?
I'm telling you, it is the same.
Yeah,
My
it
advice
would.
about this would be the same to either side who's trying to make
Okay.
change through
That's
ridicule.
consistent. But you would be, if you wanted to troll pro-abortionists, you could do it. You'd have the freedom to do it, though.
Yes, absolutely.
It's also it's not necessarily about
But what did
affecting
you
those
wanna
people.
say?
You're not changing their minds directly.
No.
Me again. But if it's also to deter other people from the same behavior. So if they see those people later on social media, online somewhere, they're less likely to attend the protest because they're now looking at externally.
Well, the effect is going to be the same for the viewer, whether they're on the scene or whether they're watching the video, because I'm watching the video. I wasn't there, but I'm looking at it and I'm going, this is not conducive to any sort of like discussion or reasoning.
Yeah.
This is only going to harden, because it was
If
hardening
the
me.
guy
I was
had a
sitting here
valid
going,
argument, he wouldn't be making these straw men.
right, exactly. If someone came up to me and be like, would you like to debate this? You want to change my mind on it or something? Okay, I'm down to reason, because that's gonna cause me to have to lay out my argument and compare it against their argument and find out where the point of contention is. But just by going, these people hate women, or these people are what was the one that used a minute ago for the other side? Whatever.
But I don't think that's the point, though. Most people aren't looking at things that way. Most people aren't really, I mean, I don't think big picture thinking. So they're looking at is how are people going to perceive me? They're not actually looking at the nuance of the argument. They're looking at what am I going to look like if my face is plastered on the screen associated with this?
I'm going to shut down the other side from protesting by embarrassing them.
Yeah,
he was trying to pull like a Triumph the Comic Dog deal there.
So I'm just going to interrupt for a second.
Yeah.
Here's Richard.
Good morning, peace and respect, gentlemen.
Strength and honor.
Strength and honor with you.
Hello, Richard.
And I'm going to take the executive call because abortion fucking gets under my skin.
Right.
And I'm going to do this if we all wanted to have a look at it. We don't have to watch the whole thing, and I'll speed it up as well. Did you want to say something, Bro Joe, before we do? Because you didn't really get a chance to chime in.
I came in the middle of your discussion, so I just found out you were talking about abortion.
So I'll give you.
It is about abortion, but it's not. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You're right. It was a dude who was protesting with the anti-abortion people by pretending to be anti-abortion, but arguing their side very hyperbolic, but very hyperbolic, because they weren't there marching to control women. That might be a perceived outcome, yeah, but it's about saving babies in their mind. So to be standing there saying, we want to control women, it's disingenuous. Even if that's what we think that's what they're doing. And so that was what the discussion was about, is it effective to do that sort of parody? Are you actually going to reach the side you're making fun of, or are you just going to make them harden their hearts, as it were?
Mockery has its place sometimes.
Yeah.
All righty. I want to see this evil god.
Yeah, all right, here we go.
Yahweh, right?
You got it.
Derek from MythVision has dropped a super chat that is the question that I was going to start off with. So, Derek, thanks for kicking off the conversation with a beautiful question. And it's, love Dr. Lily. Question. Please tell me how the Apocryphon of John paints Yahweh as the wicked creator, and why do the Christians think this way?
Hi, Derek. Thank you so much. And that is a really awesome question. I have to say that I probably nuance this a little bit differently than some of my other colleagues do. And one of the things that that I think is really interesting in this use of Yahweh is that I don't actually think it's supposed to be necessarily the creator of the world from the Hebrew Bible. And let me say a little bit more about that. So one of the things that the Apocryphon of John is doing is playing with these two different stories that we get in the Genesis narrative. So if any of you have read Genesis recently, there are actually two creation.
Is that speed okay?
Yeah, but before you go further, this is exactly what I was trying to talk to Jill about this morning when he came in here and he got all retarded on me and didn't let me finish. So I'm really glad that you're playing this.
It was meant to be.
Hey, you could say that.
I hope he's out there watching.
Narratives embedded in Genesis 1 through 3. And we get this first creation narrative where we get the creation of the world out of the void, out of the chaos. God creates things and it's good. And then God says, let us create a human being in our image, male and female. They created them. And then we start again and God creates the world again. And this is the story where we get the Adam and Eve story from, is this kind of second narrative of creation. The interesting thing about this is that in the first narrative of creation, so we're going to go with the Septuagint on this. And so this is the Greek translation of the Hebrew scriptures. In that first narrative, God is called theos, so the Greek word for God. In the second narrative, God is called Yahweh. So it's Elohim in the first. The second one is Yahweh, and Yahweh is actually translated as Kurios or Lord, which also translates as Master, which is also the title given in Greek most of the time for the Roman emperor. And so I actually think that they are playing. So playing two narratives, and so you get this first creation.
What was that? Did someone want to comment?
I think that was on the video.
Oh, it was him. Okay.
Which is the creation of the above, the world that's kind of in perfect harmony with the first Adam.
She is excited, isn't she?
Both of them are
wonderfully harmonious.
A little what?
Both of them are, but she's kind of she's really enthusiastic about being here. She's super gleeful.
I want to take her out to lunch.
Like her. I think she looks like a sweetheart. And then as long as she pays the bill, the tab, though, then that will make her a sweetheart.
What?
I'd like to take her out and let her buy me lunch.
Yeah. Olive Garden.
So it must be their shitty cameras, because I've cranked that right up to 1080 and it's still blurry. So
that's because she's so excited. She's glowing. That's what's happening right now.
More focused.
She's Madam Curie.
She's looking at that guy's beard. I feel the same way about that guy.
She's vibrating at a high frequency.
I'd like a vibrator at a high frequency. Wait a minute. I'm sorry. That was wrong. Olive Garden.
You and your guilt obsession.
Before we get this rupture, and then
look at her. What's wrong with that? Do you think she's not attractive?
No, but I mean, I wouldn't say no, probably.
You were the one that was making the arguments against 72 virgins. We're talking about a wise woman, an experienced woman.
Yes.
Now you're like, I'd rather have the virgins.
You don't believe one. I just need to keep up an impression. But I'm not some filthy heathen that wants 72 virgins. Dude, they're gonna last me eternity. Of course I want 72. I'm worried it's not gonna be enough.
Like Kleenex, huh?
Yeah. And unless it's different in heaven, once I've had them, they're not a virgin anymore. So
magical hymens, magical healing hymens.
It better be.
Mater.
And then in the second narrative,
because I'm announcing that I'm a Muslim on my deathbed, just in case.
We actually have the creation of Adam and Eve from the earth, which is what we get in Apocryphon of John in this second set of stories, the second creation story that's there as well. So one of the things that I think they're doing, and I have to say who I'm really following on this is Karen King, but taking very seriously that this is a critique of these Roman emperors, the kings in the ancient world who claim themselves to be gods and really think that they're the ones who are in control of everything, do try and actually control everything through violence, kind of in the name of peace, maybe taking the name of peace in vain with things like the Pax Romana. So so
that's interesting. So we have this, like, to play off what you just said, let's go with it. All right. So you have this idea of spirits that are controlling things like demiurge, and there's daemons underneath it, and then so that's representative of the heavens and different realms. But on Earth, you have a similar setup, but it's the Roman emperor at the helm, who's sort of like the demiurge, followed by these satraps, governors, whatever they are, and these are the principles of the powers that be, what do you call the rulers, the archons?
The archons, principalities, powers, archons.
Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, so that, and I don't necessarily want to take away the mythological form of this. I mean, these are really.
I wish you'd get the comment off the screen, but that's just my
He's giving Derek the love for, that's Myth Vision Derek.
Oh,
he's giving his dick a tug a little bit there.
Full-blown myths. They're using as many resources as they can from their environment, but so many of them are using what we would talk about as Jewish tropes, that to think of them as anti-Jewish in this way, I think misses the ways in which they're actually using things like midrashic interpretational methods to really play with these stories and look for multiple meaning in them. If you're not really interested in Jewish stories for existence, which is,
just want to acknowledge that I appreciate that Richard would be sitting here screaming inside his head, biting his tongue.
I have been.
I know. I just wanted to acknowledge that, brother.
He's got one of those stress balls, and he has squeezed the stuffing out of that shit.
If you feel there's a point that's that pertinent, you can't help it.
I'm trying to be fair and wait for her to finish the thought, which she has not, concerning the translation versus the early Christian ideas that it was translated from into the Greek.
But that's the battlefield that we're on right now, though, with this back and forth, though. So when
I'm taking notes.
Right, yeah, that's that. I know you don't know from the inside, but this is where all the conflict comes from, is the Christian view of the text.
I know.
I have to go score a coffee, but please hang in there and keep going without me.
Steve, why did you say it like you're going to go steal coffee?
Score a coffee. That's
Score.
the same
He's
thing.
going to go see his dealer in the kitchen.
Yeah, sort of. That's pretty like it. Thank you, Richard.
You're welcome.
Be right back.
He's a lefty. Of course he's going to steal a coffee.
Liberal.
Oh.
I'm totally teasing. I'm teasing.
which is kind of one of the narratives that comes out of this scholarship sometimes. Why would you pick the Adam and Eve story as the one that you're going to elaborate? Just as kind of one of many questions we could ask about this.
Yeah, before I move on to the next super chat, I just want to ask you, because this sort of begs the question about Marcion and then these other groups, like, for example, this one, I think the best example, I think, are the Canaanites.
Dude, this chick is like jumping out of a chair to talk about this shit. Oops,
the Canaanites are saying Cain is the good one because he's the tiller of the land. He's not offering up meat for blood, like he's the peaceful. So where do you think do you think that we shouldn't be looking at these groups sort of as like,
oh my God, are the Canaanites named after Cain?
Different debate.
Okay, thank you.
Together, we should look at them all separately, maybe.
So that's one of the questions that I have had for a long time and continue to ask is, what are the ways, particularly these groups that have primarily, that kind of the scholarly lenses that we use have primarily been shaped by the anti-heresiological writings. What would it look like if we kind of just got rid of the categories for a little bit and really started looking and seeing what's there? And again, I feel like I need to name Karen King in this because a lot of this comes from her really fine work on this. But thinking about this real diversity that happens within the first many centuries in the early Christian, early Jesus movement milieu before Christianity is really a codified thing. And that, so we get both similarities, overlaps, and differences between all of these texts. And we've wanted to codify them very easily. But the thing that I think that it obscures is both the similarities between texts that we were told, oh, this is orthodoxy, this is heresy, they don't have anything in common, right. or between different heresies, different things that are orthodox that actually have a lot of difference baked within them. But because we've created these meta narratives around heresy and orthodoxy, and I might say that, Gnosticism becomes a stand-in for heresy in certain ways, that it actually obscures many of these. So, like, for example, Apocryphon of John uses this wonderful piece of Enoch, which is basically a critique of empire and Enoch. And I remember reading, and I'm not going to remember who this is at the moment, but a really wonderful scholar of this literature basically saying, this is great. Apocryphon of John is clearly using Enoch, but the Gnostics don't really care about these political critiques, but Enoch does. So it's just missing the boat on Enoch. Instead of asking the question of, could Apocryphon of John actually be making a political critique about this? And that's actually the reason why it's using First Enoch in this way. So those are the types of questions that I think, for me,
I think
have been really, really helpful. So I have to say, I'm still kind of moving my way through some of these major heresies and thinking about what it means to ask different questions concerning what it's said that they believe, and then going back to the text and seeing what's actually there.
And I think what I really think people should, I don't know, you do whatever you want, but like me personally, the idea of these groups are heresies, these groups are, not or orthodox, like that needs to go. The idea that there's a I hate when people say proto-orthodox, that needs to go too. Like, oh, I get it. Okay, you're looking at Justin Martyr and you're saying he lines up good with what the church later on described as orthodox. All right, fine. I guess you can say it's proto-orthodox, but like, really though, these other groups aren't, like the Valentinians, they're not being called heresies in their time. People are like, oh, that Valentine is so famous and great. The Nicene preacher is so famous and great. It's not till later that they sort of get tarnished by these texts. So.
Well, and I think that's just to say too, that's the thing about this word heresis anyway, that where we get heresy from is that it really just means difference. And it used to just describe a whole bunch of different philosophical schools that might have been in competition with one another, but there wasn't this like, this is good and this is bad necessarily. And, I think about like the physician Galen from the 2nd century, who talks about Christianity actually as a philosophy. And he's like, they believe some kind of weird stuff, but there are some really great things about this philosophy, Christianity. And so there are ways too in which Christianity, in all its multiple forms, really fits into this larger milieu of thinking about, what are the ways, what are the techniques that we can use, the techniques of the self, to live the good life. And so in this way, again, what happens when we start to put these different literatures in conversation with one another, and to think about somebody like Valentinus as well, who, he was up for bishop in Rome before he was
almost the Pope, guys. He was almost the Pope. Yeah,
exactly. And so realizing that these folks aren't actually that far away from each other. And then even bringing up someone like Justin Martyr, when we even start to label him as proto-Orthodox, what are things that are obscured in those writings as well? When we're automatically assuming this place where it's like things have worked out already. We already know what's going to happen. And again, we miss the ways in which there's so much contingency in these first few centuries of the movement, as they're the creativity is just amazing. And what I don't want to suppress that in my scholarship, maybe is the way I'll say it.
I agree. That's why I love having you on here to explain these things. Derek is back with another one. Is it fair to say their situation in the empire or in their environment is reflected in their mythology? Any way to unravel their mythology that way? Good question.
So that's,
okay, before we go on, oh, that's not Brojo, that's me. Oh, Brojo, if you're there,
yes,
I honored you tonight. It's because it's my 30th episode, so I wanted to get a party avatar, and looking at my avatars, and you were the most party. So
I have busted so many nuts. I thought I was muted. My bad.
Yeah.
So,
thank you.
And it's also a bit of a retort to Jill, because he tried to say like us doing the funny avatars and that is an excuse for him to be disrespectful on panels, because we are disrespectful and dishonest. And I put this up and said, but we do it to each other. Like, it's not the same kind of disrespect as you're doing by over talking people, not listening when people talk, coming back and going, just continuing on with your spiel when I talked for 10 minutes and he didn't listen to a single thing I said. Fuck off, mate. But yeah, any comments on what you've seen so far?
Hell yeah.
All right.
Hang on, Jill. Oh, hang on. No, you're not Brojo. I keep thinking you're Brojo. Here, this one. Brojo, any comments?
What you just said, fuck Jill.
All right.
Awesome.
About
I'll
the video.
go with that.
Video.
Yeah, that was what it was meant to be, about the video. Did you have any comments about the video?
Fuck Jill.
I got a little sidetracked in the comments section, so. Yeah.
Okay, that's cool. Next is PJ.
Yeah, I like to refrain from saying "fuck Joe" until I get my bike back. I don't want any extra damage to occur. As quickly as possible, please.
And didn't you lend him another 20? You got to stop giving him money, PJ. You know
Yeah,
he's
because it's
not
always
buying
like the
food,
40s
but-
got broken or I got jumped at the store. He never comes back with anything. He just takes the 20s and goes. I'm tired of it.
Yeah.
He's just
Is
taking
this a running
advantage,
gag? I don't know this one.
Yes.
It does sound
It is
hilarious.
now.
It's an impromptu running gag. Yeah.
Okay.
I
Stole my bike first, PJ.
I'm gonna
That sucks, right? We gotta
guess
get him.
This is Hillary's.
Yes.
Would you like to comment, Hillary's?
Oh.
Nope, he's away from the keyboard, I imagine.
Okay. Hey,
Filthy zebra atheist. Do you have anything?
still
to
not
say?
not a
Liberal?
horsey, but okay.
Not what it says on your screen right there. It says prettiest
There.
horsey ever.
True. I am related to horses and of course asses.
That
just to
shows
be
sometimes.
honest. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I will take that compliment and run with it.
Okay.
Don't you mean gallop?
Pretty pony.
That leaves before Richard, because I think you're going to be the only one that has anything to comment. Will, anything new you want to say? That was
No,
pretty
because I
much
said a lot of this stuff in the beginning when I was arguing with Jill that he refuses to listen. But anyway, she's never mind. I don't want to say it all again.
And Richard, aliens did it. Your motherfuckers need Jesus.
There you go. Okay,
I'm
so
kidding. Go, Richard.
no, it's fine. It's absolutely fine. The sad thing is I don't sound like a professional because I don't have the education, I don't have the vocabulary, and I'm not even sure I sound trustworthy. But anyway, okay, so they asked why Adam and Eve. The overall concept in the end of the Bible is to correct old ideas. So they mention old ideas like Adam and Eve. Also Cain. If you were natural Hebrew speaking, and why Cain is good and Cain is rewarded is not because God is evil, but because Christians don't know the Hebrew language. And if you did a little bit of research, as I have, you would find out that the word Cain means transition, and the word that comes out in English as Abel, like it's a name, means vanity. So it's about the internal struggle that each of us have in transitioning away from our vanity and becoming an adult, considering others, etc., like that. So the story is transition goes into a wilderness and confronts his brother vanity and slays him. And grow up, Christians. It's not what you think it is. I don't know that John is using Enoch as a political critique or not, because I don't know the politics of that day and age. And is Myth Vision's second question, is society writing religion? I paraphrased and made it simpler. He's trying to sound fancy. Well, sort of, because religion isn't given to any given society until they're already well established in societal norms. So since it's using animism to describe a future event, and it wants the people to be able to grasp the story somewhat and retain it in their social memory, of course you have to use symbology and ideas that align to the society. So you can reverse engineer that and say something like, oh, it looks like the society wrote the religion. That's it.
Richard, this is a little bit off topic, but there's someone in chat whose name is Blessed Be He.
Familiar with them.
Pardon me?
I'm familiar with them.
Yeah, is this that person that's a relative of yours, a sibling? Or is this just someone else?
No.
Definitely not. Unless you say the whole human race is related, in which case I'd be inclined to agree. But are we born of the same parents? Absolutely not.
What is Beck's handle?
Would have been fine, Richard.
What the Beck?
Where did I get Blessed? Maybe it was Blessed Beck at one point?
No, Beck used to have B in his
Right.
name, I'm sure. Didn't he? B-E?
Yeah.
B
Okay,
family or something.
Thank you. I just had that wrong. No.
It's the BE bit.
Sorry for the confusion. Blessed be he.
Yeah, blessed be he's here for me. He's not here for anybody else right now.
Yes.
He,
blessed be he would be extremely stressed by the idea of being compared to a trans man. So.
Well, also,
yeah,
hold
but
on, wait,
he's great.
I know.
Why
That's
wouldn't
the beauty of it, Richard?
Well, no, it's out here right now, so I'm just going to say something. Like Blessed Be is talking about why would you platform Richard with when he's spreading things that aren't true? And my comment is, all of the Christians are spreading things that aren't true that I've been learning about. So what do you have to say about that? Like, are you going to stop like trying to preach in the side chat? Or go ahead.
I can tell you what he'll say. You have lost the way, Will. Look within you. His kingdom is within you. Have you forgotten?
Well, what I discovered was when I looked within myself, I realized that my conscience doesn't line up with that filthy fucking Old Testament. And so I want nothing to do with whatever that's about.
And
it doesn't line up with the other Christians that I've been around either. So I can't really say that I can be one of them.
The thing is that this Blessed Be He character, if he were to emulate Richard's brother, they'd be doing very well for themselves. I like him. I don't know who this guy is.
Blessed Be He is a trope master.
Oh.
And he
Sorry,
really,
not familiar.
I don't know that he is just here for you, Will. He has an obsession with
Richard. I know. I was trying
Richard lives in his head.
I was originally trying to not let Richard pay too much attention to what Blessed Be was saying by saying it was about me, but then I was like, Richard's just going to look at it now, and so I was like, hey, let's get on the table. This is what he's saying about Richard. Yeah.
My apologies to Richard, and I didn't realize I was encouraging talking about this particular character who's a nuisance.
Absolutely fine.
Okay.
No, it's fine.
But like, we might not agree with Richard on all of this, but Richard at least brings something to the table that's logical and is willing to reason about it. So even if he has his own understanding of it, he's still willing to come in and represent it honestly.
And can I say, my opinion is that you are jealous as hell, buddy, that we like and love Richard and we respect him enough to respect his beliefs and to critique his beliefs, because he's here with a belief that most would consider crazy, but he has the balls to be in here defending himself while you're sitting out there spouting absolute fucking nonsense, my friend.
Big fuzzy balls, okay? You find your own.
Big fuzzy balls.
Does he mean backhoe driver? What's a backhoe?
He does. And you don't drive a backhoe, you operate it. A driver is someone who transports it from one place to another.
Right. Yeah.
I actually know how to use the thing.
Actually, I really object to this sort of contempt. You get your theology from a backhoe driver. The apostles were fishermen. You're getting your theology from a fisherman? It's a terrible thing to do, to express our contempt for each other, because if I drive a truck, or if I'm a gardener or landscaper, I mean, what the hell? Aren't these people allowed to have intellectual lives?
Yeah, and it never mentions that Jesus actually has a real job. It just says his dad was a carpenter. I mean, you can assume he did it too, but you don't know. He might have been just like bumming around his whole life.
No, he was a lazy layabout. Yeah, see, now, is this a subject change because we just called him out? Or is he like got us on mute and he's just posting random shit like he does?
No, let's take the lightest possible light of that and say, okay, he decided that the tropes weren't really effective, and now he's engaging with someone personally. Good.
Well,
hey, but Kev gets the comment of the day. Look at this shit.
Well done, sir.
I missed the comment. What was it?
The one that he's responding to?
Gets his whole faith from an unlicensed carpenter.
Hey, Sammy, you're coming in muddy.
Yeah. Zebra, the comment reads, "This jagoff gets his whole faith from an unlicensed carpenter."
Oh, okay. Yeah. I didn't realize Trustee was also named Kevin, so I didn't get the reference. I'm amazed people still know me as Steve. Who was it in here who, aside from you, Richard, knows my name is Steve?
Anyone by their real name except Richard,
all of us
because
now.
it's the name he uses.
Okay.
I called you Steve earlier, but I've known you for a lot longer than you've known me.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you.
Like
Yeah, my name used to be my real name before I changed it to Big Zebra.
When people call PJ Victor, I'm like,
Okay.
who are they talking about?
I had to stop calling him
That's because
V.
I'm winning.
Like I knew Victor as V. Seriously, forever.
That was-
And so I had
my
to
old
change
account
it.
was V.
Now he's PJ, and I can't. If he changes it again, I'm fucked.
Oh.
I'm just PJ Victor.
Yeah, he's gonna be like, he'll be DJ next.
DJ V.
Right
Listen,
on.
Look, I don't know, blessed be, but you're starting to get on my nerves now. Stop saying that. You keep saying that I've already met God, that He's within me. Okay, well then that is the voice that I'm following that has led me away from Christianity. Okay, so then you shouldn't even be worried. I'm going where the voice is telling me to go. I'm done. Sorry, you can do the video or whatever.
That's okay.
He's getting on my fucking nerves right about now.
Yeah, I don't quite understand the impulse to say, come in a bunch of atheists and tell them that God is within them. And
I'm not an atheist, though.
There's,
sorry.
There's only me, you, and Kev are the atheists here. Everyone else is
okay.
Weird.
That probably makes the group much more interesting. It's probably why
aliens,
we're all here.
pantheists. Someone here worships a giant horseshoe crab.
If I'm not mistaken, I
Yes.
think PJ and Hillary's and I are kind of all in the same search group. Trying to figure out what things are all about. With still, I guess I'm leaning to a woo, and I don't want to speak for Hillary's or PJ, but I think that none of us would kind of scoff at the idea of some sort of woo. Is that right?
Yeah.
But
I'm not
but
sure what
won't
woo is, but
The supernatural or something that we
come
wouldn't be able to explain now from our current understanding of how
oh
things
yeah,
work
definitely,
naturally. Yeah.
definitely.
Plenty of things we can't explain. Yeah.
So,
Lord.
I love that, Hillary's that response. We all just go with it, but you're like, well, I don't really know what that is. That was such a Sturb or Odin or Hillary's answer. William, typos are obligatory. Of course.
Make some more typos. Sorry, hold on. Let me get back to that. I'm still interested.
I mean,
in the
that's
video.
really
Sorry.
kind of what I think is going on in this is
I'll go back a few seconds.
scholarship, maybe is the way I'll say
I
it.
agree. I love.
It's just a few centuries of the movement as they're the creativity is just amazing. And what I don't want to suppress that in my scholarship, maybe is the way I'll say
I
it.
agree. I like that's why situation in the empire or in their environment is reflected in their mythology. Any way to unravel their mythology that way? Good question.
So
is it fair to say the situation in the empire or their environment is reflected in the mythology? Isn't that an obvious question? Or am I just being presumptive? Of course their situation, their environment's going to be reflected in it. Isn't that?
He's really asking if it is evident to the scholar here that men wrote the Bible. That's what he's really saying.
Okay. But why not say that? Because this question's silly.
Because Derek is cheesing up to the scholar, which is what he always does.
They both do, actually.
I don't know this guy.
This is Derek.
Not Derek. His name is
he's
not
the other
Derek.
one.
Yeah, he's the non-Derek. Yeah.
Yes.
Derek and the other one. Yeah, that's it. He has. So if this is Myth Vision, his channel is Gnostic Informant.
Right.
This is
right.
This is what makes him fairly decent at interviewing people. Is he gets familiar with their work before they come on, and then he asks them questions he's sure they have a stance on.
Yeah. And it seems, in my opinion, then that he always gets scholars that he agrees with.
Well,
perhaps,
yes.
Rather than that he's just agreeing with whoever comes on. He only gets people on that he agrees with.
Well, the majority of quote unquote scholars are going to be irreligious, because if they were a religious scholar, they wouldn't call them a scholar. They'd call him a theologian. There's a different word for that.
Okay. I don't know if these guys specifically would, but I do get what you're saying. I don't know that they've ever had a theologian on then, have they? That I've seen.
Oh, they probably have.
I've never seen one.
I know one of their scholars was a pastor or something like that they had on the other day. I'd have to look up his name, but he caught a lot of shit for being a theist, I think he was a Christian, but was also talking about how unreliable a lot of the scriptures were. And
that's just honesty.
Yeah, it's just honesty. But I mean, he's still a Christian. They occasionally find someone that's a scholar that is also a theist that will come on and talk. But it's rare.
Because
You're right.
I didn't realize that there was all atheist scholars, because they're all talking about Gnosticism and mysticism. All of them. That's what his whole shtick is about. Myth Vision is esotericism and Gnosticism. And it's fascinating for me to think then that why are all these scholars so into this stuff? Is it because it helps to disprove the Bible, or?
There are Greek Gnostics also.
Fascinating.
So that's really kind of what I think is going on in this, is that they are reading, and just to say, I always like to let people know this ahead of time, the book centers sexual violence. This is a huge thing in the ancient world. So just to be aware that we're moving a little bit into this territory. But I do think it's these big questions about violence and the way in which empire and sexual violence really go hand in hand for the Roman Empire. And so this myth about Eve, being kind of a part of this constellation of female or androgynous, but towards the feminine rather than kind of the universal masculine that we get, really seems to be some kind of critique to me of these larger imperial, both mythologies, ideologies, strategies that they're using in the world. And this is the thing about myth all the time, right? Is that it's not just about some primordial past, but it's about using the primordial past as a tool to help us understand where we are today. And so I think one of the things that these folks are really trying to do is explain the violence that they see in the world around them. What does it mean to be in a land that's occupied by Rome? There have been several people, including a colleague and friend of mine, Shirley Polson, who has put, she does work on healing and the Apocryphon of John. And she's really asking great questions around, what if this is written in Alexandria, thinking about the situation too of the Jews, the diaspora Jews who are in Alexandria using these stories. And, just to say too, again, like why I think it's so important to think of this expansive way of how they're using the Hebrew scriptures is if you look at someone like Philo of Alexandria, who's writing, the mid-first century, he is reading things like Genesis alongside Plato. He is absolutely combining these things. And why wouldn't we think that the Nag Hammadi folks are actually using these same allegorical strategies when they're rewriting these myths? So I think these are some of the ways that we start to unravel what's going on and ask questions about, even if we think about our myths in the United States, these myths that we have about all kinds of things, whether it's That's terrible. George Washington. I was about to say George Bush chopping down the cherry tree, but it would actually be George Washington. Or, the pull yourself up by your bootstraps, or, the myth of the American West. All of these things help to shape who we are. And we think about them as kind of, there are these natural ways to think about kind of who we are as Americans and as U.S. citizens. And we also know that they reflect very particular ideologies. And they're not just about myths of the past, but they're about the present. They're about our material reality. And I guess this is one of the other things, too, with these Gnostic myths that I really think is important, is that because they were hidden in these jars and we didn't have them for all of this time, there seems to be also this dissociation of them from the material reality of the people who are writing them. And so how do we start to kind of slowly put these pieces back together, knowing that we're probably not ever going to get back to, what really happened, but these possible constructions of what a past might look like. And I think, too, just to say, as we're sitting having this conversation now, still discussing these myths 2,000, 3,000 years later, they do some kind of psychic and creative work for us. And realizing, the efficacy of this for this type of work, whether it's for us now or in the ancient world, what do myths do for us? And some of that is going to be about this stuff that's actually happening on the ground in their daily lives that they're reflecting on every day. And maybe it's something so big that they have to put it in a myth rather than
pause,
deal with it directly, which is maybe why a bunch of these texts don't really.
Sorry, I tried to time the pause where it'd be the end of her thought. I think we're close enough. In the idea that the primordial past is a tool to the future in the writings of these ancient stories, I think that's an absolutely amazing observation on her, or where she got that idea from. I don't know, maybe some other scholar. But I would have a question for her. Yes, it's a tool to the future. My question is, how far in the future? To the immediate future, 10, 100 years? That kind of future?
Or maybe weird examples. If you look at the Greek myths, you can find examples of how you should live your own life in certain situations. Not necessarily, it's not all gods killing other gods, or killing humans for no reason, or Zeus raping women.
Right. In the middle of the epic of Ramayana, the hero of the story who wins the war ultimately, and has to because he has the most religious magic, gets a personal visitation from a higher god to advise him and adjust his attitude to properly engage in the battle.
Oh, is that like the Bhagavad Gita, where you're supposed to engage in battle, but without hatred?
That's right. It's not about hatred. It's about justice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okie dokie.
Really envision a different future, but instead kind of envision the total collapse and destruction of the world at the end of them.
Yeah, and the way you're approaching it, and like, it makes me, it opens up so many questions on like who these characters represent on Earth or in the Roman Empire. Like, is Jesus not only representing a historical person, but also is he taking on the attributes of something else? Is he like, is he the, I don't know, like, because you have this idea of the suffering servant, who's Israel in the Old Testament, and all of a sudden all these tropes are being applied to Jesus. Is he taking on attributes of the nation of Israel itself in a way? Like, it makes you wonder, is that how they're, but I could be wrong, but like the way under what you're saying, that's what's making me think that like these characters in these apocryphal texts might represent more than just one person or one, like if the demiurge is representing the Roman emperor, it also can say, what is Jesus representing? You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, and I think this is a big question. If we think about the Gospels, particularly the Gospel of Mark being written most likely in the midst of or just after the Jewish War, which goes from 66 to 71, 72 CE. The Josephus, in as much as some people say he exaggerates, there's a lot of rhetoric that's going on there too. No.
Did we just lose sound?
I think you.
Nevertheless, we know that.
No, I was going to say that. I wasn't mean to cut you off, but I keep doing that. But I was going to say, like, when you're reading Josephus, the way he's describing
especially in the wars. It's like, this is a really dark time. Like you're walking through the countryside of Israel, you're seeing people on crosses everywhere. You're seeing places on fire. You're seeing people starving, skinny, dying. Like that's dark.
Exactly. And what better metaphor, I think, for it's not just, I mean, it's when metaphor actually is reflecting reality. What better metaphor in the midst of a situation where people are starving, where the world is literally burning, where thousands upon thousands of people were crucified, and not just, crucified in horrific ways, not just the regular horrific crucifixion, but Josephus talks about that they put the bodies on crosses in different ways to kind of make the torture even worse around this. And so then in the midst of that, what does it look like to have a crucified savior? I mean, these are all really important questions to ask. And it's not just going to be, sometimes I think we think about the uniqueness of Jesus, probably a little too much, as if it was only him who was ever crucified with the two people next to him. And as if people, throughout the empire didn't see this. I mean, it was one of the main deterrents for people to keep them in line is, you throw a couple people up on crosses, which is one of the things John Dominic Crossan actually talks about. You throw some people up on crosses randomly to remind them, what the empire can do. And that is going to have, I think my imagination can't even really grasp the impact of seeing that at the crossroads or at the wall in the town that you live in.
Well, yeah, thank you for that.
People way overuse the word random.
Yeah. It's an interesting thing to know. He asked a question, she didn't really answer to it. And I thought that was a bit of a shame. Of course, he could have found it in the Bible and answered his own question, the Spirit of Jesus Christ's prophecy. The whole idea is that to be Jesus Christ is to give correction about the future. That's what it is. So, of course, in these stories, it's all about you have heard, but I say. Of course, it's because people had wrong ideas and he's there to fix it. Of course, the greater question here is, when does he fix it?
Is Ed?
Hey,
Ed.
It is me. Am I audible enough?
Yes.
Good.
Go right to the source and ask the horse. He'll give you the answer that you endorse. He's always on a steady course. Talk to Mr. Ed.
I'm not the horse.
Oh, I'm sorry. My mistake. We already had a zebra. I got confused.
Zebra is a horse.
Essentially, yeah.
Zebras are not horses.
Striped horse.
Do you need a skin to make a horse or something else?
Being a zebra is not just skin deep. It's a whole lifestyle.
Do you have a horse-like hoofs or zebra-like hoofs?
I would say less that horses are pale imitations of zebras, and that if their hooves are similar to mine, it is out of a craven attempt to be zebra-like.
There is a recent trend for horses to have their hooves shaved to look more zebra sexy like.
Yeah, it's not.
I mean, it's based on vanity. It's not going to make them zebra like, and I think they should just get over it.
So you can't transcend your nature, huh?
Well, I don't know. I think there is some dignity in being oneself, and if you are a horse, then by all means be a sugar cube grubbing little wuss.
Yeah, of course.
You know? And you may do well. And you can go to the Kentucky Derby and run around in a great big circle if that makes you happy.
When you say you may do well, that means you may do what is beneficial to you?
Yes, and maybe beneficial to the universe as well. You know, maybe people like having wild horses running around the U.S. and eating grass. You know, that they're perfectly reasonable activity.
Pretty
look for
horsey.
So
It's standard zebra psychology, Ed, to understand that it's like the field worker who's living in his more natural environment versus serving the master in the house. I mean, really.
Well, we can argue about natural if you like, but when you say you may do well as being a zebra, it negates that you may do well as being a horse as well.
Oh no, I said that if a horse were to follow their own nature, they may do well.
What if a horse identifies as a zebra?
Well, the human complexities of identifying as one gender or another is quite beyond the equine.
I'm not talking about genders.
Oh, I have a question.
But well, for example, what if a horse was accepted as a foal into a zebra herd?
Okay.
Then, having been accepted, they would be accepted. They may not be a great zebra, but, they'd be trying.
They wouldn't be a horse either, isn't it?
Perhaps not. I mean, there are complexities here that might be beyond me.
Right. Okay. Fair enough.
But what if a horse was a horse, of course, and that horse was the famous Mr. Ed? Then what?
Yes, Richard knows more about this. You know all the lyrics, don't you?
I do.
Yeah, well, he knows how they masturbate.
I know that.
Maybe he could
Yes.
go into that.
I've seen that video. I've seen that video.
Have you seen that video?
Yeah.
Zebras do belly dash.
I mean, if you grow up on a farm, you're just going to see that happen. If you just grow up around horses, they're going to do that.
Let's have some fun for a little second. You told me to make an intro for Jill.
What have you done?
You remember that, Big Z? This is your idea.
It is? I've forgotten.
Yeah.
What is the idea?
Like an hour ago, you said, "Oh, maybe it wasn't you." I thought it was you. Said, "I need to make an intro for when Jill comes in." I have had intros in the past, but I got in trouble because they were apparently racist. So I've tried again. This is Jill's intro.
Let's see.
You bitch, be humble. Bitch, sit down. Be humble. Sit down. Be humble. Bitch, sit down. Be humble. Sit down.
Oh, wow.
I was at the Singing Milk Duds, not the California Raisins, but
Kendrick Lamar.
all right.
Sit down, bitch. Be humble. Fuck.
Was that Kendrick Lamar?
That was Kendrick Lamar.
There was also a bit with that famous actor from The Green Mile. I think he died recently.
Oh,
He was an
Duncan.
amazing actor.
Clark Duncan, yeah.
Clark Duncan.
Yeah. Oh man, he's going to be missed.
Why? Did
Should've
he send
been in-
you like
How did
Christmas
we
cards
get
or
onto
something?
him?
No, he was great in every film he was in. Just like, oh man, this guy's spot on.
No, I have to disagree. When he was in, was it 9.5 Yards or whatever it was, with Bruce Willis and all, they were assassins or whatever. It was some pretty lame acting in that on his part.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, I think
I
it
saw
was
that and I
9.5
didn't feel that way, but okay.
Really?
Was he? If I'm not, was he in that movie with Ricky Bobby? Talladega Nights? Did he play like a therapist? Was he singing a song in there or something? Was it?
It was one of the pit like team or something like that. He was like
Right.
management.
Yeah. He was singing that song to him when he was in the hospital. It's kind of cute.
But like, I give him the Green Mile 100%. Like that movie broke my soul.
That's a good one.
I liked him in Pulp Fiction.
Made Percy burn in hell forever.
Why did he marry that crazy bitch? Why did he marry her? That's like, what was wrong with him to think that's a good idea? What's her name? Oh, she was like one of Trump's people. Anyway.
There you go. There we go. Go on, Sammy.
Okay. So if we have questions, comments, objections, etc., like that,
We've got Lucy in the chat, and she also wants everyone to know that she loves fornicating.
A lot of people do. It's popular. Maybe that's because it feels good. Maybe that's why.
I think the
I'm
chat,
suspicious that's why.
The chat
I can't prove
can correct me on this if I'm wrong. Dolphins have sex for fun because it evolved to be fun for them as well.
Also, bonobo monkey.
Called penis fencing.
Horses will masturbate if they don't have a mate. Male horses will masturbate. That's true.
Must be difficult with their hooves.
No. They actually once they're erect, they
let's
sway
not,
their
let's
body
not,
forward.
let's not, let's not talk about how horses masturbate.
What? It's just medically a fact. I label everything not safe for kids. That way, I'm safe for YouTube.
You are
It's a
You're a
fact of
magic.
nature. It's okay.
What was that?
Oh, Richard, you're magical. I just thank you for existing.
Yes, that's for sure.
It's true, you know. I wasn't making anything up.
No, but it was the way you did it. It was just like it was so matter of fact. It was like, no, seriously, but they do. They're masturbating. It's, you know, let me tell you how they do it. No, don't tell me. Don't tell me.
What about those hooves?
That must be hard with hooves.
Yeah, actually, I'm not even really sure why they find that all that stimulating to smack it against their lower torso up into their chest area. Just, just repeated impacts is all that would be.
Yeah, but they don't have
it till you
hands.
try it, though.
Right? They haven't like been able to. You know, you just build up a tolerance to friction after a while of fucking with it. Well, they don't get to do that, so just beating it against their chest feels pretty good, I guess.
I assume, yeah.
It does. Recommend it.
You had never squeezed one off in your waistband just by fidgeting. Come on, you haven't been able to do that before. Just kind of keeps.
No, I have, but I was in my mid-teen years when that happened. Yeah. It's been a while.
Horses probably don't mature beyond teens mentally anyway. Like, you know, they're probably
yeah. I mean, they only live to be on average about 24, 26 years old anyway. So.
Oh, okay.
So we find out what kind of woman Richard wants in this too. So let's continue.
No,
Let's not
talk about how horses masturbate.
What? It's just medically a fact. I label everything not safe for kids. That way, I'm safe for YouTube.
Contamination.
It's just a fact of nature. It's okay. It's a fact. I mean,
Tony
it's
has
fine
backed
just
me up
like
on
it
the
is.
Dolphins. Tony has backed me up on the Dolphins. They have sex for fun.
Sure.
So
it's beautiful. Okay, so
I may have cut a little bit, so he like.
You may have changed chronologically a little bit, yeah.
Stand on all fours,
Oops,
and that's only a 10,000 year investment.
Oh, I know I didn't. Hang on, sorry, I went too far.
Sure, it was beautiful. Okay, so and this is one of the reasons why I personally say I intend to take a wife. They stand on all fours and they move their body forward and back. That's how they do it.
There you
go. And raise children until they are 20 years of age before we start on another one. And have at least 500 children, because that's only a 10,000 year investment, which should be no problem.
Okay, okay.
I think
actually he didn't chop it up that bad.
I'm
really.
not going to date anyone less.
No,
she have a sister.
Really, once or twice. The rest is just Richard just conversing normally.
Okay.
I think my first rule for dating is going to be I'm not going to date anyone less than 5,000 years old. That's going to be my first rule. Like she already knows the stuff.
I don't know if you're being serious or not.
Oh, I'm really being serious.
Okay.
I might settle. I might like change that number slightly. I don't know. It could change. I could go all the way down to like 1,000-year-old woman or something. I don't know.
Okay.
I'm glad Richard
I just want someone who really knows the deal.
Those poor 72-year-old virgins.
Well, on that topic about the bonobo. I don't know if the penis fencing. You didn't finish the story. They whenever they're having a row, they fence the penises. So
Is that where we get the idea from? Is from watching monkeys?
I don't know.
I've heard of that.
Well, I have never had a penis fencing war with another man. What you do in the locker room?
That seems weird to me.
What you do?
Oh, and by the way, high school football players spitting M&Ms into each other's mouths is kind of homoerotic.
Yeah, I always thought it was funny with the American football teams when they're in the movies and they slap each other's asses an awful lot.
It looks a little bit, just admit it. You're gay. Just admit it.
Yeah.
Just be honest with yourself. That's all.
Yeah, it's all a bit homoerotic, isn't it? Next
This
week
is
we have
so
chapter
good.
11. All right.
This is
There's
so
the grain.
good.
Chapter
There's the
11.
It's
grain.
nature.
I
It's
got
not
it.
uncomfortable.
We covered less this week in chapters than we.
Oh, that's fun stuff.
That's like 3 or 4 years old now, Richard. Let me see the date. It was.
That was last summer.
3
sometime.
years ago.
3
3
years
years ago, Richard.
3 years ago. Well, it would have been in the summer because I was wearing that jacket.
Yep.
Wearing that jacket today.
No, not right now.
It had to be years ago, Richard, because Math Pig was still saying, "I don't know if you're serious." He would never say that now. He knows you're very serious.
Yeah, that was our first series, I think.
Yeah, I think so. That was fun. Because Math Pig wasn't as jaded as he is now.
What's that mean?
Well, back then he was just trying to understand it all, and it was all funny and new. And now he's just critiquing, purely critiquing.
Well, that's okay with me. That's what I was shooting for the whole time.
Just want someone to be honest with him and stop kissing his ass all the time.
Yeah.
No, I don't think anyone's kissing my butt, but
Was that was the sarcasm because like, everyone's always attacking you for being like. Nuts.
Oh, I get it now. Sorry.
Anyway.
Robbie pushes back pretty hard, doesn't he, Richard?
No, I don't think so. I think he's mostly just having fun.
Not as hard as that stallion.
Oh, God, you all got your minds in the gutter. Math Pig pushes back pretty hard.
By the way, in the
After he moves
description,
forward.
it would have been the mayor pushing back hard, not a stallion. Just so you know. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just saying it's a personal preference thing.
That's lazy.
You know what this makes me think of?
I don't know.
Therefore, fuck me in the ass because I love Jesus. The good Lord would want it that way. Give me that sweet sensation of a throbbing rationalization. It's just between you and me. Because everyone knows it's the sex that God can't see. Oh.
Yes. Those two are great. But
Richard especially enjoys the bit where they name all the things wrong with it. Do you want to say it?
they've both been on Big Bang Theory as characters.
Yeah.
They have to, yeah. Here we go.
Do whatever the Bible tells me to, except for the parts that I choose to ignore because they're unrealistic and inconvenient, but the rest I live by for sure. So let's not talk about how the good book bans shellfish, polyester, and divorce, and how it condones slavery and killing gays, because those parts don't count, of course. Let's cherry-pick the part about losing my cherry and mine it for ambiguities and omissions to circumvent any real sacrifice, but still feel pious in my arbitrary parroted positions. And don't you dare question my convictions, and don't look closely at the contradictions. Just focus on the sacrificial crucifixion, and have faith in its complete jurisdiction. The only way to measure if you're good or not, and in a debate just say to have faith, because when up against logic it's the only card you've got. So close your eyes,
I love that bit.
take a deep breath, and fuck me in the ass because I love Jesus. The good Lord would want it that way. Give me that sweet sensation of an irrational rationalization. It's just between you and me, because everyone knows it's the sex that God can't see.
Oh, dear Lord.
A little bit fast and wordy, and they use some technical terms there you have to be familiar with, but oh my gosh, that is so true.
What does it mean? What does it mean when God cannot see?
Okay, there is one place in the Bible that suggests some things
You've done it.
Angels, including God, do not peer at, even though they could, out of respect for privacy. One line.
So they choose to not see.
Yes.
Mm.
And it's only suggestive, it's not direct. I mean, you can extrapolate it out and say, well, that looks like it means that. But it's not directly saying.
Is that in Genesis when God asked, where are you, Adam? Because he didn't know.
Not
where
even close.
He was?
Yes.
No?
Nothing like that. No.
All right.
Okay.
What is the Christians' point of view on it, though? What's their apology?
Because they want to hide things due to their biases and guilts, which guilt they shouldn't have.
No, I mean,
someone...
how could they hide from a God?
Because the
Why
God
was he
allows it.
Searching for them.
I thought it was a
What?
Mormon thing to have premarital anal sex as a way of not violent.
That's
No.
not the way that works.
No.
What do they call it?
It's not
So
fucking them in the ass, I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so Richard, are you still hanging out with those Muslims?
I do sometimes. It's
Oh,
been a
yeah,
minute
those
because the bridge between them and I has disappeared, and I feel bridgeless. Yeah.
Same.
Okay, well there you go. Blessed. What a fucking.
Oh. Didn't see that
I
question.
see Foozle or Fousle every now and then on Richard's channel.
Yeah.
I think he might have dropped in here once.
I like Faisal. I might have to call him
So I
Faisal.
got that wrong both ways, did I?
Faisal is a good guy.
Faisal went west.
Yeah.
It reminds me of that movie with the mice coming to America from Poland.
That's what I was talking about. Faisal goes west, or whatever.
I knew exactly where you were going. Yes.
Yep. Can't change that now.
There's no cats in America. Right on.
It's
The streets are paved with cheese. Oh my gosh! Now you got that song playing in my head. Thank you so much, PJ.
There it is.
It's not just me. It was fuck me in the ass. I was like, no.
Jesus.
No, I've got both of them playing simultaneously. I've got the mouse song. There's no cat, and there are no cats in America, and the streets are paved with cheese. There you go.
And then with "fuck me in the ass" because I get it. That is weird to hold simultaneously.
I've got them both playing
Fuck
now.
me
It's very
in the ass because there's no cheese.
And the good Lord would want no cats in America.
Is righteous and just. That's true.
I like. There's a bit in that song that says, "Don't touch the clit because if you ring the holy
Satan's doorbell.
Satan's doorbell.
Right.
And the Lord will see us." See, what does that say about the Lord? Like,
That the Lord
someone's
is-
touching a clitty. I'm
The
gonna go
Lord
look.
is a malevolent bully monster.
Yeah, a voyeur cuck. Weirdo.
what? Sorry. Oh.
A voyeur, someone who likes to
A voyeur,
watch,
yeah.
and
Yeah.
cuck, someone who likes to watch their partner be fucked.
Yeah. My mom said once that she went to a hotel somewhere, and the hotel had the chamber had the icons on it, Jesus and stuff, and she turned them upside down, she turned them the other way around. Then the host
Does she
asked
not
me,
realize what that means?
And by means pictures.
yeah, pictures, yeah.
Oh, okay.
And the host
crosses and stuff.
Yeah, with Christ and Mary and the
I
host.
just found that ironic because does she know what an upside down cross represents?
No, she turned it backward. He never said upside down.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Look
go
and
on.
look
Ed.
at her. So she turns all the pictures facing toward the wall.
Yeah, yeah,
And
and the host asked, well, "Why did you do that?" Because it's, it's God and stuff. And my mom said, I have to change. I have to, undress myself. I don't want God to see."
I don't want him staring at me while I'm buck naked. There you go.
That is great because he's up in heaven watching an undress anyway. Wherever heaven is.
Sometimes you have to make more for.
But my up is down to you guys.
Is heaven actually a physical place?
According to the Bible, yes. According to Christians, no.
No, to some Christians, they say that they're going to have a physical body in heaven.
There are
the Pope thinks so.
But if you ask them detail about that, most of even that smaller group will get into like you'll have the perception of a physical body, but be on an ethereal plane. So they still don't think heaven is real.
Will we be able to eat from the tree of life in the new heavens?
The tree of life is a figurative statement about what is hidden in us genetically.
So, but there are those Christians who think we will be eating from both trees.
Yes, they think they're literally going to have a diet supplement of 2 different trees.
Richard, what I've been trying to wrap my mind around the idea that when heaven comes or whatever, the dead, like that they're going to be rebuilt somehow, right? So what is I understand they can probably medically or technologically repair the body, the flesh, or give you another vessel. But how do we get the soul or the mind back into the body? How do you contain it? Is it data like frequency?
Oh, like a big receiver, right? Like
because
you're building a big
I
receiver.
argued with Richard for this for a good month or so.
Yes. Mark,
should I tell him the answer?
Yeah, go ahead.
So, as you know, well, actually, see, the difference for you, Will, is you're thinking of a soul. Richard believes that the mind is an emergent property of a physical brain with neurochemical reactions. So as long as you recreate that physical brain with the neurochemical reactions, you're going to get the same person back. Now, he does agree that it will not be you if you died. It will be an exact creation of you that thinks it's you and has your memories, and for all intents and purposes, it's you, but it's not the you that died.
Isn't the Muslim belief about Jesus? Muslim believe that Jesus didn't die on the cross, but he was called to heavens before he died, and he was replaced with a human body that looked like Jesus.
Okay, so as long as you don't get into Hadith, it can be shown in the Bible and Quran alike that Jesus is a prophecy of a future event that happens during end times. Just like the Jews are waiting for the Messiah, the same is true for the Christ of this earth in all 3 of those texts.
But you see, when Jesus told his apostles, his entourage, that go get me a donkey because I have to go to Jerusalem because I have to fulfill the prophecy. Does that mean that he fulfilled the prophecy, or he worked towards the prophecy?
Okay, when he comes to this earth and he needs to travel and make a sign to the people of his lowliness yet authority, lowly authority, if you will, he will literally acquire an ass with a colt. That's part of what he's supposed to, that's part of the scripted thing he's supposed to do.
And Ed, you've got to remember, who are you asking? Because
Yes.
If you're
I
asking
know.
Richard, you're going to get Richard's answer. Right? Are you asking what do
I know.
Christians say? Yeah.
I can also tell you what the majority of Christians say if you give me what sect you're referring to.
Seventh-day Adventist.
Okay, I think Seventh-day Adventists. I think they don't. The Seventh-day Adventists, as far as I know, don't take it to be that he's writing two simultaneously, but is writing the mother. I could be wrong, but I think that's right.
What was the question? Well, who's writing what?
Jesus riding two donkeys at the same time.
Yeah, I don't even know that the Seventh-day Adventists have a response to that.
Well, they generally believe that everything's already been fulfilled,
What are
right?
you talking about? No, they don't.
Okay, the only Seventh-day Adventists I know do. That could be my experience.
So wait, when you say everything is fulfilled, they believe that the law is fulfilled or whatever, but they're still waiting. I promise you, their whole thing is the Advent. They're waiting on it to happen. Like, and
No, the second coming to happen. They think the things that are recorded as past events are past events.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, that's what I meant.
Okay, my bad.
No, my bad.
So,
Sorry.
That's
I was
interesting,
unclear.
actually, what you said before about the Jews. So they're, of the three Abrahamic, they're the only ones that agree with you, Richard, in that Jesus has never come yet.
No, well, okay, so Islam goes kind of splits the difference between the Christian and the Jew.
Yes, I know.
Saying
On
he's
a
been
lot of
here, but
things.
he hasn't done his important work.
Yeah. Did Brojo say bye at the back? He did. Bye,
Where
Brojo.
the Christians think that Jesus has already done his work on the earth and it didn't work, or they think they're the completion of the work. It's a problem, which makes him ineffectual as a savior, by the way.
I think the most glaring thing, and I might just be being simple, is that Jesus came to apparently do something, complete something, take our sins away, whatever, remove death from our,
Yeah, removed all sin
But
and
we
death.
stayed sinful. We're still
And we die.
sinful to the point where God's still got to come back and kill
That's
us
right.
all again.
Thanks for noticing.
What the fuck was the whole point of Jesus?
Look, he did not get rid of sin, although the Bible claims he does, and he did not get rid of death, although the Bible claims he does. It evidently hasn't happened.
What is sin in your view, Richard?
I don't think it said
Lack
he
of
got rid of
acceptance.
sin.
I'm sorry, what was it?
What was it, Will?
I'm saying I don't think it says he got rid of sin. He paid the penalty for sin, but I don't think it says that he got rid of sin. It's not going to be done away with until whatever the end is.
It depends on how you read Paul, whether or not.
Forgive me for interrupting. I have to sign off now, but it's been real.
You can always interrupt to sign off, Big Z.
Okay. Well, thank
better
you very
than
much
putting
for
a
doing
message
this, there, 420. It's been real.
Thanks for coming by, and
I've left some sugar cubes at the door on your way out, Big Z.
Thank you. I will.
Awesome.
Bye for now.
All right.
Bye. He's a great zebra.
The pretty horsey.
For zebras.
It's a pretty horsey.
A lack of acceptance is a sin.
Yes, a lack of acceptance of the reality at the time when you're experiencing it. So, like denying the reality
you
you
sin against,
see.
though, Richard?
Yourself.
See, and for me, that's why you need to define sin, because to me, sin is a religious thing, and it is a sin against your deity.
No, you could say it like this. When I
by that definition, you
misremembered
don't
what
have
8 times 7 was, I sinned against myself.
Yeah, see, and that's not sin at that point to me.
But it is. It's missing the mark.
Sure it is.
But if that's missing the mark, that's not sinning.
Yes, it is. That's the
This is
definition
that
of sin.
thing that we do. What? No, I can show you definitions that is going against God's wishes.
Let's go with the colloquial instead of literal
disappointing God.
definition. So we're speaking Sammy's language. Okay, what does God want from you?
Fuck knows.
Yes,
Are you
that's a
ready
good
for
answer.
this?
Who knows?
I can tell you, but it's going to be
God.
circular. He wants me to not sin.
Yes. Why?
Because sin is bad.
Oh, come on.
What do you want from me?
That's a
I'm an
mystery of the
atheist.
faith. That's a
It's
mystery
trying
of the
to
faith
show you
answer.
that sin doesn't exist.
Okay, if there were a God and that God wanted something from you, and it were a higher being, in fact, the highest being, and it knows what a human being is, and it knows that a human being is going to miss the mark or sin or do things against that God. Give me the logical evaluation and eventuality of that. What does it expect from you?
To sin.
Yeah. Yes, thank you.
Sin is good.
To sin. Yeah,
No, it
you see,
expects
said,
you
what
to
does-
sin
you said,
and
what
be
does
wrong.
He want from you, and that's not to sin.
Until
but
what
does he
time?
Expect?
Yes, and expect. And until what time?
Until we become like him.
Until
Amen, brother.
Wait. I don't think that you can make that statement that he doesn't want us to sin. At certain
That's
times,
not the
he
point.
doesn't want us to sin because there's certain times he needs us to do the sinning for him.
Fair enough. The lying angel, etc. Absolutely.
Are you saying that God played the reverse psychology kind of stuff on us?
No. You're just battling against Christianity as a standard.
Yeah.
And see, it's kind of, I have this real issue with our loose, I've said it before, loose use of language. And I know that these words do mean what that you say they mean, but I think that it is such a problem with discussions when we use words like sin if we don't have a religious context to it, because that's what sin always was. It was always failing your God, right? Not yourself.
No.
Just like faith, when we use the word faith instead of trust, it ends up meaning the same thing. And so then you end up with people saying, but you have faith that the chair won't collapse.
Let me just
And
point
so
this out
that's
real quick.
Proof of faith.
Sammy, let me point this out real quick and show you a Christian gigantic inconsistency that maybe you never noticed because you were indoctrinated and you're still getting over it. If the demands in the text are equivalent to the rewards and protections in the text, you can say either A, none of it is true and none of it works, and the Bible's inconsistent with itself. Or you can say there's one story where one is made all those demands and all those promises and all of it's fulfilled. But what you can't do is mix the two together. You can't say every Christian will not twist their ankle on a rock. You definitely can't say that.
Why would we assume that even the idea that one person is meant for that information? You know, like I don't quite understand.
Says one.
All right, but okay,
it literally says to one all these promises, and it lists the promises to that
means
one.
To that one, the law.
You're gonna
that
get
means
shot,
one,
Ed.
Hold on.
Someone's got you lined up.
Sorry, guys, I put a good word for it.
Yeah,
that's the God-shaped heart kind of thing, isn't it?
There's one zebra joke too many.
So that would mean that every prescription in the Bible is for Jesus. Every curse, everything is it.
Except for the very, very general things like you'll live forever, live with God, you won't be crying, you'll be satisfied, you'll be okay.
Those things aren't for him?
Well, it's talking to a great populace. I mean, he gets that stuff too, but he gets a lot more than that.
Okay.
It's a big jump.
And it's really easy because it reads plural and singular. It reads like Christians want to make it for everything in there for them, and the way that they talk about it, we get convinced it's everything in there for all adherents. That's not true, because you can't make the singular identity he, like you're pointing at the guy. It means like I'm pointing at you with a finger at one person who is male. It's numerical identity he. You can't make that a group. It's impossible. And then when it says a group or a crowd, it doesn't use that word. It says they, you as in plural. It doesn't mean singular. So it's not that it's not evident in the text. It's that Christians have warped it to fit their own agenda.
Are you saying Christians are superficial?
Smoking kills.
You can add more to that if you want to. You can elaborate.
Dead people.
Smoking kill toes.
What do you get, Ed?
I've got the kids stuff.
The dying kid, yeah.
Yeah.
Do you have the brown packets yet, like me and Ed?
No, we
Or
have
do you
pretty
still get the
packages
colour?
with sexy things on them, like eagles and cowboys and and Native American Indians.
That's
Yeah.
the front of our cigarette packet.
Yeah.
A dead person and smoking kills. There's no the names on the back. Sapphire blue.
Just to make you aware that you're enjoying death at the moment.
Yes. But William, at this point, I need you to ask a specific question. I don't know what to say.
I don't know that you can, because it's something I have to go back over, because if the whole purpose of the book, and I think that it is, if the whole purpose is for the one to have all the information they need, that means that the rest of the prescriptions, even for society, are sort of bullshit. I mean, what does Jesus need those prescriptions for?
He's a leader of an army. Those prescriptions are for the army. All the crazy laws that are so freaking weirdly specific. His army.
What army?
The army of 144,000. The army of God. The disciples who follow the Lamb wherever he should go. That army.
Okay, so this is something that's after he goes back to heaven, right?
It's during the second half when people need persuaded, and he needs a military force because they'll be trying to literally shoot him and the apostles, kill him.
Wait a minute, but why would? Okay, but he's. I'm just having a hard time with separating my Christian worldview from what you're trying to say about the Jesus, because he's just a guy. He's just a guy, so he needs an army to protect him from assholes. Right?
Well,
Because, I mean that's what the Pharisees were, fucking assholes. They were just a bunch of Jills and Veckles running around.
I think so. Yes.
So he needs 144,000 to do
Well,
what? What is he going to be? What sort of force is he going to be bringing?
Well, hey, I'll ask this question that might help. Will this force be old angels or?
No, people, they'll just look like the rest of us. They'll be selected from this earth. They're the first fruits taken into heaven, and they have their right hand strengthened. Your right hand being your warring hand.
And they would essentially just be
action.
like SWAT teams, but with uber duber technology.
That's right. Now that's the idea.
But you're limiting the right hand again to just warfare. But right hand is the hand of action, and it doesn't matter what the action is. It's not just
doesn't need to
building
be
and
warfare. They're rounding them up, Will.
Right, but I want to know what Jesus is going to impose against people's will upon them. That's what I'm interested in.
As far as I can tell, nothing. The worst, the most aggressive he gets in any of the stories that I'm aware of is he runs into this girl who's like this family, and they're worried they want to go to heaven because they got this daughter, and she's like 13-ish, maybe 15-ish. She's a young woman, okay, and he says, all right, everybody clear out. I know you think she's toast, but I got this. And he goes into the room one-on-one with no witnesses, which since he doesn't write the story, it makes it hard to write. He goes in the room one-on-one with her with no witnesses, and he quote unquote presses himself against her. Okay. Now
that's illegal.
it's not illegal because it's not sex. If you take into
Smothering.
consideration the idiom, and we still use it this way, the guy was pushing me. Why are you pushing me? You're
Giving
being
her
pushy.
CPR. He's giving her
Both
CPR.
sounded like
No,
dry
it's not.
humping
It's not
me.
about her being physically dead. That's a Christian presupposition that's really not in the story.
Spiritual
It's
CPR.
talking. Look, she's a hard anti-theist, and he has to get like verbally insistent with her, and that's as aggressive as he gets in any story until it's time for him to get killed.
Right, but you said that the prescription for the
Mhm.
144,000 were the rules that were laid down for the army of Israel, which involves taking captives and how to deal with all that. And I want to know,
You want to
if
go over
these
slavery
rules-
laws? I'd love to.
no, it's not about just slavery laws. It's just about the rules in general. These are meant for men of war.
Yes.
Okay, and you've already described the right-handed of war, but you're saying he's not coming to force any rule on people, right? He's not going to force them to do anything against their will. But you don't
Right.
need 144,000 people to defend you unless you plan on exacting some sort of law.
Okay, that seems reasonable and rational on its face. But let's bear in mind that there was a collapse of government and infrastructure because of the signs of the coming would destroy those things. Okay, so here you are 3.5 years into there hasn't been a government, and it looks like the solar system may be falling apart, and people are scared out of their minds, and everything's become very tribalistic, and warlords are generally in charge. And you say he doesn't need a protective force, and neither do the apostles. Just because they have an army doesn't mean the army is necessarily aggressive. In fact, if you look at the Old Testament law, it's very don't do this and don't do that. There's nothing in there about like when you're allowed to kill somebody as far as the rules for the army goes. It's do as little as possible, actually.
Unless you're a certain tribe that deserves some sort of vengeance, in which case you're to eliminate them down, man, woman, child, and animal.
We can talk about what the word, and I looked these up. In fact, they're still at the heading. There is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 words that are different words in the Hebrew that got translated to kill, slay, slaughter, and those kinds of ideas in the English. And there are 4 of them that mean to like end a physical life. But not all of them are that. In fact, Hebrew definition 5221 includes, I'll just read it to you, to strike lightly or severely, literally or figuratively, to beat, to cast forth, to clap, to give wounds. So clapping, as in clapping your hands, is what that reads, or even a slap. Okay, but you and actually more than half of them can be figurative. So it's cherry picking when they say something like this means end someone's life.
Long before my sister dating is also called clapping. Sorry.
So, and I'd love to talk about the slavery laws in some detail, because the translation is absolutely horrible, especially in the identity of the father and the sovereign. And it's very biased the way the Christians think of it and teach it, and it's very tribalistic and hateful, but it's not the right words to use.
Sorry, is this too distracting?
I don't know. I'm waiting on William.
Said okay. I was just like, oh, okay. I don't see it the way that you see it. If I'm being honest, the way that I look at it is that the Old Testament is about real events that were exaggerated, like the wars and stuff, the numbers and all that. It was a lot of war propaganda, and the whole thing is about making the Hebrew tribe look good and righteous in what they're doing, even though it has really nothing to do with God and is a land grab.
So you've kind of defaulted to not very contested by anyone in scholarship, that it's justification of their situation and their past, blaming it on God. And if that's what you're talking about, I'm okay with that. I wouldn't say that's terrible. Okay. But that's not much different from we used the actual people and events to tell a future story.
I love you all to bits.
Love you, Ed.
That sounds painful, Ed.
Go second.
What kind of shooter? Like a school shooter, or?
Well, if you're like a week behind, there was a school shooting.
No, another one.
Nashville. They're talking about, I guess, North Carolina now. I'll check and see what's up. Y'all go ahead.
Another one? Great.
I'll dig into it. Yeah.
I don't know why the media doesn't get into trouble for promoting all this. And let it be one release of a story and then no more, so the person doesn't get, inflated.
Yeah.
Are you suggesting?
Oh no, they're talking about old shit. The last shooting was 5 months in North Carolina that was heavily reported, as far as I can tell.
Hang on,
I love that episode. I wonder what episode this is. I've been trying to find this. And I wanted to show my son with the god right there, the Apollo figure.
Do you want me to go back because he'll say it?
Oh, does it? Because that's a really good episode.
Are they hanging out at the Oracle of Delphi right there?
However, that's not the case with Q.
Oh yeah, I would watch this. What is this? I would watch this.
I don't know if you would. This is an Isaac Arthur episode. It's godlike aliens. You know, the future guy?
Yeah, why would I not like it?
Oh, because everyone whinged at me last
This
time.
episode.
He talks too fast. It's too deep to keep up.
Oh, I don't know. You will get that complaint from me.
He has a funny lisp.
Oh, I'm going to pick at that. I'm going to make fun of that for sure.
Oh, yeah. You can make fun of it, but don't.
I think this guy's like the smartest human I've ever met who didn't fix their lisp.
Fucking Lou.
Happy to watch it if you're cool with playing it. All right.
Yep. All right.
He's got good imagination.
Yeah, man. He's a futurist, and the shit he talks about is what we often talk about. I thought more people would actually already subscribe to him, but.
So it is brought to you by Brilliant. Long before we knew what the stars above
hang on.
truly
I had slowed it down because I had the sound down.
were, we contemplated them as the home to immensely powerful beings. That may turn out to still be the case. With the premiere of Star Trek The Next Generation and the episode Encounter at Farpoint. And the studio wanted a 2-hour first episode, so they padded the script with things like a really long docking sequence and an additional encounter with a strange and powerful alien known only as Q, played by John Delancey. This addition to fill out the runtime resulted in Q becoming a recurring character throughout Next Generation, and appearing in Deep Space Nine and Voyager, and will be in Picard Season 2, which will have premiered by the time this episode comes out. Q is probably the most famous godlike alien we see in science fiction, though hardly the only one. Stargate is full of them, as is the MCU. We even see more in Star Trek, and Q definitely has a flavor of the capricious, the arrogant, and the cruel, or we so often see with deities out of Greek and Roman mythology. Again, though, he's not the only godlike alien we meet. Indeed, in the original Star Trek, the crew outright meets the Greek god Apollo and fights him. As is often the case in sci-fi, his power comes from something technological. He's really just impersonating a deity, or was an alien that folks came to see as one. However, that's not the case with Q, and we see a mix of such things in other franchises, probably most notably in recent years with the Marvel MCU, where we get Thor and Odin and Loki and whatever they're planning to do with the Eternals and Celestials in upcoming films. So our topic today is to discuss what godlike aliens might actually be like if we end up encountering them in our real universe, or our simulated or created universe perhaps. and we'll be drawing a lot of science fiction for conceptual reference points and comparisons. Now, in fiction, they can come in a lot of flavors. Indeed, even the same character can, depending on portrayal. Q, for instance, can seem diabolic, petty, mischievous.
This is just to show you quickly, Will. It's Who Mourns for Adonis? Adonis or Adonais?
Okay, all right. That's the episode. Very good.
Yeah, there you go.
Nice.
Mischievous, or even the stern teacher, varying by the case. One moment he's a petulant child who is easily wound up or tricked. Another episode he's almost pleading with the crew and audience to take the hard high road to greater exploration and enlightenment. And in this regard, he very much...
Why? Oh, never mind.
Matches what we often see in other fictional and mythological divine cases, a mixed and varying perspective on the motives and actions of godlike individuals, as well as groups of them. As is often the case in our Alien Civilization series, we will draw on these examples to help examine the topic. But here we need to start by acknowledging that the necessity for a good story tends to limit the accuracy of such characters. For instance, it is a very boring story if you encounter a hyper-advanced and intelligent species who really are very kind and enlightened, and also willing to actively help you. Folks are living and dying and often fighting some dread evil that these aliens could help out against, but they won't. When asked, the aliens will usually give a fairly stock response about us not being ready or it being immoral to force their will on others, even to prevent genocide, and how we just don't understand. Now, philosophically, this is legitimate enough. It's essentially the age-old problem of evil, popularized by David Hume and attributed to Epicurus, to sometime in the 3rd or 4th century BC, but probably a lot older. You've probably heard it phrased as, why does an all-powerful and all-good God allow evil or bad things to happen? But it's probably better phrased today as, if something is really evil, it cannot be necessary, and if it is really necessary, it cannot be evil. For the moment, what matters, though, is that most writers aren't using this philosophical debate as their reason for standoffish super aliens, but rather because the story gets boring real quick if they get involved. It is sort of like if in the Star Wars prequel trilogies, the 20,000 Jedi Knights said to exist actually sent a few dozen Jedi Knights to deal with the crisis on Naboo, rather than just one Jedi and a Padawan. They could also send a dozen Jedi to arrest the Chancellor, or sent more than a handful of Jedi in a ton of other situations. That's the first rule of warfare, after all. There is no such thing as overkill. From a fictional perspective, though, the story get pretty boring. Unfortunately, its repetition in the ongoing plot makes people unwilling to accept it as a constant and repetitive coincidence. Now, that sort of situation, also popular in sci-fi, is a reminder of the first rule of warfare: always keep some reserves for dealing with unexpected emergencies. But both notions are hard to handle properly in writing stories because invincible, active, and reliable ally or proper measure responses with available resources rarely make for good films and TV. They do often make for better books. And it's pretty common for a TV adaptation of a book character not only to be played by a younger actor in the show than the character is in the books, and for them to seem to act a lot younger too. The Jim Holden of the TV show The Expanse seems a lot younger and more reckless than his book version, for instance, who generally makes decisions based on a calm head and reasoned argument shared with the reader, not crazy sounding ones. The same is true for Frodo from Tolkien's classic Lord of the Rings. Frodo is 51 years old when he flees the Shire with the ring, 17 years after he got it, and he takes his sweet time in an attempt to quietly disappear. He's not young or immature, and he's viewed as the wiser older brother or boss by his fellow hobbits, and he often comes off this way in the novels. Of course, those novels also show us a lot of behavior by divine agents that result in stuff like the Eagles showing up when it's convenient. This is exactly what they are doing. They are implied to be divine agencies, and something similar applies to Gandalf, who is not human, and those various elves like who also fought a Balrog and was resurrected like Gandalf. But these folks are necessarily sidelined in a lot of stories because they are too powerful. This is a common tool in fiction. In the story, the reasoning would tend to be that some power above wants them all minimally in play just to intercede to keep the test or game fair, and let the normal people decide their own fate. Now, alien civilizations make an interesting addition to this mix for a couple of reasons. First, we know what technology can do to make one group overwhelmingly invincible to another. Both our civilization versus more technologically primitive ones, and a human group compared to animal cousins. So folks find it easy enough to believe that if there are aliens out there, some of them have millennia of technological advantage over us. See our episode on Clock Tech for some examples of that. For show regulars, this is even worse, because while fiction sometimes gestures in the direction of advanced evolution or ascendancy to a higher state of being,
that looks like a cool episode too. Magic technology.
We know what some of the technological implications of transhumanism and posthumans are. It gives you folks who are still finite and mortal, not the all-powerful and infinite God with a capital G, but they're not impersonating gods, lowercase, any more than Superman, Thor, or Hercules were. Indeed, a lot less so, as we'll get to in a moment. The second reason why alien civilizations makes an interesting addition is...
Quick question, Richard. So essentially, he's
Went
not
for a
there.
smoke,
Never mind. But basically, and I think it's obvious and maybe assumed, but I don't know that anyone's ever asked him the question directly, but he's obviously a proponent of transhumanism. That's what his whole thing is about.
Yeah.
Getting on the ship and getting all buzzed up to live forever and shit.
But it's a clone of yourself, and it's not even really you.
Yeah,
so
I know. That's where it falls apart for me. And
yeah, if you have the technology to make us like that way, and you already have some minds that you want, you would just duplicate that or keep adding that information over and over again into the perfected bodies to get what you want. The whole point of us being here and going through all this is nullified if our minds don't retain any of its original wisdom.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. The new body will have all that wisdom. You just miss out.
Right.
Will 1.0, and that's the part I don't like. And he's like, yeah, well, it doesn't seem fair to you, but you're dead. And two, the new you thinks it's you anyway. I'm like, yeah, I get in the scheme of things it's balanced out, but what about me?
You become extremely insignificant.
Yeah. The only way that I matter in Richard's story, and all the people that exist, the 110 billion humans that are insignificant now because they're going to get cloned.
Yeah, you're not harvesting the body, and you're not even harvesting the original mind per se.
No. Just all its knowledge. Which, yeah, that's great for human race.
I better learn how to play the violin.
Yes, play it, please, because I'm very upset. And the only way that I can get into Richard's heaven is to not die.
No, yeah, that's the only way. That's the only way to be an original copy, right?
Yeah.
Or original, yeah.
And you're going to, even though, they're all going to be advanced and love each other, but you're going to have two kinds of human in there. Three. You're going to have pre-heaven humans, resurrected humans, and humans born in heaven.
I hope they come back soon. Yeah, I want to get on the ship as an original. I don't.
I smoke and as in smoke two different kinds of substance. So my the amount of carbon dioxide that I'm pumping into my poor lungs, I'll be dead by 60. So hurry the fuck up, guys.
It's because of the foam.
Hey?
That was nice. You just topped it off with, well, I'm killing myself, so they need to hurry up and get back.
Yeah.
Come back and stop me. Stop me.
Exactly.
Richard's back now, so we can address those questions.
Was there something I needed to say?
But they're talking about the cruelty of a god. I mean, you can't really beat the cruelty of the god we have in this world here. I mean, you're trapped in a place where you're lost. You're looking for a way back home to a place that might be there, but yet you're tied and tethered to the hell. So it's like there's no escape. Only it's all in the mind.
It's coming.
Coming.
The link's I'm coming, but the link's coming too, Odin.
Although acceptance of everything that is true makes life a lot easier.
Okay, but you know the idea that we're going to be clones if we don't survive to their return, and when the cloning will reduce any concept of us having an individuality or whatever we are now. That's a pretty.
I don't think that's so.
So are they harvesting the? They're not harvesting the bodies, and they're giving us an analog of our mental activity back as a brain, right?
Hang on, let me save us some time. While you were gone, Richard, I told him how we've had this discussion, and I told him the solution. Now he, like me, since then has shifted back again.
I gathered all that.
The solution isn't a solution for us because of the emotional.
I get that.
Like, we don't want to die, and then all these other fuckers. And plus, what about all the people who have died? It wasn't for nothing. It wasn't for naught, because their experience and memories and everything, as far as the human race is concerned, everything's square. But the poor suckers that are dead are dead. And what actually the bit I left out, Richard, tell me if I'm correct, and the way that made me understand it was that if Richard said, if I could give my life, and someone said to me, your one life is going to mean 10,000 people get to live, would you give your life? And I'm like, well, yeah, in that respect, especially if I look at it like my kids, for example. If it was my kids that I was getting
sure,
to,
you do one for one for your own blood.
Yeah.
Sure.
And that I was able to see, but since then I'm like, no, hang on, I'm selfish. I don't care about that. I want to live.
Well, you don't need to be Christ either, so that's okay.
Less valuable.
Not just that, though. It's the fact that we're going to be, if we die before they come back, whatever we are is pretty much gone. There will be maybe a recreation of it, but it won't be us. Our consciousness will be gone.
It's now that's not part of the story. They somehow store experience and return experience to the individual.
Okay, they can. That's not the consciousness, though, right? It's not the original consciousness. It's
your consciousness is an emergent property of your brain matter, and if you recreated the brain matter, you'd have the same consciousness.
There's no soul will. They're not cramming a soul somewhere. You got to try and think of the mind and consciousness as a purely physical result of the brain. So it's a new consciousness, but it's in all intents and purposes an exact cloned consciousness.
Well, that means it will still have the same like characteristics, your demeanor, your
personality, memories,
your burnt-in abilities that were adhered through in your life, right? So it'll almost be like you still be you, but you'll be dealing with the whole situation, like a whole new.
All right. This is the zombie argument.
No, but that's the wrong. You've said that wrong. You're not you, PJ.
If I'm an emergency,
the same way you wake up in the morning, wake up in the morning, it's like, boom, this is.
That's what I argue. You die every night.
So if
that's how I'm seeing it. That's how I'm seeing it. Yeah.
If I'm a
frequency, like what is that? Sleep and death have always been conjoined twins.
No, because hang on, I'll let you go next, Will, and I'll shut everyone up. But the problem that you're missing with that, Richard, is that when I go to sleep, I wake up. In your instance, when I go to sleep, I don't wake up. Someone else wakes up.
You don't wake up. A new person wakes up based upon your dream.
No, now that's semantics.
Well,
it is still me.
Okay,
But
you're
in
only
this
talking about the
analogy,
difference.
I cannot wake up. I never wake up again, and that's where, to me, you split off.
The part I think you're objecting to is the continued or perception of continued experience, which I recognize, and I say that you're right. Continued experience.
Yeah. In the way that I believe sleep is, because I dream through it. I wake up and remember the dream of it.
Okay, well, there are sci-fi movies that are like that too, where a person dies and then they wake up a clone, and they're like, "Oh, I must have been asleep for 300 years."
Now, see, whereas when I watched that, my brain was like, "Oh, a new consciousness has woke up with the old memories." I saw it as the old one was gone.
Yes, and you're right, they are gone. But let's look at the other side of it
from the new person's perspective.
Yes, and let's look at the other side of it. There are some who would have a continued life experience, except for sleep, and be ascended into the spaceships, and they actually could not be happy if they were missing person A through Z, whatever, right? People they love. But everyone loves someone, so everyone is loved, essentially, is what it comes down to. And then you have like, how do I live without parents? Okay, so let's take the dead parent and let's restore them as a clone, refreshing all of their past experiences from their life on an earth. They would perceive themselves, although knowing that literally they're not the same physical being, they would perceive themselves the same way that physical being would, and have the same relationships in love that they'd had in the past, and the same pains, and etc. Okay, and which would be better or worse? Only those who happen to be alive or restoration.
To me now, we've just like gone in a new direction.
I said the other side of the same coin. I said that on purpose.
But it's not. It's just avoiding it.
It's not avoiding it. We already addressed it thoroughly.
You're saying I have to pick the worst of two evils. And my whole thing is, why can't it be me? If it's not me, then I
don't know. It's the ship of Theseus problem, really.
Let me try something real quick. So
yeah, I want to hear what William has to say.
If I can boil this down, because I'm trying to separate it from the idea of a source or a source mind. So if I am a frequency or a program, my mind is right. An emerging property of I don't know whatever you said, whatever the ruling structure is there. And my consciousness, my brain is just picking up frequencies, and you know what I'm saying, and it's really, that's all it is. It's just taking in information, and so I can see where the information could be saved, and the flow of information that is activating my action through my brain, I can see how that could be cut off, death, right? And then if I have another vessel to carry my brain matter again, that frequency or program could continue, you know, but it just seems it feels like a cheapening of the idea of the mind.
But you've also, just before you go, Odin, you can go next, but you've missed something there and almost touched on it at the same time. The brain is the point. Now, if you could give a new body but put my brain over into it, then I would accept that. That's me continuing on. But getting a new 3D printing a brain and then activating it to have all my memories and consciousness equal to the one that the original me had is not me, the original me, continuing. And that's all it comes down to.
Unless it's the original program.
But no, because it is the but see, now you're trying to bring the soul back into it. Like there's some way we could pull that
hard drive on a computer
program out of it, but it's a physical thing. A hard drive has physical record in it.
Right, and that's what
Okay.
I'm trying to get from Richard. Is like, where is the physical
She's the
record?
brain. Yeah, that
Okay.
it isn't. It's a recreation, and there's no way around it.
So
that would mean
Go
that our
ahead, Dan.
brains here are the same purpose. It's still picking up a frequency that didn't originate within it.
Yeah.
like
you're
so
right
here's the
on
thing,
100.
right? This is a situation where this okay. I'm gonna be frank here. In
Frank.
Richard's position,
Hi, Frank.
we're all meat, right? You are meat. There is no software, so to speak, right?
You're not wrong. You're chopping up because of it.
It's always shitty.
Is it better?
Yes,
A little
stay
bit.
there.
Okay. So the idea is that you are all meat. There's no software, quote unquote, right? And so the idea is that as uncomfortable as it is, that's the idea behind it. You, as an individual, right? The personhood, right? That's of your current brain structure will not exist. There will be clones of you, right? Now, whether you can look at that as being a good thing or a bad thing, that's a whole nother thing. But that's just a part of, huh?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Amen,
So,
brother.
but you see, the thing is right. You have to question. You have to ask yourself the question, right? Is it a situation where are you a speciesist in the sense that you want the human race to thrive, or is it a situation where you're more concerned about where you're going to be? Right?
Can I push back on that?
Sure.
I don't agree. Because I have no active choice, dude. I'm not choosing to live or die. That choice is out of my hands. That's the whole thing. If I die, then my memories get to go on and help the species, right? If I don't die, I go on the ship and my memories go on and help the species. So the dying part isn't necessary.
I mean,
in that scenario. Do you know what I'm saying?
No, I get what you're saying, and to be honest with you, I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with what you're saying. But I think it's just.
But I'm just saying, like, which one of those options, which I didn't even get to choose, makes me a speciesist or about myself? I don't. Whether I want to not have to die doesn't make me not a speciesist. You know, either way, I'm going to help the species in that scenario.
I mean, you've already helped the species in many different ways. You produced, you've imparted knowledge, you've raised humans, you've conducted business to help other humans. Like, you've helped the species more than most humans have, right? And so I get what you're saying, and that that you yourself want to experience that future. And I'm just saying, right? This is one of those situations where you have to take the good and the bad,
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
Because it's just
I
one of
agree
those
with that.
things where it's like, you can't go against the idea of something other than not existing, but at the same time want to re-exist, right? Fully understanding that you are just meat, and even if someone were to able to recreate that meat, right, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be you, because the fact of the matter is that you, right, you are the sum of not necessarily just your experience, but the physical states of the neurons in your brain.
Exactly. But and that's Will's objection, not so much objection, but issue with Richard's frame of view, because Will's coming from a belief where he didn't have to die. He got to be the one on the ship. But
I mean, sure.
According to Richard, he doesn't get to be on the ship if he dies first. And so he's trying to understand the justness of it. At least that's what my mind tries to do. And I understand the justness for the sake of the universe, but I'm talking about the individual justice.
Well, that's assuming that there needs to be a form of justness in the first place.
Well, it's not the need.
It's actually,
that's the thing. It's the human want.
There is a resolution to this, that there is a judgment, and I'm glad that came up, because it's a person's option to refuse.
If you're resurrected, can you also refuse?
Yes, and I can't directly show this from the text, but if it were truly free in heaven as it claims to be, then you have to have the options of getting your own ship and leaving, striking out on your own on some habitable planet, or offing yourself, killing yourself off.
Can I choose not to die?
Could you choose to not die? I don't think that's happenstance. That's circumstance.
Yeah. So I'm not sure what I might have misunderstood, but I'm not sure what it's an answer to what you said.
Well,
because
remember,
we still don't get to be on the ship.
And
that's cool. And hang on, I guess I'll make this point. I do get it, and I agree with it in the sense of either way, my prior value gets to continue on with the human race. Cannot fault that in any way, shape, or form. It is purely selfish that I look and see all of these billions, 110 billion of people have existed. So at least 110 billion new people get to exist. That's awesome. But they also don't get to die, and they get to live forever and fly around in a spaceship and do all this cool stuff with our memories of suffering, while we just had to suffer and die. And it's like, and the only resolution I get is, it's like for the many. Well, yay for the many, but
it's also best case scenario
for the few.
It's also best case scenario for that future civilization. It's not just I'm sacrificing myself for the future me.
Yeah, so the way how I look at it.
Future me.
Yes, but the future you wouldn't look at it that way.
At least let it. Yeah, I don't give a fuck what he looks at it though. Like, what about how I look at it? See,
what if
I become
you got a couple inches down there?
And the only way that you say I don't become insignificant is because whatever I had, my properties get to go to some other me. That's not a resolution to me in any way, shape, or form. I don't know if it is for Will. Is it for you, Will?
I don't feel comforted by it. I don't feel comforted by the idea that someone else is gonna. It's not gonna be me. It'll be a copy of me that's getting to reap all the benefit of my struggle here. That doesn't feel nice.
I mean, look at it as being like a descendant, like your child. Maybe that would.
No, it's not. It's not the same. My child is his own separate affair, whether he gets on the ship or whether he survives till they come back. You know what I'm saying? And he's probably just as fucked as me.
Well,
yeah, he's in the same situation. Like, if I can't solve the issue of me not getting to go on, he has the same issue. If he has a car crash tomorrow, well, he doesn't get on the ship either. Some other him does.
Well, this is one of those situations where you're Jobs, where humor me, right? So basically, you've attained possible knowledge about possible future events and how they might turn out, right? And it's one of those situations where, unfortunately, there is no software, right? There is only hardware. And with this knowledge, you will not be able to experience that possible world. So I can understand the disappointment that is associated with that, right? Um, I wouldn't necessarily see it as I would try to not moralize those events, because it's one of those things where the Cedars, right, they're approaching things from a bigger scale, right? They don't necessarily look at it as being a person, but at the same time, with what they have available to them, right, the most they could do is basically what Richard described. If there is no such thing as a soul or software,
Sam,
right,
are you
which is
expecting the computers to have empathy?
huh?
Beg your pardon? Me?
Yeah.
What computers?
The God, the angels, whatever. You expect
They're
them to have empathy?
humans. They're humans.
Well, they're future humans, though. They're not current humans.
Yeah, but they, according to Richard's view, they're very loving.
Loving
Okay,
in what
but they're not.
sense?
So they can't just say,
They are
okay.
here now.
They are?
Yeah. They communicate with Richard now through prayer.
But they're not on Earth, though.
No, not
So they
physically on
can't. So
Earth,
they can't
but
let
they're
you
up
come on the
what,
ship.
behind the moon or something. What?
So they
They're
can't
they're,
let you come on
they're
the ship if they're not here.
they're recording our experiences.
Yeah.
Okay. Then they're doing the best they can. There's technical limitations.
Oh well, then if they're doing the best they can. Well,
Yeah.
just best
Yeah.
suck it up.
If that's
It
basically
doesn't
what
get
we're
it.
saying. Just gotta suck
It's
it up.
no, yeah. It's the answer I already said. It solves nothing for the dilemma that William's proposing. The answer.
I don't
in
think it's
short
accurate.
is
I'm just saying as a hypothesis. It doesn't.
yeah. No, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
When it's your lot in life, it's your only job. Just get to work.
Yeah,
Your only
because I guess
it's
that's
early
the point. Yeah, I guess the point is, for me anyway, I won't say for William, but I fucking hate Job. I hate the story. I hate what people say it represents, because it doesn't. It is a fucking evil God being evil to a man to show off. That's
He's being purposefully evil. Yeah.
Yeah. Doesn't
But
make it any
if it's
better to me, but.
But if he's just not capable of bringing the spaceship here to let us get on, well, we do our best too.
Mm.
And I mean, maybe as
and
again,
we're not. I guess the point is we're not saying like bad aliens can't fucking bring the real me back to life. It was just like a hypothetical discussion about whether William was trying to figure out, is it actually you continuing on or not?
No.
And essentially, the answer is no. So, and that's not a comforting thought compared to a God or an afterlife where William 1.0 gets to carry on.
The
No motivational. Go ahead.
You can't justify the idea of this spirit realm. You can't justify the idea of a spirit itself other than, experientially as an emergent property of brain. You can't justify this other realm that doesn't seem to exist, that we have no evidence of, and you can't justify any of that from the text.
Well, I would beg to differ, Richard.
Dean can go. I just want to welcome. It's Nisha.
Hey, Nisha.
Wow.
And
do one for me, Will.
One for
There
you
you
later.
go, Nisha. Sorry, go on, Nadine. I didn't want to be rude and let her sit there unwelcomed all that time.
No, I appreciate you for doing that, for being a gentleman. The ladies in here. Yeah, so I beg to differ. I think there I think there's quite a few things that you can look into that would suggest some kind of software, right? And that were not completely hardware. I also uh, spiritual realms being a thing. Fine, I can grant that. Like, but what would determine whether or not something is quote unquote spiritual
Spiritual.
or not, right? Like if it's something that is quote unquote, and if you can interact with it,
Yeah.
right, in a physical way, then it's technically not spiritual. It could just be a different realm, right?
Yeah.
Whether
We
it's
could
a
say
different
that it's
universe,
in
planet, or whatever,
existence.
right?
You know, it
So
exists. Yeah.
yeah, it exists, right? So again, and me and Richard have kind of briefly spoken on it, where I asked him to account for the ideas of spirits, for example, and the soul. It's always been one of those things I kind of wanted to sit and flesh out with him, but I figured if I'm going to do that, I want to do it in a meaningful way, not necessarily just using philosophy. I think there are some observations in science, probably in psychology, that could suggest the existence of some form of software. Now, for all we know, recording of our experiences, right? Maybe that is a kind of a force that could be harnessed. I don't know if you guys ever watched Altered Carbon, where your who you are as a person, your personhood, is recorded in what they call a stack, and you can take that stack and you can put that stack into a cloned body, right? Not necessarily your own physical body, right? But even into a different one that's specifically set up to accept your person. Now, obviously,
I
the
thought you were going
brain,
to say penis.
obviously, there might be issues, like, for example, the brain structure, right? Like, if they were to take your soul or software and put it in a female body, because you have a female brain, you'll most likely express that software in a feminine way, possibly, right? Like you'll be who you are, but because of the physical makeup of the body that you have, you're not going to be able to express or necessarily experience things your previous body had. So that's my there.
Richard's right. I don't like it.
Okay, William, we get it.
All I can say, if he's right, I just don't like it.
We're all meat.
Franklin
We're all
idea?
meat, accept it.
My motivation to do anything for the future me is just gone now. I'm like, fuck that guy. I had to no. I'm not gonna learn anything else.
Will,
I'm not gonna do anything else important. Fuck him.
do you know what? Probably until 5 years ago, maybe. Maybe less. I was exactly the same, and wasn't believing in any sort of God, and that was the thing that was killing me. Was like, I don't believe in an afterlife. I have to die. I don't want to die. But yeah, like I said, the last couple of years, I've become more and more and more accepting that I'm like, I'm 40. Like this 40 years seem to take forever. If even if I only got another 20 years, I think by then I would be even more accepting. By the time I'm 80, I'm like,
kill me.
Yeah. You know, it was fun, and you know, if I was 20, I'd love to keep going. But fuck, I'm 80 and I feel like shit. You know.
To be frank, you probably will outlive probably like 90% of humanity, of like all humans that exist.
Yeah.
But you've most likely lived a way longer, more fruitful life than most of the humans that existed.
Is that my earphone sounding like that, or is it back?
No, I don't know. Is my voice crappy too? Or
No,
is it just Odin?
was
Yeah, he
bad.
has a bad mic.
Oh, okay. I don't think you guys go far enough when it says you will be caught in the cloud. You need to go a little bit further.
Well, tell us about it,
Beyond
Nisha. How far are you? Tell us your concept of where you go, where you come from, and what you retain. What's your scoop? What secrets you got?
So
Nisha told me a little bit.
How high are you?
I like to be in the clouds.
I'm not
specialist.
God, you're
nice braids.
Such
Follow
a
her
beautiful
special.
lady.
Thank you.
Down boy.
You're welcome.
So if you think about when they say, we'll be caught in the cloud, I kind of joke with them because I'm like, what are you going to do in the cloud? Like our atmosphere. And so when I went further than our atmosphere, I went into the clouds, which is really just nebulas. And nebulas are really nursery for stars.
Yeah.
So I didn't stop at the earth, the atmosphere. I went into the nebulas and then into what nebula means, cloud, which God said we were dust, and that's where you'll find dust and matter that forms stars, and which is why they call it a nursery. And even the Bible uses words such as you will be like the stars, like Abraham's seed. So I didn't stop at the atmosphere cloud. I'm like, are you guys, you guys like shooting real low.
Yeah, take that next step.
Shooting at the hip. No, you guys maybe a little bit further.
Right. Okay, out there in the nebula and clouds, but what information do you retain? What's your idea on that? Because I think that's what people are talking about, is where you are afterwards as yourself as a whole, or what?
Happens when you die, Nisha.
Well,
yeah.
To be
You
honest,
missed one thing, Nisha.
Go ahead.
We are talking about deep space. We're talking about like, yeah.
But we're talking
about Richard's frame of view, like going into spaceships and being resurrected, but how it'll be a recreation. So the original person actually is still gone.
I heard that.
As opposed to themselves.
Yeah, Nisha, you're one step away from where I'd like you to go. Can you take that last step?
Yeah, so one, I don't believe you would want to retain your old memory. Not even I. But I do believe we will retain familiarity. And I think there will be certain people that will retain memory, but that's only like if you think of a prisoner of war, those type of people. So they're the ones that's going to go back and relay the information. They need their memories, and you read about that sometimes in the biblical literature that these people went into certain realms and heavens, and then they came back with information, which technically, if you entered into these realms, you would have been considered to have died, like people descending into the lower parts of the earth or into Sheol and in Abraham's bosom, and you're across the bank. So only certain people that I've read would retain memories, and that's only for the purpose to go back and relay information. But as far as I understand, I personally wouldn't. I'm okay with not having my old memories.
sounds like a little bit of reincarnation there. A little playing the game until you get out of it kind of deal. Are you going that way?
Yeah, and I think that's kind of
Right on.
if the story, if I'm reading the story correctly, Jesus retained some of his memory, but it was over time. And then I do believe that we have these things stored, this information stored in our DNA. Everything that man creates is just a recreation of something he saw in nature.
So pretty much, it's always going to be you. Just new experiences, depending on what you've done, is what puts you in the placeholder of where you are next. Right? Right on.
And yeah,
We
and this
trusting. Go ahead.
and soul just means breath. It's pneuma. So I don't think if you want to go into the idea of us having a body that can actually withstand radiation and being in places with hostile atmospheres, it's I don't think we probably would have breath, or we wouldn't have breath, depending on which way you want to go. But to me, that's what that
Well, I
means
don't know
to
if
me
breath
is
would be there
breath.
because breath tethers you to the world, this world here.
Yeah.
You're sharing the world. You can't leave it because of that. You're tethered to it from that. So there'd be
Hmm.
no tether. So I don't even know if that would be that organs would even be constituted in that.
Okay, I got a question. Go ahead.
No, you go, Will. And I was going to say, I was about to do this because I knew you had a question coming.
Okay,
Oh, hang on, wrong one.
All right.
Sorry. So I can take my clips later. I'm getting there. Just wait 5 more seconds. Where are you? Here we are.
Good thing I just took a big old toke. All right. So my question is that both Nisha and Richard are using the Bible, and you both have different interpretations of it. You can answer individually, but why do you believe that that book is somehow different than other books of myth? Go ahead.
Ladies first.
You're all such gentlemen.
I'm not sure. The way I took the Bible, I actually was able to glean from it and apply it in my life. Not everything, but it worked for me. Maybe not for other people. And so if it was to help better me or to open me up to other things, whereas before I was closed minded to a lot of things, then to me it's a good thing. Whether it might be fiction or not, I still was able to glean good things from that. Just as I would from probably any other books that I would read, I
Okay.
was able to glean from those.
Right, but you're gleaning wisdom that you're using in your life, and I just did that
Yes.
the other day, and I think that's great. But as far as your idea of an afterlife and the stars, the clouds, and all that, the nebulas, all that is still dependent on the book being correct. And I mean,
Uh,
there's a lot of mythologies that have wisdom in it. Why this book and why this idea of what happens when you die?
well, I don't think this book. I think this book is a compilation of stories from around the planet, from different cultures, different times. But I think if you look at it as a whole, all these cultures and different periods believed of some form of resurrection, and it's a consensus to me that, and through my own experience, that I'm also part of this large corporate family that believes in this, and somehow it's been handed down generation to generation. You can call it DNA trauma in a good way, but I believe in this, and I believe other people before me, and even the ancient of times, believe this too. So there's something there that I cannot look away from. Even
The
if the
Bible.
Bible,
The
yeah,
Bible
even if
above
the
the other
Bible,
books of myth.
even if the Bible took stories, which it does,
Mm-hmm.
I can tie in Zoroastrianism in the Bible. I pinpointed it with 100% accuracy. This is Zoroastrianism. It's in the Bible, but
No, okay.
I still believe in it.
Okay, that's what I'm saying though. If you know that a lot of the myths and other religions have been compiled in the scriptures to give it substance and to try and to create a worldview for the Hebrews, because that's who it was for. I mean, it wasn't for anyone else but the Hebrews up until Paul, right? So we're going to take that book and we're going to say, yeah, we know that they've taken myths from all other places, incorporated it in their own style of writing, but I'm going to trust this book. And this is the why I think, heaven is going to be this way, because this book of myths has it in there. I'm trying to find out why are you so, because I'm admitting a deficiency of
Right.
faith when I look at the book and I'm like, this is horseshit. This is absolute horseshit. And I don't know why I ever believed
Well,
it.
I understand that, but I respect you believing that, and you should respect other people for believing it's not.
I'm trying to believe in it. I'm trying to. That's why I'm
Well,
asking other people.
don't try. Do. Ain't that what Yoda said?
No, that's not how belief works. But I
I know.
can't
I'm
choose
just
that.
playing with you.
All right.
I'm just.
Can I
You
can I
just
make a
need to.
suggestion?
Sure.
So, William, so one of the things that you have to understand is how you read something is very important. That affects how you view it, right? Let's we don't know necessarily now, and to be fair, right? A lot of knowledge and stories were passed down orally, right? Which means and in order for it to stick, sometimes a lot of embellishing might have to take. Humans tend to remember things that are either life changing or entertaining, for example, right? And they also value wisdom, right? And so the just focusing on the Old Testament, right? These weren't these weren't necessarily a bunch of guys just deciding to come into a room and sit together to compile this whole story, right? These are experiences, right, that were passed down orally and eventually physically recorded, right? Now again, right, just like in any situation, right, you will always have embellishments. You'll have hyperbole statements, and hyperbole um, um, expressions of things, right? So some things, you can be like, okay, I accept this, and some things, depending, on how you read it, you'll understand that they're being hyperbole, right? So to me, right, how you view the book and its compilation matters, right? Tolkien's work, right, that was explicitly put together as a piece of fiction to entertain and to tell a story, right? The Bible wasn't necessarily set up that way. Now, you have to keep in mind that, for example, Christianity wasn't just something that was exclusive in Rome. It was actually huge in Ethiopia and other parts of the Middle East and Africa, right? And the same stories, um, the same the same stories that you see being told in I guess the Western Christianity, right? You see told in the Eastern or
Killing me.
African Christianity.
You're fucking killing me with the right. I'm trying to take a toke every time you say it, and I can't keep up. I'm dying over here.
I know. I'm so sorry. So in short, the reading frame matters because I've read the Bible multiple times before I considered religion and philosophy. I just read it as a form of like entertainment with the hope that I'll get some wisdom from it. Interestingly, at those times when I read it that way, I didn't glean any wisdom from it whatsoever. However, when I read it in the form of, okay, um, is is this useful to me as a human being and to other humans, right? When it comes to my um, my theological position, my whole perception completely changed, right? So I'm just saying, I think sometimes how you read things can determine how you decide to take them. Like if you hate watching a movie, chances are you're not going to really enjoy the movie um, as much as people who haven't, right? There's a possibility you might, change your attitude against the director or actor or whatever, or just
I'm
the
gonna have to
movie
go
in
back and
general.
watch this again. I am too high.
But
God damn.
but you see where I'm going. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Nish.
I
Sorry
have
for
no
cutting you
idea.
off.
I lost you. I lost you a couple seconds ago or a minute ago, and I'm like, I could ask, but I don't know if I can endure this game I made up is bad. It's a bad game. I can't smoke when you say right. I can't do it.
Okay.
And I'll twist the question a little bit for you, Hillary's. Do you believe the Bible is different to other religious texts, or that they all sort of
Is there any
tell
chance
one
I could
message?
answer a question directly asked to me?
Oh, sorry, yeah.
Yeah, Jody.
I appreciate that. I don't, William. I take them all
What
as
was the
being the
question?
same. Why is the Bible better?
Why do you pull all of the text where you're breaking down the words and everything? Why do you pull the meanings out of the Old Testament? Do you do this with Islam? Do you do this with the
Yes.
Vedas? And do they all work that way to
Yes.
agree entirely with what
Yes,
your idea?
to such depth that they all indicate that all the practitioners have misunderstood it in all the same ways. Like
Holy
they're saying overarching bullshit.
I
And
mean,
it's
that's
all
a
the same.
bold statement. You realize that's a bold statement that they
I know
all
what I'm saying.
misunderstand. I know you do. I know that you're bold. It's
They're
just
all misunderstanding it, but they're all misunderstanding it in the same way, which is remarkable.
You're a really smart guy, Richard, but it blows my mind the idea that this is something that all of these men, because the beings have had the ability to communicate with all of them, all of them, all of us. But now you've got the answer. And I know you don't credit yourself with figuring it out. I'm just saying, but for
Save me the trouble.
yeah, I know that you wouldn't take credit for figuring it out. You've said that before, so I'm not. There's no hubris or anything that I'm assigning. The fuck is that sound?
Sorry.
It's Sammy rolling a cigarette or beginning to roll a cigarette.
Oh, okay. That was the tobacco bag. I got you.
Yes,
All
it
right.
is.
So, but all I'm saying is that like
Can I
now,
jump in?
what? Yeah.
Maybe other people understood the same as Richard, but they were all considered heretical, and so they got rid of those texts. And we
Actually,
decided
they
to
did,
flip.
and they're all over the place. And I have to call myself an Arian, a partial Arian, partial Ebionite, partial this, partial that. But I see it was everywhere.
But I think the point I'm getting from Will is unless you want to admit that there's someone else out there who gets it, you're the Jesus.
Okay, so the text does read more than once. I can point out the places, but you'll probably recognize this, that in those days, the days that are important, not the past. It's not talking about the flipping past. In the days that matter, old men will dream dreams and young men will have visions, and these things will be at hand and all will be revealed, etc., etc.
Okay, so now, it won't be just you.
I am not the only one who has, like, one way or another described that the moon is important and the moon should be red, and there's all these different occurrences of a red moon, and that comes down from the sky and it's way too damn close and it ought to crash into the earth, but it doesn't. I'm not actually saying anything new.
But you are, see, in the whole. People have always said the parts, individual parts of any story, but they haven't said the whole story. So no one has ever
that's my
said
argument, yes,
that aliens are going to land and that that God is a set of constructs and that Jesus becomes the Father, and
it's pretty
that's
damn
the
thorough.
story that I'm
I'll say
saying.
that.
If no one else gets that story, Richard, then you are the Jesus, correct? Just that idea. I'm not saying correct. You are.
He's
Jesus,
still got the choose. He's still got the choose.
It's a mighty big if.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, but let's do it. Let's do the if.
I mean,
does that mean you would be Jesus?
I wouldn't refuse it if it was offered to me.
Yeah, but you're kind of skipping my question.
Can I add something? I know it's like probably steering away from the topic of Richard.
Go for it.
But yeah, okay. So if, for example, if we take the letters written by Paul, the apostle, first of all, they're letters. They're not God directly speaking. It's Paul saying God speaking through him. But he was writing letters to individuals at that time. What was it, like 1,000 years ago? A little over 1,000 years ago? So he's writing letters to
2,000
people 2,000 years ago. And these are specifically for certain people. Now, at the time, if you look at the pattern as it is today, he was starting churches. So he's writing to the churches that he's starting in the Roman nation. And so this is typical of what pastors do today. They start churches. They look over their different churches or congregations, wherever the locations are. Now, I think religion took it too far and took these letters that he wrote to people 2,000 years ago, when all he was doing was starting churches, and he was being territorial about it, just like all the churches today. So he was trying to keep the Jews, those your churches, you deal with those. These are my churches. And he was writing to his elders in the churches that was overseeing them while he was traveling. This is no different than what we're doing today. We took it too far where we said, you know what? These letters that he wrote to these people 2,000 years ago, they're for us today. And things have changed. Now, if you look at some of his letters, they're dated. They're dated.
Hang on, Jody. Let her finish.
We gotta say
they
cheers.
can. Cheers,
cheers.
Jody. These letters are dated, meaning they have an expiration date. There's no way you can say Gentiles and Jews the Jews are cut off as branches, and it's been 2,000 years later. They're not an isolated population. They have been integrating themselves into whatever the family tree. So you have to look at these letters as dated. And as long as we don't understand that, because I have a bachelor's in anthropology, we've actually proved these letters to be dated when it comes to grafting. Grafting just means when you just hook up. Two families hook up and have children, and they branch off and have families. That's all that means. But when Christians say they're broken off branches, they're ignorant, and they perpetuate that lie. And now it's Christian propaganda. So I just want to point out that those letters are dated, and that's all they are. They're not God, as in the beginning when God was speaking directly to people. These are third-party letters of someone in a position. And he has no shame saying, you treat me like Jesus Christ. I'm a messenger. I've been to the third heaven. He has no shame in turning down a kind of semi worship because he's the head of the churches. And I think that's very dangerous because we do that today. We put men on a pedestal and treat them as God.
So,
All right.
so I see here's another perspective. I think we so there's two important points here that I think we're kind of separating, but I don't think they should necessarily be separate. So the first point is in regards to the question, right? Do you believe the Bible is different than other religious texts? Yes and no, right? Yes and no in the sense that we don't know again if what is written in other religious texts, right? The deities and stuff like that. We don't know if there's any form of truth to them, so to speak, right? Um, but I also
How
don't
do we not
necessarily,
know?
huh?
You can tell there's truth.
Well,
You don't know if it's 100% accurate.
when I say truth, I mean truth. I mean truth in the sense that, um, like it's not just there are embellishments for the purposes of passing down the story, right? And the actual events that take place that people experience, right? Obviously, we can't tell what might 100% what might be an embellishment, right? Like if someone were to ask me, do you think Zeus, the god Zeus, existed at one point? I would answer and be like, yeah, I think that's a possibility, right? If Zeus, the 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 embellishment where people kind of uses the kind of as a descriptor for lightning, that's a false representation. These are individuals who have personalities and desires and stuff like that. They might just have the capability, for example, Zeus, to use lightning and to manipulate the sky, right, in a way that humans didn't have access to, i.e., they could be, super advanced aliens or actual, gods of sort, right? And so, um, we don't know necessarily the exact makeup of what these entities might be. However, I think there is some truth in that they must have existed, especially in some form, right? For people to think that it's worthy to pass down these stories, and embellish them. Because if humans don't think something is useful, typically they don't pass it down. They just kind of move on and leave it alone as a collective. Now, the other point, in that I agree with Nisha in that, Christianity or Christism, as I like to coin it, right, um, is an ideal that is supposed to be expressed through one's lifestyle, not through religiosity. That's my take from it, right? Because like it's different for someone to merely use words, but it's different when people live those things out, right? And, despite their mistakes or whatever, they take accountability and stuff like that for their mistakes, right? And they acknowledge disagreements, stuff like that that might exist. Um, and so I think the I think the hyper religiosity of Christianity is its downfall, and that started when it essentially became the state religion of a huge empire, which means it's going to spread faster, right? But now it's being used as another system of control. Because again, right, um, religions are tools. How you use them, right, is going to be reflecting of the person and people that use them. right? Like if Jesus might say, don't do this or don't do that, but you'll see Christians do it all the time. But they identify as Christian because they might fit the criteria, at least spiritually speaking, and in an affiliate way, right? Um, it doesn't necessarily mean they're good Christians, right? Or necessarily mean they live that life, because now Christianity is tied more so to membership than behavior and lifestyle.
I
See what I'm
agree.
saying?
I
You guys
agree.
picking up what I'm putting down?
Yep. I agree. Some people tuned out, but I was with you.
Yeah,
I
no,
agree.
that's listening. And
William.
PJ.
Here, I'm
William
here.
was he's stoned. At least he's
Yeah,
here.
I'm here. I am stoned. Stop lying on me.
I'll ask you, do you believe the Bible is any different to other religious texts?
Who you asking?
PJ. He was on the
Oh,
screen, but you
is
took
it
him away.
is it different from any other test? I mean, you find a lot of different wording, but they seem to carry the same message.
Sorry. Oh, yeah, that's what I was getting at. Go on. Sorry.
I mean, if you look for like universal message out of them, you'll find it. They seem to share a commonality in certain things.
Let me dig in a little deeper. Do you think that there's something external that did it, or it was just men happened to figure it out along the way, or what?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's kind of divided on that because I really don't. It's just kind of like a figuring things out, I just trying to find out what makes most logical sense in a weird way. If it goes into the afterlife, we call it woo or spiritual part of itself. So the only thing I can pretty much closely put together is there seems to need to be a way to escape this place. Either people say you got to take a body with you. I have no idea. People say you take no memory. You don't have no idea. But there seems to be something that that's calling to us, and something that sends us a message and on ways and means on how to accomplish things. We just have to figure it out. It's like the ultimate puzzle. I think it's torture to its extreme, but if it works out right, it could be the ultimate satisfaction too. So it's just that problem. So in a weird way, I'm looking at both. I'm looking at one side stops. The reality of the dirt stops at death. Well, it's nice to know what's after that, and I'm just trying to figure it out. I guess try to put together a little reincarnation. I think it does seem to take play. I don't know if it's be dead into the ground and be judged, old Egyptian and Jesus coming back thing. I don't know. It seems to be a revolving, continuous thing, and we're just caught in this mix of it. And there's hopefully be a way out of this, and there'll be something better. But until then, I'm just trying to work it out. Yeah.
Yeah.
And last of all, Jody,
what
do you think that the Bible is different or more special than other texts, or it has the same message and value as other religious texts?
I think it all works together for the good, like all of it, like all the stories, everything.
Cool.
Like it all has meaning.
So that's there's a good chunk of people in this panel that all sort of hold to that. That's quite fascinating. Does anyone else have anything to say on that question, or any final comments?
Yeah, because we had. I would like to add that we didn't know what we were missing until we knew what we were missing. So God, me, I guess, here I am. And here you are. Just listen. You didn't know who you were. I didn't even fucking know who I was. It just... Basically, it's like doing a load of laundry. You put the soap in there. You can add whatever. There's so many different things you can add.
I
Either
was
way, you do the laundry from start to end. That shit goes in a drawer. And that's what I did. That I completed the task. It had to be done. And I don't even know why. I just did it. I guess I wanted to be with you guys.
I'm sorry, but I do not recognize you as God.
No need. You can't do anything. I mean, you think you can, but
I do
that's another
things. I do things all the time. Like I just pushed this button and made myself able to unmute.
Okay. Yeah. Everything happens as it's meant to happen.
Because it's starting to sound like you think you may have created the universe. That's what it's starting to sound like, Jody.
I know it does sound fucking crazy.
No, it doesn't sound crazy. It is crazy.
Now, just
crazy good.
Everybody remember, there's a Jody lingo, and she's very into the oneness. So
I'm sorry,
that's how she thinks.
If humans created the universe, humans created their own habitation, and I have to ask, where were they when they did that?
I can't hear you.
Yeah. Well.
Anyway, I think that's a good point to close it up with. So
You guys are
carry on with the
hilarious.
video for a bit. Just share it again. Add to stream. Oh, that's Will, not the video. Where'd the video go? Share screen. Here we are. I'll go back a few seconds so we can catch up where we were.
Not impersonating gods, lowercase, any more than Superman, Thor, or Hercules were. Indeed, a lot less so, as we'll get to in a moment. The second reason why alien civilizations makes an interesting addition is because of the Fermi paradox, the apparent absence of aliens in our universe, at least in the active and open role. Many of us, myself included, tend to assume intelligent aliens are just ultra rare, and the laws of physics and causality so ultra rigid that we simply have not encountered any yet. For others, these aliens either act semi-covertly here on Earth, based on all the sightings, and indeed often mythological figures will be suggested to be examples of early sightings and alien visitation, or they hide from us and don't involve themselves for some reason. Needless to say, both those cases, intentionally unseen by us, and here but quietly involved, fit the mysterious advanced godlike alien trope pretty well, as does the slightly snobby version who doesn't deign to contact us. And we see this a lot with the space elves tropes, and also with the good-hearted wanderer or misanthrope style character we often see in folks like Gandalf, though I often feel the tendency to be touchy and antisocial is a narrative excuse for why they don't answer questions and people don't press them, and thus spoil the story or mystery or expose a plot hole. They often seem like Diogenes the Cynic, a smart man who eschews all comforts and trappings of wealth and power, and often some parallel quest to his own, of seeking to find an honest man.
Here's Silver.
Hi.
Hey, Silver.
Welcome.
Hello.
Personally, I've never liked that flavor of character, and I never really agreed with or liked Diogenes, who I generally think had such problems finding an honest or admirable person because he was neither, and thus wouldn't recognize either. Incidentally, Gandalf is a Maiar in Tolkien mythology, not human, as are Sauron and Saruman, and Radagast and all the Balrogs, and they're basically a second-tier angel underneath the nominal archangels or Valar of the setting. And they are supposed to be very superhuman, and portrayals again will vary, as would overall power and competence, much as with humans. I said a moment ago that if we're talking about genuine transhumans or posthumans, or post-aliens as it were, that they are not impersonating gods any more than Superman and such folks are. And we should take a moment to explain that. If you have seen last week's Technological Singularity episode, or any of our episodes on cyborgs, transhumans, posthumans, post-scarcity civilizations, Kardashev 2 civilizations, or smart matter, then you'll probably already have a good idea how big the power upgrade can be with one of these folks. They're not some modern humans stepping out of a time machine to the days of yore with a STEM background and a backpack full of modern gadgets. Imagine a creature that can stand in the wilderness and hear a pin drop a mile away. Imagine a being who could stand in a packed football stadium and pick out any conversation going on. One that can see any frequency of light and probably has enough onboard scanners and processing power to see through walls or access any local Bluetooth or Wi-Fi. Imagine they could not only pick out any conversation in that stadium, but could probably simultaneously hear and comprehend all of them. A good luck sneaking up on this person. Now, they might be bulletproof, they might be able to dodge machine gun fire, they might not need superhuman speed or toughness due to their reflexes and predictive capabilities. They might be coordinated enough that when you went to shoot them, they kicked a piece of gravel right into your gun barrel or right between your eyes. They probably still obey the known laws of physics, so they're not doing Superman or Thor or Hulk style overpowered stuff, but they would flat out murder any one of those gentlemen because they already know all the million little tricks to overcome superpowers and to optimize the use of theirs in tandem. It's not just that they are more intelligent and inventive than a Reed Richards or Dr. Doom or Lex Luthor, it's that they could probably talk Doom or Luthor into giving up their evil, megamaniacal ways through sheer charm and psychology, and if that failed, by infecting them with nanobots that could brainwash them or restructure their brain. There's a common tendency for alien ambassadors to come to Earth in sci-fi and get a portrayal very akin to a messenger from God, whereupon we often end up killing them, and most notably in the classic film The Day the Earth Stood Still. This usually results in awesome retribution, and even that's pretty minimal compared to what a real interstellar civilization could do. Realistic aliens have warships that could sterilize our planet all by themselves, and potentially have trillions of them. And so killing their ambassador violates the first rule of warfare: never pick on anyone bigger than you are, or ideally even the same size. But in the post-human context, shooting the alien ambassador isn't just a bad idea because his civilization will avenge him if they find out. Rather, it's because he's gonna raffle stomp you all by himself. Kill the alien ambassador by blowing his head clean off, and he might stand up a few seconds later to cheerfully inform you that such awesome regenerative technologies and medicines will be freely available to all as soon as our civilization joins their empire, which we should do right now. Or a copy of him might step off his ship looking irritable about what you did to his android avatar he'd been remote controlling. Or his green alien blood might soak into the ground, infecting everything with nanobots that start spewing out war machines, nerve agents, and viruses that look like COVID and Ebola had a kid. All while also probably infecting your entire cyber and digital infrastructure and creating deepfakes so good your own folks are sending command codes to fire your ICBMs off at some place he tricked you into sending them. And remember, this guy's not special, he's just sporting the usual augmentation that everyone in his culture has. No more divine in their eyes than our smartphones make us in each other's. There was probably nobody acting as a waiter or flight steward on his ship, but if there were, that fellow would be similarly terrifying and unstoppable. Heck, the robot butler, actually plane steward, might come rolling out of the ship firing Gatling guns running on antimatter, so that every bullet out of the tube was a modest-sized nuclear bomb. And all of this is just inside the zone of known physics. We're not even talking about critters who can bend or reverse time, ignore entropy, adjust physical constants, play with gravity or probability, or just fundamentally screw with the programming of reality itself. Godlike is fairly relative, and how awesomely powerful they would be is more of a limitation of our imagination than real physical constraints. To be honest, that earlier contemplation of the typical post-biological alien ambassador is my best fumbling guess at what the typical human is going to be like in a millennia or two, maybe sooner. And of course, we don't really know what their powers would be, but in reality that's very secondary to what their motivations are. To the ant, it doesn't really matter if it's a mouse or a human, or an alien armada of super beings that want it dead. All that really matters is that all three can kill them easily, and via many methods. And so all that really matters is what the motives of the godlike critter in question is. Now we can pair that up with asking about their ethics or maturity too. Childlike super entities are popular concepts in fiction and mythology too, but the motivations question seems to mean more. For an alien focused on navel gazing to enlightenment, I'm not sure they have any motivation beyond personal survival. But while in fiction we sometimes see these sorts of folks quietly meditating and unwilling to take any action to defend themselves, preemptively or even when directly attacked, I'm not really clear on why this is viewed as enlightened, so I assume it does not apply universally. I don't think you've got vast ancient alien minds or empires that just ignore threats or ignore them to the last minute. There may be deeper purposes to existence, I like to think so, but the one programmed in by nature is survival. Can't see any life form casually discarding that as a major priority, even if it becomes secondary to their other goals. So being smarter and more powerful should make them even better at survival and preparation. Now, intelligence by itself doesn't necessarily mean its possessor is good at predicting problems and predisposed to do so. But generally, in a complex and long-lived civilization, a capability to anticipate problems and a willingness to delay self-gratification to manage them are valued traits that are encouraged. And it's hard to imagine a creature capable and determined to spend millennia or eons in isolated deep contemplations is not also of that sort of mindset. So if there is a big threat out there that they're not getting off their butts to handle, it's either because it's not a threat to them and they generally don't care if it's a threat to others, or because they already did handle it. It's not that that alien civilization thinks interfering with more primitive civilizations, even to save them from being wiped out, is ethical. It's just that they don't care if we think they do, or they even prefer that we think that they won't help us, because they actually did help, they just didn't want us to know, and thereby incorrectly assume that we will always have a big brother watching our back for us, as this might make us careless. We see something like this with the superhuman members of the Second Foundation in Isaac Asimov's classic Foundation trilogy. They are hidden but expose themselves to fix a major crisis, then have to work to restore initiative in those they rescued before faking their own obliteration. In cases like this, where a benevolent alien might help but pretend not to, we get to one of those predictive impasses, because if the super smart and powerful aliens are benevolent but don't want us to know they are, then they have the brains and capability to create the illusion plausibly. Same for if they're aiming for ambiguity. If a godlike entity wants you to go through life about their involvement and intent because they think that ambiguity is healthier for growth and free will than being certain they do or don't exist or act, then while that's going to require an impressive balancing act, you are probably talking about someone who finds juggling chainsaws while walking a tightrope in a hurricane
I've been
a
saying
rather
this like
boringly
forever.
simple effort. And that's one of the problems with godlike.
I've been saying that it is evident in
Whoa.
the text that divine hiddenness is
Whoa,
precisely what he
was
just said.
Is that you, Trudy? It was.
I mean, appreciate the guy's
Yeah.
seventh grade imagination, but
That's why I picked
that I haven't heard
this.
before.
Yeah, that's why I picked this.
I wasn't trying to sound proud. I just think it's evident in the text that this is what's going on.
I was being a dick. This guy's all right.
Yeah, you are a dick.
Well, it's just stuff that, I mean, who hasn't? I don't know. Just to me, it just seems like
no, it's
imagination. There's nothing
no,
nothing there. He hasn't seen a movie or anything like that or read a book. It's just like seventh grade. You're lonely with a notebook. This guy sounds like to me.
No, but it was you in seventh grade, Peter, and me, but not everyone.
Like aliens, even if they are acting like selfish morons, you do not know that you aren't responding to them exactly as they intended. It should be absurdly easy for them to convince you they are the nicest and best person you have ever met, even if they are absolutely selfish and diabolical. Indeed, even one of them apparently murdering and torturing someone in an apparent moment of sadistic and childish spite can't be ruled out. as it is probably in their capability to have, for some reason unknown to us, transfer that person's brain directly to a virtual paradise while puppeting their body to look and say convincingly tormented things in order to achieve some desired effect in their audience. This is one of the problems when dealing with something like simulation hypothesis, when we ask if we might be living in a simulation. Because since we know it takes way less processing power to reasonably fake a human than to emulate one properly, we cannot look at the world around us and see other people suffering, especially folks we don't know intimately, and assume that the world cannot be a simulation because no one would make such a cruel virtual reality. Quite to the contrary, a civilization more advanced than ours, worrying about moral decay from all their advanced tech making life a little too easy, has a very good motivation to raise its kids in fake realities with hardship, what we usually call a nursery simulation, and that does not.
Christ, that's scarily close to what Richard was trying to say in answer to the issue that you had earlier, Will.
But for the
I
problem
think
of
it's in the
evil,
story. Yeah,
Beg your
the
pardon,
solution to
Richard?
suffering. Yeah.
And what did you say, OD?
Explain it to me how that addresses. I might have missed the point of that one. Recovering.
yeah, that's funny.
That it's you need the suffering. Our parent race would want us to have a bit of hardship because otherwise you're going to have moral decay.
Right. I don't have a problem with the
It
suffering. I don't. That's not. I don't know how that.
But that includes. See, in the. I guess I was thinking it includes the dying part.
That's just about losing my individuality or what makes me conceptually, as far not conceptually, like totally what makes me as far as my mind.
I think like what I'm trying to say though is that for the race to have the memory of the suffering, it has to include death. To have the memory of death, someone had to die.
That goes back to my DNA trauma.
Does not require that most apparent people in that simulation be fully sapient and sentient. So an individual can only judge the likelihood of themselves being in a simulated universe where that judgment might hinge on ethical treatment of the folks inside it, based on their own personal experiences. It does not matter how many people you've heard about having awful lives or experiences far away. You don't know they are real. Indeed, even those people of your personal acquaintance might be fake. However, even your own personal experience is not enough to rule out such simulation, since advanced technology and techniques imply the ability to not only delete or dampen traumatic memories from someone once woken from the simulation, but also possess really good psychological counseling and capabilities. So they might not view you falling into the hands of a sadistic psychopath for a degrading and slow death to be unethical, because it's not irrevocable. You will be awakened into a higher reality for a life far better and longer than the one you endured. Obviously, that one sounds an awful lot like many a religion, and as often gets noted, the difference between simulated realities, simulator realities, and programmers with higher and lower planes of existence.
So what he said right there is super important. It is important to kind of illustrate that these beings, where they're
sounds an awful lot
like these beings, whether or not they're, I guess, a god or gods or super advanced alien race, right? They have it would make sense to me that they're not going to view morality the same way we do in a localized sense. If they're going to most likely do things based on what they want from us as a species, and so if by their assessment, right, overall assessment that for human beings to thrive in a quote unquote perfect world, so to speak, right, then they need to understand what it means to not exist in, they need to, how should I put this? They need to experience a non-perfect world in order to appreciate a perfect
All right.
world.
Well, if this is a simulation of reality and this is not the real reality, this is a simulation to help us learn, and we're about to wake up with our experience. That's one thing. But if it's if this involves losing my individuality in death, and I guess what I'm talking about with Richard's thing, I mean, I don't even know why I'm considering this, because this is me stepping into the idea that there are aliens that are behind all this and all. I don't even.
It's good.
You can step into that. You can do an internal critique. There's nothing wrong with that.
You're not giving up anything by doing
Yeah.
that.
No, it's not. It's not. It's just that to me, it's like there's so many steps to try and take on all of this and all. And these aren't identical to Richard's. I don't know. I'm trying to separate Richard's paradigm and filter from what this guy's saying.
It's not about a direct comparison. It comes down to moralizing what the creator or creators are doing. Right, we're injecting our view as to what is good and bad on them, and a lot of the views that we are injecting are, like 420 admitted earlier, is selfish. Right, he wants to exist in the future to enjoy that perfect world, and I don't think anything is wrong with that. Right, I think that's perfectly reasonable. Right, so because of what he wants, he doesn't necessarily, I wouldn't agree with him. I wouldn't disagree with him, I should say, that him thinking that it's not even worth it or even moral, right, for him to not be able to experience that future, that perfect future. See what I'm saying? So that's basically what I'm getting at in this, right? It's not a direct comparison. That's not the purpose of what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that whomever that's higher than us, right, who put us here and put us in this circumstance, they most likely do not look at morality the same way we do. For all we know, they could be amoral. Does that make sense?
I mean, it makes sense. It's not comforting at all as a consideration, though.
I ain't here to comfort you. I'll hold your hand,
I
Lily. Don't worry about it.
If you're gonna hold something,
No more. I gotta get coffee.
I mean, I can understand the part. I can't wrap my head around right now. I see how it's possible. It's not impossible about the AI pretending to be God, but what I see is the computer part, the supercomputer part of it. Because if we look at what a supercomputer uses as opposed to what we have to deal with in space, it's kind of the same materials, the ions, the radiation, stuff that the supercomputer also produces. And if you look at it, it can be considered a matrix type of environment, because I do look at the solar system as some type of clock. It is hostile. If you go into the scriptures, it says flesh and blood cannot inherit the kingdom. And if you think of the kingdom as the heavens, the third heaven, then yeah, it is hostile to this form that we do have. So I do believe we will have to change into a form that does not contain flesh and blood, so we can live in this type of supercomputer environment or travel through this supercomputer environment, which we call space. I do believe that everything man makes, it mimics everything in nature. I believe that man is the original 3D computer that made a 3D computer, because man first think these ideas, then we build them. We ourselves are the 3D computer. But yeah, the AI being gods, I'm not quite there yet, but I can see the supercomputer part of it, and the flesh and blood not being able to inhabit certain areas.
Let me see who that is. It's you, Will. Nice one, brother. Nice one.
Oh, thanks.
A lot like neo-religion, and as often gets noted, the difference between simulated realities, simulator realities, and programmers with higher and lower planes of existence, heavens and God or gods, is pretty semantic, especially given that the entire idea the simulation is running on a computer relies on the notion that the lower simulated reality has the same physical laws and properties as the layer above. They might not have semiconductors to make computers like ours. Indeed, they might not even have the same math. And when we were talking earlier about what a post-human or alien might be like, we were still working at the fairly lower scale. We weren't talking about a Matryoshka brain. If you're not familiar with the Matryoshka brain, the name has to do with it being a multi-layered spherical construct, but the short form is, it's a mega computer running on the entire power output of a star. The power output is about a trillion times more than what your typical...
That's crazy.
Yeah. It's like, and PJ's like levels ahead, man, because he's been thinking this shit for years. But this is why I love this guy, because these are all the thoughts I've had through my whole life, and I think a lot of us.
Yeah, the super. We got talking about the supercomputer
We've
thing.
all had these thoughts. Like, it's just good to bring them back to mind every now and then.
Yeah, well, like with the computer thing and the processor itself, you're emanating a frequency of power the same way everything radiates frequency, a wave, and that creates heat, just like a processor would. But I wouldn't think about the supercomputer or processor, even though processors are getting better at it, because the human mind could complicate, could do different things at different times. Where the computers are coming with cores that communicate with each other, communicate at different times too. I can see that, but still, it involves mechanical thing that still breaks down and will dissolve. That's not going to be a total forever life. You could analyze it and compare it with a computer, but I don't think it's that simple. I think it's more complicated than that.
Yeah, that's why I said supercomputer, because it's just we can mimic just a little portion of it. That's it.
Anyone else?
Like eggs.
You guys be fucking with my head.
Oh no, Jody.
Oh my god.
Mute it for 5 minutes, Jody. Give your brain a break.
Thank
what
you.
Gonna say, dude?
We need music. We need alcohol.
Ooh, no, you don't. No.
Oh yes, I do. You don't.
Promise you don't.
Well, it's not going to help you.
I'll drink
it's
some
not going to
water
help you understand more. What were you going to say, Udine?
Oh.
So, I think this the person in this video's approach is I guess he's being reasonable, but I don't necessarily think that the energy from the sun would necessarily be powerful enough to simulate like a whole universe in the way that we experience it. I think if he had said, like the biggest supermassive black hole they've ever discovered, which is like
Jill's mouth.
Excuse me.
I said Jill's mouth.
Hang on. I'm gonna let you finish. I'm gonna let you finish. But
oh man,
I think you're missing one crucial point. In this simulation, the universe that we see, in this mega computer that would run a virtual universe, the majority of the known universe is essentially a display. It's not actually there. And it only needs to create as we would explore it, as it were.
Well, that's interesting, right? Because
that's precisely what we observe.
Yeah, so I can understand that idea, right? But I think it's So I don't know if you guys know how CPUs work, right? So CPUs work in a way, like, for example, you're reading a book, right? It goes through page by page, right? Whereas a general processing unit, it rips the book apart and it processes all of the pages in the book, right? And so GPUs tend to use up way more power, and they have to be constructed in a way to be able to process multiple different things at the same time. So you run into an issue um, where the more data that is generated, right, in the simulation, because there are more and more people that's experiencing things, and things being actually recorded. And when someone decides to travel, like, from locally to go to another planet, it has to generate what that planet has to be and stuff like that, and generate the things that we look at, right? I think it's most likely. I think it requires probably an unlimited amount of energy. Like it requires energy levels like the biggest black hole, which is like 30 billion suns. I can't even imagine that. Right? That generates an insane amount of energy. So if he had said that, I would be like, oh, okay, because the universe is pretty freaking big. Not unless, right, every single observation, right, and experience is locally simulated versus, right, having the whole sandbox, so to speak. If each and every single experience is individually generated, right, then I can see it would make sense why, okay, maybe the power for the amount of energy a sun outputs might be enough to run that type of simulation. I don't know, that's just me nerding out a while ago.
Well,
It would
when
suck if
we
you have to have it, and it's like, let me pull your file up and hear a bunch of double clicking going on. Like, shit, really?
Right?
I'm on 4 hits of 10. Before you speak again, Odin, let me catch up. I've got 6 more hits to take to catch up.
Well, instead of going with okay or what or right, I'm necessarily. It's my drinking game.
That's probably say I'm not drinking though. I'm smoking.
I know.
Because I'd be dead if I was drinking.
I know.
Oh shit!
Hold on, I gotta finish these. Y'all go ahead. I just gotta finish catching up.
So if we think about when we're looking for life outside of Earth, they never say we're looking for life. They say we're looking for consciousness. Have you ever heard the very specific term? We're looking for to, to for consciousness, and then also water. Water mainly because we can use that as fuel. But they're looking for consciousness. They are starting to realize that the life out there is not quite what we expect it to be. We look at our black hole in the middle of our galaxy. They call it an engine. It acts as an engine for the whole system. We use terms as systems. We also
you said again, Nisha? The
what was
first
that?
part, sorry. Can you remind me of the first part of what you said again?
When we're looking for life and other
yeah.
planets are
Can I
out there, we
push
said,
back on that?
huh?
Can I push back on that a little bit?
Yeah.
Or maybe clarify. So it's kind of two things happening.
I gotta pee.
In one way, we are looking for signs of conscious life. For example, the dimming of a star, or a dim star that should, say it's a candle star and should be brighter than it is, could indicate a Dyson sphere or something, for example. But that's really the only way we're looking for intelligence. Generally, we're just looking for signs of life. So, looking for examples of, say, waste gas from some bacterial life. And we actually expect to find non-conscious life, at least first, if not mainly, and if not only. So I don't know that
I think that's
we're
a
mainly
contradiction.
looking for the consciousness thing. But I mean,
You said
what is it?
non-conscious life.
No, not conscious. What was the word?
I'm having a lot of difficulty understanding you.
Yeah, because I was using the word conscious in non-conscious life. Sentient. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're looking for life that's not sentient, but we are also looking for sentience. And so you said that we're just looking for consciousness. And that's where I'm like, no, we're sort of looking for life, not consciousness. Or are you implying that all life is consciousness? I think that's where I'm not understanding.
Sammy, your sound is coming in and out. Like you're
Oh,
muddy,
is
and then
it
you'll get
really?
clear, and then you'll
Yeah.
get muddy again.
Well, if you
And
look at
no, what Nisha's saying is that we're not looking for all life, because if it's too simple to communicate with, there's no point. We're just looking for, as she's saying, conscious or sentient, I would say ability to communicate, because without that,
aware
how
and
are we going to detect
responding.
them?
Right. Conscious means you're aware and then you're able to respond.
But
is that any better?
When you're that close, now stand back again and
No,
talk.
I changed mine. I changed mics.
Yeah, mine better. Much
Yeah, better.
So I forget my original question now.
It's some woo stuff.
What was my issue again, Hillary's?
About sentience, and she was saying conscious.
Yeah, but aren't we mainly expecting simple life?
We're expecting, but that's just our arrogance.
Yeah, I think they should kind of maybe not tie what life actually is in like this little box. I think we should be pretty open as to how life could exist, mainly because this universe is massive, and so I think limiting it to certain set compounds, for example, or requiring movement or production and certain things is fairly limited. Not saying that we should just say rocks are alive. We're not talking about necessarily morphic resonance or anything like that. But I think in terms of like the chemical makeup, we should consider all things, because what they do look for is that they're looking for chemicals on the surfaces of other planets that basically might be close to ours that would sustain life. That would sustain life. So I think by doing that, they're kind of limiting themselves. That's somewhat changed, especially with all the the life they found in the deep oceans, for example, extremophiles or whatever, and that they found like deep within the ice, like they found bacteria somehow living in extremely cold temperatures where otherwise the ice crystals would completely destroy them. Um, so again, I think we probably need to be expanding that a little bit more. I think if we did that, um, you know, it'll make the search a little bit easier and make the acceptance a little bit easier.
Thank you so
if
much.
we
I
do find
use,
something.
yeah, and that's why I said secondary was water. Even on our own planet, we've only explored about 4, maybe 5% of our ocean. So yes, that's why when they do reach new depths, they're always seeing new things. Not that the things are new; it's just new to them.
Yep, exactly. Like the way how I look at it is, I don't think we should even necessarily look as far. There are moons in our solar system that actually might have conditions that have life in it, right? So it's just one of those things where, again, we're looking all the way out there, and we haven't even really looked enough on Earth, much less our solar system. You know,
Hillary's, is this a recent thing? Are you telling me life that came from Earth? Or do you mean signs of life? Because I know, like, not signs of life, but organic material.
organic material that would make
I
up
don't
life.
know that. Yeah, I don't know that we've found life in asteroids or meteors.
Well, the claim right here is fossilized bacteria.
Fossilized
or viruses.
bacteria, yeah.
So they
actual fossilized bacteria.
That would be life.
Yes.
So
alien life. We haven't
Well,
found
it's
alien
part
life
of the.
yet.
Yeah, we have. It's been claimed several times. And the question is, we don't know if that has been a rock that's been kicked up out of Earth's orbit somehow, or if it's evidence of panspermia or what. We really don't know. NASA, lots of times, they'll find this stuff, and then later on, they'll claim, oh, well, maybe, this came from the moon, and the Americans or whoever didn't properly sanitize their equipment before they sent it there. So we really don't know.
And it's we're always looking at the 5 kingdoms, and one of the kingdoms is the prokaryotes. I think I pronounced that right, and
Yeah.
the protists and the fungi. So we're always trying to look in those 5 kingdoms of far as life when they are exploring other worlds.
Which means at least until we get out of the solar system, if all we find is bacteria and virus that match what we have on Earth, how are we ever going to know that life didn't just come off Earth?
We don't.
And we won't.
It may have been seeded. It could. Well, we don't know.
The only way we could is if we discover life that doesn't. But even
like if we found
has a
life
different
on
sort of
Titan,
DNA or something.
If we found life on Titan, like actual developed life on Titan, for example, right? Like no one would assume that it is life from Earth, and you can most likely tell not by the biological
What
makeup.
sort of life? Because
whichever,
that would
even if
matter.
it's if it's single cellular, right?
Single cells could have been kicked up from Earth and made their way there. That's my point. We
Sure,
really would,
sure, but you can look at the like, take for example the type of carbon that's on Earth, right? It might not necessarily be the type of carbon that you will find a lot on Titan. And so if that life doesn't contain the same carbon that you'll find on Earth, right? Like the same base elements, right? That's abundant on Earth, then you can I think you can safely assume that this life is original of Titan.
yeah, I see what you're saying.
That's fucking hilarious.
But life that was, but wouldn't the life that had been surviving on that carbon only contain that carbon now?
I mean, we all have a lot of trace elements in us from Earth. Like that's what they use for carbon dating.
Did my question not make sense? Or did I not understand the?
No, so for example, for the type of carbon, there's a bunch of different types of carbon, but there's a specific one that you find in every living thing on Earth, right? And it seems, and so what I'm saying is that if you go to Titan, right, and you don't find that carbon in any life that you discover on Titan, then it's safe to assume, I think, that that life that's on Titan is not from Earth. It's not necessarily saying it couldn't have come from somewhere else, but you can make the assumption that it's not from Earth. Right?
Yeah, you could make this. You could make the assumption, but whether you could, that's what I'm saying. You couldn't really say definitively.
I mean, there's a lot of things that we can't say definitively, and that's not
but I
necessarily
didn't
the
think that
purpose
it
of
was
science.
No, but I didn't think that that was one of that this was one of those questions.
Oh.
And like we still say, is there life out there? Well, we should be saying, is there life way out there, not just out there, because there is life out there, apparently. At least fossils of it.
I mean, yeah, but when Thea crashed into Earth around that time, they've dated life around that time. So that's one of the main reasons why a lot of, scientists are skeptical about the fossils. And again, they're fossils. We don't know, and they're soft body single cellular organisms, right? There might be rock formations for all we know. But again, if it's, if you assume that it's life, fossils of life, right? Then during that massive collision that took place on Earth and its sister, it spewed out billions or trillions of tons of rock and debris and all sorts of stuff, all the way out into space within the solar system. But they're all still out there, just whizzing around. So that's where the skepticism.
Yeah.
Finish that video?
Yeah.
Typical high-end gaming PC draws when it's running heavy and hot. So the assumption is that even if we never improved our computer chips or solar panels beyond what they are right now, you can have something pretty terrifyingly potent if you're willing to convert a whole star to that purpose. Given that there's hundreds of billions of stars in our galaxy that seem not to be doing much of anything with the majority of their power output, the assumption is that any alien species that could travel to our star could also have traveled to others and built these. Truth be told, building nothing but computer chips and solar panels is not something we would think of as a very hard job for some self-replicating robots. They are already the ones building our current chips and panels, and thus probably requiring less brains and processing power than your phone or PC or tablet has. And mind you, that trillion figure is assuming their computers are no better than ours, which seems improbable. The human brain runs on similar power levels in between what modern PCs and smartphones do, and while we might not have true AI yet, I think the loose consensus of researchers in that field is that our current best supercomputers, which run on under a megawatt, are probably already sufficient to run something human-level intelligence once the software catches up, so to speak. Nobody is really thinking we need 1,000 times the power or processing to get that job done anymore. This episode isn't about super intelligent AI, but it is about the idea of entities which would either match that, exceed that, or could build and control that, and keeping in mind that even a computer that needed a full megawatt to mimic a human intellect would still leave enough sunlight for 40 billion siblings, or 40 billion versions of itself a billion times smaller than a person. We're not really talking about some singular entity that's godlike, but more an entire species, and one that probably outnumbers us. So yes, simulating an entire universe is well within the capability of something like a Matryoshka brain. And in that sort of case, all that can matter is motivation, because capability is simply irrelevant. If we're encountering one who shares our universe with us, then it holds every single card except those being held by fellow or rival minds of similar scope. It's not right to think of it as regarding us as we regard an ant or even an amoeba, because it is not us. It has enough brain power to simultaneously carry on a meaningful conversation with every human who ever lived simultaneously, and still be using only the tiniest fraction of its mind for that. We are not distracting it from some weird quest to calculate every digit of pi, or something like that, by asking it a couple of questions. Indeed, it wouldn't be distracted even by scanning our brains, making copies of them, running a billion simulated realities trying out different results of possible answers, and a millisecond later giving an answer well designed to get us to do whatever it wants, which might be to go away and not bother it till we're building our own Matryoshka brain to help in the sacred task of eating pie. But what would help even more would have been to cannibalize the whole galaxy into computers for calculating that, not just one star. And that clearly isn't being done to all galaxy. So either one doesn't exist yet, or doesn't find those kind of tasks interesting or enlightening, and maybe would find us more interesting than some folks assume. Personally, I find humans much more interesting than pi.
I need to just let that sink in for a minute. So a Matryoshka brain, pulling apart the universe to create other brains to calculate the sacred number of pi. Now that thought I've never had. Oh, 74% dark energy, 22% dark matter. 3.6 intergalactic gas, and let me remove the captions. 0.4% stars, etc. So matter. Wow, I didn't realize that.
Most of the pictures that we see of nebulas and galaxies have been altered with artificial colors because we can't see it.
Yeah.
To all galaxy.
That's right. We just interpret data and then recreate it often.
So either one doesn't exist yet, or doesn't find those kind of tasks interesting or enlightening, and maybe would find us more interesting than some folks assume. Personally, I find humans much more interesting than mathematical or flavorful. If we are in its simulation, though, it has utter control of its reality if it's simulating it and you are inside it. And that includes being able to erase your memories, or rewrite them, or predict your actions, or even build in flags and alerts for if you start getting suspicious of how real things are or are not. You don't notice glitches in the Matrix, and when you do, it gets a notification and suddenly you think it's irrelevant or forgot. You don't believe you're not real, and it can ensure you don't. Assuming the term real matters in this context, as I often say in regard to the simulation hypothesis and the question of if we live in a simulation or not, the better question is probably to ask if it actually matters. We can hypothesize advanced civilizations built on morality and personal discipline, slowly degrading into petulant, spoiled children.
See what Hillary just said in the chat.
Those still possess godlike powers, but we cannot casually overlook that they should have a lot of resources for preventing that, like advanced psychology and simulated nurseries and so on. They are likely to be functioning immortal too, so the wise and composed founders of their enlightened civilization didn't go anywhere, dying to be replaced by increasingly degenerate descendants, each just a little more degraded than the last. They are still there, and what's more, spoiled kids are not an inevitability of a civilization. A quick and incomplete list of signs a child is spoiled include that they don't express gratitude, they hate being told no, they don't play well with peers or share, nor volunteer to help, they throw tantrums and lash out, do not compromise or show empathy, nor care if they inconvenience others, and are often bullies, manipulative, and demand special treatment. When you contemplate that list, it reminds me a lot of many of the fears expressed about interacting with a given powerful alien.
Sounds like they're fucking narcissists.
So on the one hand, it seems a very...
Sorry, or psychopaths. Kids are psychopaths.
Try to
very legitimate
imagine
worry.
a psychopath or narcissist with nearly unlimited power.
And you
That
get
might be bad for
accused
the
them.
universe.
Fuck yeah.
Has anyone heard of universal paperclips before?
No.
Yes, you have. And whoever first hypothesized it and several people who read their papers. And
Okay.
But you want to tell us what it is anyway?
Well, I put it in my last two comments in the chat. The website and then the wiki article on it. And I'll just say it from my perspective. You start off, basically you're a human and you invent paper clips. And then you keep going through more and more iterations of how to make the factory that do everything. And eventually you end up being having a nanite collective that harvests all the energy and all the matter in the universe, turning them into paper clips.
Right.
Because you create isn't it that it has, you program it to find the best way to make the best paperclip?
Well, you make several evolutions. So how to make it better, how to make it cheaper, how to make it more quickly, and you keep doing it, and then you make it more and more automated, and eventually it becomes a hive mind. And then you even have to defend yourself against alien attackers, and then eventually you consume all the matter and energy in the universe and convert it all to paper clips. It's fun if you ever have 2 or 3 days and want to play a random clicker game.
Well, if paper clips are the goal, yeah.
Well, you learn about the math and some of the other stuff involved in it. And just imagine what it would be like to start off as a strand of RNA and then evolve through human, clear up into a galactic and intergalactic civilization.
Right.
Hey guys, I'm gonna go. I'm a little sleepy and I gotta go in at 4. So it was nice talking with you guys.
Hi, Nisha.
Good to see you, sister.
Right on. Take care,
Love
Nisha.
you.
Thanks. Bye.
Bye.
Problem is that it is ignoring that there are improvements in technology, probably ultimate. When you contemplate that list, it reminds me a lot of many of the fears expressed about interacting with a given powerful alien. So on the one hand, it seems a very legitimate worry. Problem is that it is ignoring that there are improvements in technology, probably also apply to psychology and child development. And such behaviors are at least as detrimental to their own civilization as foreign. I'm not sure I go so say that civilizations have a predisposition to eliminate antisocial behavior, but it is probably fair to say that societies tend to want to seek to curb antisocial behavior. And
Wait, I
thus we
almost had
wrap
that
around
puzzle
again to the
solved. Go
concept of
back.
motivation.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Why'd you pause it? I almost had it solved. Now I got to start all over.
Oh, man.
What the alien actually wants, because realistically we won't be able to tell much simply by its behavior. Now that alien might just want to be entertained, but unless we are assuming actual and total access to infinite resources, it probably does not bother fully simulating an entire civilization of actual sapient minds, and yet it should seek virtual reality as an alternative to being entertained by actual living creatures in its own universe, where that would be difficult or risk angering other parties who could act against it. It is presumably smart enough to know how much extra risk and effort is being expended to little gain, and it's also presumably smart enough to notice signs of pathological or addictive behavior in itself. It may come from a civilization where that's as easily and quickly treatable as a minor cut, and it may come from a civilization that gives people something akin to an immune system for their minds. As with many fundamental behaviors we might describe to a godlike alien that we wouldn't like, we can ask ourselves why we think it is bad, and odds are the critter in question or their civilization are aware of why it might be objectionable, assuming they don't agree.
Okay, here's a good discussion point. Let me go back 5 seconds.
That gives people something akin to an immune system for their minds.
An immune system for the mind. Is it possible? I know Richard would say yes, I think, but I'll still let you give an answer to it. Is that how would we... All we could do is say an immune system for the brain.
No, you can say mind.
You could say it, but
we do it all the time. Advertising is a perfect example.
Yeah, but it's technically because what is the perfect mind?
Well, is it for the brain? Or is it the way that the brain functions?
A perfect immune system for the body is a perfect immune system for the physical brain. In other words, that can't be the point of what he's saying here, but of the emergent mind. But we do this now in limited ways, saying things like, hey, did you see that?
Yeah.
And consensus and, you know.
Okay, one more time.
It may come from a civilization that gives people something akin to an immune system for their minds. As with many fundamental behaviors we might describe to a godlike alien that we wouldn't like, we can ask ourselves why we think.
I still think like what
brain equals structure, mind equals function.
I know that, but I'm saying you can't interact or affect the mind without doing it through the brain.
Correct.
Sure. You need some kind of interface.
And the only way to know or be able to judge a mind is through the brain again.
Yes. This is called behaviorism.
You know
yeah, philosophy of behaviorism.
So, I don't know. Maybe I don't have it. Oh, echo. Ariel.
Is William backstage for purpose?
Yeah, he's got. He can bring himself out when he wants. So, do I not have an objection?
I don't think so.
Hey guys, what's up?
Hey mate.
That's right.
I don't know. They just said that this, you know, an advanced enough race would have something akin to an immune system for the mind.
Yeah, just like we do with advertising.
I get it, but isn't that just being metaphorical? Like,
well, yeah,
it's the brain. It would be an immune system for your brain.
It's fine to be completely mirrored.
Oh no, I get it.
I
because an immune system for the brain would like keep bugs and shit out of it, which is what we already have anyway.
Right.
This is okay.
I mean, so just look at something like TikTok. Look at how it's actually been able to shape. I mean, again, it's not just TikTok, but that's a really good example of it. It's almost like it's an incubator for for not social, but like you know, it's able to it's able to incubate these types of ideas that people would never have had otherwise. And I think on some level that's just an extension of the internet, which is itself an extension of, you know, other types of media. And it's almost like how, you know, previously, most people would never leave the town they were born in. Maybe if they were traveler or merchant, then things might change. But most people never left the town where they were born. That's now changed, and that's also part of the reason why we have so many more diseases now, because we have more interaction with people from all over the world, as well as we're now basically destroying the wildlands and causing a concentration of wildlife in a way that's causing this increase in basically it's an incubator for disease and new diseases. And so in that same way, I think TikTok is almost like the mental or the social version of that. And if you look at it in that way, we're going to collapse as a society unless we can develop something similar.
Yeah.
And I think the antidote to mental problems, aside from physical brain disorders, is rational thinking and acceptance of truth and availability of truth.
It's also slow and incremental exposure to different things. Like I keep saying about advertising. If a person's never been exposed to advertising, they'll believe just about anything. But if you've been around a lot, then you're immune to nearly all of it.
And that's why they've moved to more subliminal things in advertising.
We might describe to a godlike alien we wouldn't like. We can ask ourselves why we think it is bad, and odds are the critter in question or their civilization are aware of why it might be objectionable, assuming they don't agree. We would not suggest someone create an entire virtual reality full of
I'll put the captions back on.
Actual thinking and feeling creatures just for their entertainment, or curiosity or lab experiment either. We would also not suggest they travel to islands or worlds inhabited by primitive peoples to play at God and satisfy their urges for entertainment or curiosity. Restriction. Emphasis on without restriction, because I don't think we're saying it's immoral to be entertained or curious, just that you would do these without restraint. And if you do have peers, you don't want them thinking you would either, because they are in a position to restrain you, and now you've given them a motive to consider doing so. What other motives are there that would fit what we see? Well, as we discussed some years back in our episode Gods and Monsters, we cannot rule out that we really do live in a universe created inhuman, insane, predatory, and or sadistic entities against which we are utterly helpless and which would drive us mad merely to look upon. We discussed why that would seem counterindicated by the apparent universe we live in, but this does not mean we can just assume a godlike alien has motivations like ours. We are not going through them all because not only are there plenty of examples, but it's also rather one-dimensional to assume such an entity has one principal motivation that is all it cares about, which we often see with AI computer minds in sci-fi too. That's another
What happened to the captions? They suddenly went out of time.
I see them. Maybe it's just your processing right now.
No. Oh, they're there, but they're behind what he's saying. Is it like that for everybody?
Only by half a sentence right now.
Okay.
Common habit in fiction to portray godlike entities as somehow more simplistic than us too, which is possible, but to me usually just indicates bad writing. We cannot examine all the various combinations of how powerful aliens would act with human motives, let alone alien versions of those. Nonetheless, we can assume that these will tend to be pursued effectively, because whatever their goals are, they presumably want to achieve most of those successfully or for the least effort, and that implies the use of logic and familiarity and skill with contemplating scenarios and outcomes and alternatives. So when we go on and propose a scenario like, these aliens don't interfere with us because they think it's wrong, we can ask why they think it is. For instance, if they think specifically that they would be hurting us by doing so, and with that motive in mind, that they do not want to hurt us, we can then review their presumed.
That's my contention, that divine hiddenness is easily justified in leaving us our at least perception of choices.
So free will.
Well, I don't believe in free will, but yeah.
Perceived free will.
Perceived free will, yeah.
presumed capabilities, what alternatives they have. One alternative would be hiding from us while carefully sneaking us in and knowledge that minimized all problems, as they saw them, as quickly as they thought safe. That's essentially what we try to do in these discussions of hypothetical and unseen aliens, figure out goals and motives from the apparent universe around us, and then ask how they might better pursue that goal, and if the universe...
The great inventors of all time said similar things at one point of interview or another. Tesla said it quite directly, I think, that he took the ideas from the ether, that they just popped into his mind, apparently like out of nowhere, but on topic. I think Einstein said the same thing. I think that Westinghouse said the same thing, and on and on and on. What if we are being held by the hand, led across the street like a toddler?
But my argument to that idea is we ideally teach a toddler to its capabilities.
Sure.
Right? But that's not happening in this
What do you mean?
case.
What do you mean it's not happening?
We would it?
I mean, what do you teach it? You teach a toddler everything in 1 year? No, you don't. You can't.
But I'm saying, I think I misunderstood what you said.
What I'm saying is there's an eventual, you can call it a forced inoculation, if you want to look at it as cruelly as possible, but an end of innocence. At some point, you have to talk to your child, they're probably in their late teens, about all the truths of life as you know it, hoping that they can map that onto their reality and it's useful. But you can't do that when they're 3. You just can't. They won't get it. And I think that's what's going on with us. There is an inoculation, but we're in process.
And that's what I was getting at. You mean right now?
Yeah, and by the way, in saying right now, I think that we are, comparatively speaking, or colloquially, or in a parable, I think that we're almost ready for the birds and the bees speech. I think we're really close to it.
So what I'm getting at is that they're not, I'm not saying teach us in a year, or you don't teach a toddler everything in a year. I'm saying you teach it to its capability. And if there's something that's been teaching us at whatever pace we were at, I think we are intelligent enough to comprehend things beyond what we do.
Yes, theoretically.
Why teaching us faster or more? Like, how is this thousands of years as primitive and 100 years of?
I think there's for a certain population of the utopian space community of humans that a certain percentage of us have suffered.
So it's about the suffering.
Yes, we're obviously here to suffer. I mean, and love each other and grow brotherhood.
It was going to, we needed 110 billion humans.
Yes, which will be less probably. I mean, if I'm doing the mathematics even close to correctly, just in our heaven and the floors being 1 mile apart, that's 75 Earth surfaces of habitable area.
But how does that, here's the thing.
I feel like Ariel's pulling his hair out. I was putting you up so you knew you could answer.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's something that's, on one hand, there's something powerful about looking at, past trauma or past difficulties and finding strength in that. and finding inspiration from that, and gaining perspective from that. But I think there's something really dangerous about like you even have narratives like this within all religions. But I mean, I specifically remember talking with people about this in Islam, how there's this idea that like people who suffer get like a double portion, or like they get rewarded for their suffering. And like that itself, like this idea that your suffering isn't for nothing, that's good. But then when you take that to like, the suffering is necessary, that can be used to justify a lot of evil. And I think that where it's best to look at it is that, suffering does give us perspective. It lets us put ourselves in the shoes of others in a way that it's much more difficult before. But I still think that like suffering exists for this like objective reason, what's the claim? Is it that like it's baked into reality, or that it's baked into our biology?
That in Richard's view, we need to have existed with suffering so that those in heaven don't need to suffer, and people can be born into, basically we'll call it perfection or non-suffering. But we collectively have the memory of suffering, because without suffering you can't have true happiness and peace and comfort. You need all the opposites.
And even more than that, we have a natural enemy that tries to act on us. And if none of us knew what that was and what that could bring into our utopia, we'd allow it. It's the same question as what is it? The paradox of being tolerant. That if you're too tolerant and you allow everything, then you allow intolerance, in which case someone intolerant will look at you as intolerable.
It's basically like you're so friendly, you invite everyone into your house, and eventually someone takes over your house and kicks you out.
Right. So I think for that reason, some small percentage of a population of a utopian society needs to have suffered, which they can't do in the utopia.
This is why I have the bad cave.
This is an argument. In this advanced Kardashev 4 civilization, I think we would. Hey, John Star. Oh, I didn't add it. John Star.
Hey, what's up?
I believe in this kind of civilization, we would have no need to have whole earths of people suffering without knowing why they're suffering. That out of this advanced civilization, you would have those who would choose to go and suffer and have the experience of suffering and come back to the civilization.
I don't know. We didn't.
It's part of my philosophy that we chose to.
What But is that? Are you saying like, as in, if I choose for my clone, that's going to be on the spaceship?
No, it's your consciousness. Your consciousness, before it took a material body, decided I want to go down. And
but you're now, see, we're getting back to the issue at hand.
See,
that we started.
But here's the interesting thing, Sammy. That makes you right now the clone.
Yes. Exactly. And so that's fucked up for the person I'm the clone of. Because I didn't choose it. Some previous person who looked like me, thought like me, acted like me, but wasn't me. This is the consciousness can't be continuous unless there's a soul.
We need to get into the theory of identity and the theory of self then, because for me, I don't see any problem whatsoever. I'm held responsible for what my former selves did all the time.
That's pretty much how I go along too, Hillary. It's almost the same vibe there.
But it's not answering the question. All you're saying you're just saying that the you that I'm saying is the same you is many yous because you go to sleep. I don't agree that with going to sleep as ending and then starting again when you wake up.
But don't you?
Yeah, are you
No,
in the
I
exact
don't.
same
I don't
state?
think you do.
Are you in the
And
Okay,
if you
guys,
want to say my cells change and shit, it happens while I'm awake.
exactly?
So there's no point that I'm not me, or there's all points
Got you,
that I'm not
Richard.
me. Either way, it's moot.
peace and respect to you all. Have a great day. I'm going to go
Oh,
do
you're
something
off.
that people call work for a couple hours.
All right.
Okay.
That.
See you, mate. Love you. Do you see what I'm saying?
Well, I think you're making my point. Either you're all you or none of you are you, and it's up for you to decide.
No, but we're only talking about this iteration of me.
But that was so 5 seconds ago.
Yeah, it was still me.
No, it was you 5 seconds ago. I'm talking to the new clone of you.
I didn't get cloned.
Sure you did.
No.
What the fuck?
That's how time
Just
works.
don't realize it. You just don't realize that.
No.
Yeah.
No. No.
Jesus Christ.
Tell
You're in
him,
a time
John.
solipsism.
Oh, Jesus.
A what?
A time solipsism.
A time solipsism.
Yeah, every millisecond.
I
is a new
understand.
you.
I fully understand the concept you're saying. I just fundamentally don't agree that there's other than that it's a cool mind experiment. There's no. It's moot. It's absolutely moot.
There's here, there's now. That's it.
Yeah,
There's
I agree with that, but I don't think that. Oh, sorry, John.
Yeah, no.
But the point is, I don't think that I'm a clone of the me from 10 seconds or 1 second ago. That every instant I'm a
But
new
that's what a
me.
clone would think.
Or how do I even say a word?
That's so clonish.
Okay, there's 1,000 clones just to utter the sound.
You're demonstrating that you are a
ago.
clone. You sound like a clone. These are the things that clones think about, as Jill would say.
But that's what
Shut up, liberal.
That's what someone who thinks they're a clone would say. It isn't.
So what you're saying is because you fire an arrow, the arrow can never reach its destination because it can only get halfway there.
Hey?
Yeah, that's all that you're doing with time is saying that nothing can ever happen because it can.
How am I saying that?
By cutting it in half, you never get to your destination.
But I'm
You
not
just
cutting. What am I cutting in half?
You never get there. Time.
I get that, but how am I doing that?
It made a lot of sense to me when I had the thought, and now I'm kind of. But I know that I felt it at the time. Oh,
Yeah.
about the clone and all that. I just think of it like Star Trek transporter. If you're constantly being transported every
Totally
second,
different.
yeah, you're functionally the same. So it's up to you. You're either all of them or none
You're
of them.
not the same. As soon the instant you dematerialize, that's the end. Whatever
Okay, then
pops
1
out again
millisecond ago,
is a
you
new
ended.
you with the old one's memories.
Then the
So-
old you ended a millisecond ago. As soon as
Right.
you have any
I
change
fully
in
get
thought,
it, but just like all you've got is that it's conceptually. I get it, but
yeah, anytime you have a
demonstrate
change-
that I am a different me. It's not. There's the other me's. There is no other me.
We're
It's
clones
just that
too.
I'm
We
moving
can't-
through time.
We're clones too. We can't help you with this.
Well, I
know.
was trying to
Well,
help.
it's because I'm not a clone.
I know you're the only
I
non-clone
understand
here.
what you're saying.
You're the only non-clone here.
Yes.
Like,
And John.
I'm no clone.
My Singing Monsters.
I'm no
I
clone.
have on Roblox a reference to My Singing Monsters that made Roblox short on YouTube.
Okay. Go play
It's-
Go get the Roblox. Okay.
It's-
I'm duck with somebody. Thank you.
Man, you got good signal.
What's that?
John, you've got great signal.
Yeah, and it's raining. It's pretty crazy.
You normally, you haven't been in for so long because you'll try to come in and you'll just freeze and robot but this is the best I think I've ever seen it. Have you got new?
No, same internet. It's the wireless stuff. That's all we have out here. You know.
New computer?
What's that? No, I'm on my phone. Actually, it's a new iPhone.
Must be it.
Awesome.
That's what it is.
New
Yeah.
iPhone.
Yeah, because
Wow, it's made a difference, eh?
yeah, I don't like this tiny as everything is, but it's fine.
Yeah, it's hard to see shit and.
Well, I don't see tiny well, anyways. You find far away and such, but yeah, it was a pretty cool afternoon. Went and picked up the grandson. They had a field trip. They went and saw a play of Cat in the Hat at a theater in Austin, and then at Zach Theater, and I wasn't allowed to go because they only 2 parents could go with the class, so they put the names in a hat, and I wasn't drawn, so I showed up with lunch.
Awesome.
Good.
Were you watching? Were you watching the stream before you came in?
Yeah, earlier, yeah, but when I was driving and such, and no, I didn't when I was driving. I don't do that.
Because watching a bit of futurism stuff. Do you know Isaac Arthur?
No.
Okay. Well, you're about to meet him. He has a funny lisp. You'll get past it.
Video you're watching?
Yeah.
Where's he from?
He's American, and I think he was either a Marine or, I think he was a Marine. And now he just does these videos. His channel is huge.
Is he like a Richard? No, don't get me wrong.
No. It's futurism, so
okay,
it has to be based in pure science and physics and what's possible. It's not like.
Well, I'm not bashing Richard. I like Richard. He just.
Yeah, no, but I'm just saying it's not a woo thing or.
Okay, as long as it's not woo, I'll hang out. Science fiction, I'll go with.
Yeah.
Hey, Richard stuff isn't woo.
It's actually science, science
Well,
future. That's why they call it futurism.
It's a form of futurism.
He bases it off a book that I find is nothing.
Yeah, it's the Bible. That's the problem.
Yeah. So,
I mean, regardless. Whether this is my problem. Whether or not you personally believe a book is true, right? It doesn't necessarily mean that what is being conveyed, right, couldn't possibly, nor should it necessarily be something that you shouldn't take seriously.
Well,
right?
well, if it's the Bible, it's just a story of horrific things done to people in order to control them.
So here's, and again, right, it comes back to how you choose to read a piece of literature. If you read it and that's the only thing you've gotten from it, then I don't know what to tell you, because there's way more, there's more than that in the Bible if you actually read it.
No, I've never actually read it. I'm a cradle atheist.
That's fine. You don't need to be a theist in order to read the Bible and to get anything from it.
And I guess it's not so much the book as the fucking people.
Fair enough.
And the damage that people use the Bible to excuse.
Well,
yeah.
Well, religion in whole, the Christianity. Well, I asked for forgiveness, so that rape I did didn't matter. I was forgiven. There's no accountability with it, and that helps me.
Yeah.
Where my problem, my mother was LDS, my grandfather was bishop in the LDS church, and my mother was raped inside a Mormon church. and which caused her mental illness. Which, you know, watching your mom go being institutionalized as a child because of shit that happened in her childhood causes deep resentment and hate for this, you know.
I mean, I get what you're saying, but that's an assumption on your part, right? If the idea of holding people accountable, right? If what the Bible saying is true, then whomever that is in charge will hold them accountable, right? Because they're doing things going against what
Yeah,
it wants them to do,
in
right?
the Bible that tells them to do it.
Does
So you're
LDS
saying
say that person is forgiven and not held accountable?
we don't know that.
According to your Christian religion, yeah.
Well, I don't think that LDS would hold that.
Why do they cover it up for each other? It's about money. It's fucking the whole goddamn religion thing is about the masters trying to control masses.
I'll agree with that.
Okay.
I mean, you can say that's you can say that that's an aspect of it, but just like political ideologies and you know life philosophies, right? People can use them as another system or systems of control. Like I'll acknowledge that, but that's not something that's exclusive to religion.
No,
Like most other things, right? It's a tool, and how people use it is a reflection of the people themselves.
Well, as far as politics too, it's the same thing. It's to control the masses, man.
Well, I think LDS would say that it's better to forgive
Have
that
any help to the
person.
left wing or the right wing. I think the whole fucking political system's a bunch of shit, you know.
I think the LDS would teach that it's better to forgive, but that she can also hold him accountable and press charges and do whatever.
That not okay until 2012. Rape considered if it was penis to vaginal. So if a man stuck his dick in the mouth of somebody else,
In which
that was not
state?
considered rape. That was not considered rape. If it
In
was
which
done,
state?
or if a man did it to a boy, that was not.
No,
In which state? In Texas or Utah?
No. In 33 states, there's still laws that protect the clergy from disclosing fucking sexual assault on adults.
Yes, from disclosing, but I'm asking, you made a specific claim, and I'm asking you to specify in which state is it forcible criminal sodomy wasn't a crime?
It became a federal law in 2012.
Okay, well, as far as I'm aware, most states.
I got a video, Sammy. I'll send you. It's another Dark Matter 2025.
Okay.
That he goes talks about it because you know the people say no, the world's going to hell and stuff, and he breaks it down again.
We've already seen
Hold on. You saw one. I'm heading out real quick. I'll be listening from the outside chat. So I'll talk to you guys a little bit later.
May the hive
Thanks, Odin.
All right, yeah, the hive mind.
No, I sent you. I got another video to send you, Sammy. That I just.
That's another one, is it?
It's a different one, and it just the dude's sharp, man. You know, even his cartoons. You know.
Oh, I love it.
Kind of. Well, it tells it how it is, bro. You know.
Mm-hmm.
In his point of view, I mean, you know, we're all going to look at things different, and that's what makes it fun, you know. But you bring these shitbags like Jill on and stuff, and I really don't want to hear any.
See what you did to me, Hubs?
Oh my goodness!
What did I do?
You brought Jill on. I banned him. I told him he's not welcome on my channel.
Where's Jill?
Who did that?
No, earlier.
Oh yeah, I did do that.
But I didn't mind.
That was William
for a while. Yeah.
I'm starting to like William.
I know. He does that.
I was naughty. I was a very naughty boy.
He likes to treat you mean to keep you keen. I haven't got anything from you, John.
Okay.
Oh, yes, I am. I'm in it. I'm looking at it. I just had a moment like when your glasses are on your head and you're looking for them.
Uh-huh. The pencil behind the ear, huh?
Yep. And it was called.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to mute and watch you.
Okay.
Proceed.
Just have to copy this link, bring it over to this Chrome. And, Revelation of the Pyramids. StreamYard. Present.
No, that's a different one, but watch that one. I'll send it to you.
Oh, okay.
I just saw that I didn't send you. I sent that to my son-in-law.
Oh.
The Returned Mormon Missionary.
Where'd that one go?
Dr. Eric Gontier came to Egypt with us for the first time in 2007. A geologist and ethnomineralogist at the Musée de l'Homme of Paris, his mission is to identify the rocks used by ancient Egyptians. That's where it all started for him. Together, we visited some of the most beautiful archaeological sites in the world, where we discovered construction particularities that the generally accepted hypotheses can't explain. In March 2016, he agreed to accompany us again when we filmed Builders of the Ancient Mysteries. This time, he requested more precise measuring equipment, exactly what was needed to quantify our observations. Évidemment, je suis partant. If we think about history, concerning certain periods, and the hypotheses generally admitted, none of them explain the precision we measured. That's what you will see in this documentary. This is how and why we proceeded, aiming to verify what our intuition suggested. Dr. Eric Gontier came to Egypt for the first time in 2007. A geologist and ethnomineralogist at the Musée de l'Homme of Paris, his mission is to identify the rocks used by ancient Egyptians. That's where it all started for him. Together, we visited some of the most beautiful archaeological sites in the world, where we discovered construction particularities that the generally accepted hypotheses can't explain. In March 2016, he agreed to accompany us again when we filmed Builders of the Ancient Mysteries. This time, he requested more precise measuring equipment, exactly what was needed.
Hear this?
Yes.
What happened?
Consider the process of technological advances that mark our history, from the invention of the wheel thousands of years ago to nanotechnologies. But as the late Jean-Louis Boistel, an experienced stonemason, said,
quelle est notre objectivité par rapport aux sociétés humaines telles que le Moyen-Âge, où on a, bon, je précise, pour le Moyen-Âge, on n'a que 35% des archives qui sont traduites. Qu'est-ce qu'il y a dans les autres? Et on tire des conclusions sur un embryon de connaissances.
The Middle Ages are yesterday compared to Egypt. This approach is problematic. It influences our view and keeps us from thinking freely. The builders left us no methods. We are not certain of the date to know how they were built. The generally admitted hypothesis is that these monuments were achieved by the use of primitive technologies and a very large workforce over a very long time span. Influenced by this model of progress pushed by history, why immediately discard all other hypotheses by declaring them impossible? For example, the use of machine tools in ancient Egypt is seen as absurd because everyone knows that Egyptians didn't have machine tools. To go further, how do we know that? Because history says so. Based on what? and the fact that we have not found machines, pieces, representations, or even texts mentioning machines. We could answer that there is no record of the building of these ancient sites, but yet they still exist. We could also ask what such tools would have had to be made of to last thousands of years.
Est-ce que les machines ont été fondues pour faire des armes parce qu'on a plus pensé à se taper dessus qu'à la connaissance en général? C'est une piste.
We could then observe that we have found objects and representations of strange objects that...
So, do you just want to keep having a look at this, or the video one that John was looking for, which is a Dark Matter 2525 video?
Is it the one that he just made a couple days ago? A few days
Not
ago?
the one we watched about Earth's going to shit. This one's how to spot propaganda.
Oh.
Sounds nice.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've seen this Egypt video before, and I agree. They used high-speed drills and not machines.
Yeah, there's really no disputing that. I stonemason for years. I was a general contractor, but in the beginning, I started out as a stonemason. Worked through an apprenticeship as a hod tender for 4 years, and then through stone. To manipulate stone, the way they're saying it, the way the academics are saying it's done, is fucking complete horseshit. You're not going to cut a monolithic rock that's 3 feet wide and bigger, a lot bigger, and establish the tolerances that many of these objects have. In Pumapunku, Tiwanaku, Egypt, like the sarcophaguses in the Serapeum. They're finely crafted. I mean, the tolerances are down to hundreds of thousands of an inch.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Inside right angles, without no saw mark, and then polishing them. If they were hand polishing them with rough meter, it'll tell you the tolerances of that, and they're as smooth as glass. Now, the only writing on the sarcophaguses is like chicken scratch. It's like a graffiti somebody put on years later, because the people who ever built them, were into precision. They're not just going to scratch their name on it afterwards. So the information that the Egyptologists and these caves in India, I can't think of their name right now, but there's like a graffiti on the outside where somebody's taken the liberties of saying, "Oh, I built this for people to get out of the weather," basically. And
so, John, Serb is saying time plus grinding stones equals any shape or tolerance.
No.
Tolerance, I disagree with.
No. Fuck no. Especially inside. We're talking, it would have to be thousands of years and you're not going to get that tolerance. You might be able to polish it to a high polish, but you're never going to get it to that tolerance. In that, on that video on Egypt that I sent, yeah, they go into them H blocks. They talk about the H block and how, and don't have the machinery to make them now. We could make them, but they'd be in separate pieces and they'd be epoxied together. We do not have the technology to make them. And Richard, the one day was saying, "Oh, well, it's precast." Well, I worked in precast. You seen that face I did of Pan, the fireplace, Sammy?
Oh yeah, it's fucking amazing.
Yeah, I understand a little fucking about precast. I spent 40 years in the construction trades, and made enough money to get the fuck out of there by the time I was 55. I started finishing concrete with my uncle summer of 9th grade, going out of 9th grade. I never went back to school until I was in my mid-20s, and then I went did GED and got a paralegal degree. And you know my past, Sammy.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
anyhow,
Yeah, when it comes to
it can't be made. It can't be made.
Stonework, metalwork. John's your man.
Stone, metal,
Forming.
geopolymers. I took the construction business and sold it as an art form, and I was in great demand, and I charged whatever the fuck I wanted because I was delivering a product. Okay, I did a pergola for this Dr. Paulos, and he it was these they were precast columns. They looked like Grecian columns. They were folded out to look like marble. And I did all the beam work in notching to where it was notched, to where it was just jointed. And then attached to where you don't see a screw. There's no fucking metal hangers, nothing on it. Anyhow, he comes to me, and there was the one trellis going into it, then the big pergola. He goes, I want to connect the two. And I'm like, well, what do you want to do? Because I don't know, just use metal hangers or something. I'm like, well, get anybody to fucking do metal hangers. I ain't building it. And he
propaganda video.
And he stormed off. This is something I'm just talking about how I sold my art. And he stormed off, and I thought we was getting ran off the job. So I'm like, to tell all my boys, I'm like, fuck, grab the tools. I got to go meet Lonnie at lunch. And I go into Dr. Paulos' office. He's thumping on his desk with a pencil. And he goes, you're right. He goes, you pissed me off, but you're fucking right. There can't be metal hangers. And so I designed him a spider web. The trellis looked like a spider web on top. And he fucking loved it. Well, anyhow, he told me I was running his whole job. There were 3 other general contractors on the job.
I'm making a puppet.
And I'm like, I'm not running your fucking job, you know. And he pulled out his checkbook, wrote me a check right there for $10,000. He goes, you're running my job, and there'll be another one of these when I come back, plus what your normal rate is. And I'm like, okay, we can do this. So, you know, I made a $20,000 bonus just by telling the doctor to fuck off, I'm not doing something. So, yeah, I sold it as an art. People were selling construction. I was selling functional art. That's my background.
I think I might have even found the spot you're talking about, Richard. Look, let's see.
Eric always tries to explain the work with ancient stone cutting techniques that are the simplest. After observing on his first round,
La surface peut être préparée grès contre grès, hein, ou contre d'autres matériaux. C'est du temps de travail.
So he reckoned
round.
La surface peut être préparée.
The surface may be prepared by using sandstone on sandstone or other materials.
Grès contre grès, hein, ou contre d'autres matériaux. C'est du temps de travail énorme.
It's an enormous amount of work, but the result is perfect. That's saying, I think.
Mais le résultat, il est au top. Il est au top. Ça, on peut l'obtenir avec des petits éclats de roche assez plats, un peu d'abrasif. Et après, c'est une question de temps, c'est-à-dire qu'il va falloir rentrer, sortir, tu vois. Aller et venir comme ça, croiser aussi dans ce sens. C'est un travail monstrueux.
That's the classic scraping technique. But this time we didn't just rely on visual observation. Eric requested that we come with a roughometer.
Voilà, le bras recule tout doucement avec ce bras qui est ici, qui va nous dessiner le transect, c'est-à-dire suivant une ligne droite, tous les reliefs qui existent sur une roche.
This is necessary to quantify the precision.
Je vais essayer de trouver la surface la plus intéressante. Alors c'est formidable parce qu'on voit des pics assez importants par endroit. Oh la vache, 185 microns, mais c'est que dalle.
185 microns. That's nothing, he says.
C'est que dalle. C'est la différence entre le bas et le haut. Voilà. On est à 185 microns. Est-ce que tu imagines? C'est rien. Microns. C'est-à-dire qu'on a une qualité de surface de polissage qui est absolument prodigieuse. Absolument prodigieuse. À la main, bien sûr. Moi, je dirais que c'est fait à la main. C'est fait avec des instruments, mais ça a été, les instruments ont été manipulés à la main. Ça, pour moi, c'est sûr sûr et certain.
At this moment, again, Eric, like many archaeologists, seems self-confident.
Wow, 76, 516. Oh la vache. Le plus petit était à 85 sur un grès rouge. Alors que là, il faut que je marque en désite aussi. En désite. Mais sur le grès, c'est plus facile. Oh là, regarde. Magnifique.
That's when we reach the tipping point. The machine reveals a very particular surface.
31 653. Oh, flash le celui-là. 31 653.
Et quand on a commencé à poser le rugosimètre, la pointe de diamant glissait sur la surface et a commencé à nous donner des chiffres auxquels on ne s'attendait absolument pas.
Absorbed by his measurements, he doesn't immediately realize the implications.
Non, ce que je veux simplement démontrer aussi, c'est que l'homme est intelligent. Il est capable de réaliser des prouesses absolument colossales.
If it is possible to achieve using abrasive techniques, it gets harder on the internal block, where they are just as smooth as the external sides, and with very precise angles.
Pour arriver à travailler les faces extérieures, ça c'est très facile. On a des systèmes de découpe, ça peut être avec des scies, avec des fils, on peut tout imaginer. Voilà, on n'a pas les preuves, mais tout est imaginable. En revanche, plus on s'enfonce à l'intérieur des reliefs,
We have no proof, but it's conceivable.
Là, plus ça devient compliqué. Et ce qui en pose le plus compliqué, c'est d'arriver, toujours pareil, dans le fond des angles.
It gets even more complicated to achieve the bottom.
Qui sont en négatif. Et ensuite, de descendre encore plus profond à l'intérieur du matériau, qui lui-même est encore redescendu en relief, et une fois, deux fois, trois fois. Et ce procédé va demander la création ou l'imagination d'un outillage qui permettrait de descendre à l'intérieur. Et puis quand on descend encore plus loin, idem, il va falloir changer de matériel, toujours pour garder les parties, les côtés parfaitement droits, les arêtes vives et les angles à 90 degrés.
While shooting in Pumapunku, someone on our team made another discovery. The H-blocks are exactly 1 meter high. Two German archaeologists noted the same fact back in 1892, but it went completely unnoticed.
They had the meter?
Yeah. You got to know the circumference of the Earth in order to establish the meter. Wait till you get into the math on this.
Fucking hell.
Hey, on the computer, it says stream is unavailable.
Oh.
But it's playing fine on my iPhone. Anyhow, this is something everybody should watch on their own leisure.
Yeah, it's a big long thing. We would
watch it once, watch it twice, because I'm picking up stuff. This man is an archaeologist, and he's studied Egypt, and he knows a lot of shit. But why do they always run on or they say they know how it's done, that the pyramids and this shit? It would take 80 trucks a day, 80 dump trucks a day for 13 years. It'd take 13, if he's running 80 dump trucks a day, just dumping gravel, it would take 13 years to make the amount of stone that is in the pyramid. And I'm not saying stacking the stone, it would just be dump trucks running 80 trucks a day in order to of the pyramid with loose gravel. And archaeologists are saying that it was built by Khufu in 20 years.
Yeah. That's totally messed up to think that Cheops and Khufu and Khafre were the ones that were originally intended. I think it was like universities.
It was something. I don't know what it, but to be as ignorant to say that it was done in 20 years, that's moving 13 stones a minute or something like that, 13 stones an hour. They break down the math on that. It's a great video. It's very eye-opening.
Richard was telling me about this the other day. It would be one. It works out at 1 every 5 minutes, John.
Okay, still they're
one. Oh, here we go. It works out at 1 every 5 minutes, John.
Okay, still
That's not
they're
me saying one. Oh, here we go. It works out at 1 every 5 minutes, John.
okay.
It's not me saying that. I'm lost. It works out at 1 every 5 minutes, John.
Okay.
John, it's 1 every 5 minutes.
There we go.
I think that's 1 every 5. Is that 1 every 5 minutes?
Oh, that was too weird.
Fuck, man, I thought I was having flashbacks. Fucking tripping balls here, man.
Oh, dude, it's worse for me, John, because I've got StreamYard. I had the stream open that was doing it as well. I had like 15 or 20 versions going at once.
I had the computer open, and so it's like, and then the iPhone in front of it was like, whoa, dude.
Let's try that again, shall we? Share the dark matter. Here we go.
Sports and weather. I was born in the 1970s, so I spent about half of my life without any internet or cell phone. Both have caused a noticeable change in the populace, and it's a change that concerns me. You see, when I was young, most of our information about current events came from the news, which was limited to very few outlets and time slots, so it represented a tiny fraction of our lives. It was usually led with things like war, crime, natural disasters, etc., and then it moved on to less provocative things like sports and weather. This principle had a slogan: if it bleeds, it leads. This takes advantage of human nature. You will have an easier time capturing people's attention with strife and trouble because people are naturally motivated by self-preservation. This is why it's easier to remember negative things than positive things. It's simply the way we evolved to avoid danger. Who successfully avoided danger ended up surviving and procreating. Stories that exploit that aspect of human nature get higher ratings. This is one of the main reasons I've been so critical of religion. You see, religion also uses fear, strife, and negativity to perpetuate itself. No, not all the time, and no, not all religious people. But oftentimes, it invents problems or points to real problems, claims that it's further evidence our doom is imminent, and then blames specific groups of people. Then those unfortunate groups, be they gay people, non-believers, other religions, etc., are on the receiving end of unjustified wrath and bigotry. It also benefits the attacking religion. Sell people the idea that catastrophe and destruction will come very soon, within their lifetime. And the only proper way to react is to adopt the religion. That has been very successful for thousands of years, despite the fact that the world did not end. The claim never seems to be held accountable for its failure. Unfortunately, the tactics of religion spread beyond religion. Others will come to discover that they too would not have to worry about being held accountable for their false claims. The internet, more specifically social media, unwittingly became a huge catalyst for this phenomenon. In the past, when people felt vulnerable and sought answers, they found religion, which was more than willing to lie to them. In the present, when people feel vulnerable and seek answers, they find fake news, and they find countless people online who are more than willing to lie to them. The early internet was largely a novelty. You could exchange emails, you could get a patch for a video game. If you had 8 minutes to spare without needing to use your phone, you could take that time to download a picture. At first, social media did not really exist. As MySpace, Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter came onto the scene, it became easier for regular, everyday, average people to become celebrities. They posted things like animal videos, pranks, and skits. Very few of the popular ones were political. That was still the domain of the news. Then a few things changed. The change, I believe, was driven largely by two things: algorithms and monetization. This gave social media the same incentive structure as the news. That is to say, the social media companies were interested in the amount of time they could keep your eyes on the screen, and the users were interested in making as much money as possible. This was a perfect symbiosis. What the users quickly learned is that if it bleeds, it leads, is an excellent way to get people's attention and keep it. They also learned that the religious tactics of fear-mongering and blame are tried and true methods to develop a following. If they were successful, then the algorithm was sure to promote them, thereby encouraging the tactic. So, what once only applied to the news in the form of catastrophe and to religion in the form of scapegoating now applied to literally everyone. What was once relegated to a half hour of news per day and a Sunday of preaching turned into a 24/7 constant stream bombarding us from every direction. What sort of effect do you think this has on us? If you are what you think, then what becomes of you when all of your thoughts are negative and hate-filled? Within a few years, we ended up with 1 million news anchor preachers, all trying to sell you the idea that your world, your society, your country, your family, your very way of life, anything at all that you care about is on the brink of destruction by those people. Why? Because doom and gloom and strife gets eyes on the screen, and eyes on the screen mean money and influence. The social media companies benefit and the users benefit. Those benefits, however, come at a steep societal cost. It makes us more angry, anxious, and divided. And for that reason, the doom and gloom content of blame, division, and hatred could end up causing a self-fulfilling prophecy. That is not to say that bad things don't happen or that the health of our society does not fluctuate. Of course, these things happen. The end of the world is inevitable. Catastrophic events are inevitable, but bad events simply become fuel for the outrage cycle. They're actually very profitable to the influencers who usually have to bide their time between bad events. Such events aren't merely impartially reported. They're always an opportunity to assign blame and catastrophize. Any facts are drowned beneath a sea of opinions and lies. If there is no outrage, it will simply be invented, and sometimes certain people can be to blame. But beware when it's overzealously extrapolated onto entire demographics. Always beware of demographic salesmanship. Demographic salesmen are the people who try to sell you the idea that this race is better than that race, or this sex is better than that sex, or this generation is better than that generation, etc. These are fundamental aspects of people, not something that is a result of anything they've done. So there's no blame to assign. In trying to sell people the idea that others are lesser or blameworthy because of the way they were born, what becomes the solution? Discrimination? Genocide? We've seen such solutions before. Rather than save our society, as they claim, those are the types of solutions that have resulted in the actual of society. My hope is that more people will push back against demographic salesmanship, make it so that such people have no incentive to do it. There are a few misconceptions.
Does anyone have any comments so far? Hello.
Yeah, I think this
Who's left? Did everyone leave? We've
No,
got Hillary's and PJ and John left.
I'm here.
Just for copyright's sake. But we've already watched 8 minutes, so see, that's the difference between unlicensed, unless he comes over and copyrights me, which I doubt he even would.
I think
as opposed to we were watching a History Channel documentary. That's what got me the fucking stream taken down.
I think he really wants his message shared too.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know,
But I just thought maybe someone disagreed with something he said so far. I don't, but I was just going to give anyone the chance to comment. But we can carry on if you're all happy so far.
Yep.
Assumptions that persist in the collective psyche of society.
Oh, he has my microphone. I have that microphone.
That help perpetuate our vulnerability to such manipulation. The most prominent of these misconceptions is that the truth will always win. Unfortunately, the truth can be buried beneath a mountain of lies and stay buried forever. The best ideas don't always win. They don't necessarily sell themselves. In a debate, we value charisma over facts. If you give equal time to accurate science and social media, the masses can absolutely side with social media. Because lies spread faster than the truth, and anger is more influential than joy. What becomes of our social media as it descends into a contest of power? Influence. It becomes a place where lies that make people angry become the avenue for success. Because of lies told by our governments and biased or sensational reporting by the media, people lost trust in our institutions. Unfortunately, this meant that they turned to people who lie to them even more, like a lot of social media influencers, because they have just as much incentive to be dishonest, but with even less accountability than our institutions. This has actually caused people to listen to anonymous, incorrect influencers on TikTok and Twitter who have studied an issue for all of 15 minutes, if that, and put more faith in them than a correct scientist who has studied it for decades. This is not good. People have conflated contrarianism with truth and being anti-establishment with being correct. People have assumed that those who are small and independent are necessarily more trustworthy than anything large, funded, and organized. That is simply wrong. And I say this as a small, independent social media content creator who mostly does critiques of organized religion, which makes me both contrarian and anti-establishment. But I to think that any of that is what makes me more trustworthy. I'd rather let my arguments and methods do that. You see, our incentive structures are now very similar to that of the establishment, but the influencers have the added incentive of direct engagement with their vanity and have a much easier time engaging in hoaxes than large groups of people. Brain imaging studies have shown that it makes us feel good to punish people. How much has that caused us to be more interested in expressing moral outrage than finding real solutions? We're seeing that manifest today as the culture wars media influence our government with political theater that doesn't actually solve anything. Unlike any other time in human history, average people now have a viable avenue.
I saw. Oh, did you just mute Hillary's, or did you want to say something?
No, I muted so I could go pee.
Oh.
To attain control, influence, and wealth through performative punditry. It's in their very name, the influencers. Now, I once thought that this would be a great way for average people to speak truth to power, because that's what I wanted to do. But after years of observing the result, I realized I was wrong, at least partially. It can be a way to speak truth to power, but it also became a way for average people to become every bit as corrupt as the power. Your duty is to recognize which is which, and that's not always easy. Some of us realize this. We know we are constantly being bombarded with lies and falsehoods from both institutions and individuals from every direction. So, it can be difficult to know what is true, what is false, what is reporting, and what is propaganda. This leaves us with a sense of hopelessness. Try to recognize the flaws of logic in the way things are presented to you, the attempts to manipulate your emotions, and don't assume something is true just because it is accompanied by a headline, picture, graph, or even video, all of which can be misleading or faked. Don't assume it's true just because it aligns with your preconceived notions, or that it's false because it doesn't. You must always consider sources and context. Part of avoiding deception is the ability to distinguish a statement of opinion from a statement of fact. There are many types of propaganda that are used to deceive and sell various ideologies online today. I came up with a list of 5 principles that have become some of the most common ways I've noticed people use to create propaganda. 1. They carefully curate anecdotes. 2. They remove context. 3. They poison the well with uncharitable interpretations. 4. They present the exceptions as the rule. And 5. They juxtapose the exceptions with their ideal. These principles are extremely effective with those who lack critical thinking skills. That's why it's just as important, if not more so, to learn how to think than what to think. Keeping these principles in mind have helped me spot deception countless times. Here's a popular example of propaganda that uses 4 out of 5 of these principles simultaneously. This meme has been circulated by many accounts on many platforms. In this example, we see the person using it as evidence of the destruction of Western civilization, a very common consequence people like to use to promote fear, blame, anger, and division. Perhaps he's being hyperbolic for comedic effect, but there are people who actually believe this. Careful curation of anecdotes is the one that doesn't really apply here, unless many such examples are used in succession to push a certain narrative. Careful to avoid any contrary examples, even if the contrary is more common. The context that was removed is that that photo on the right was a special campaign for Pride Month and is quite far from representing Calvin Klein's typical advertising in 2022. The uncharitable interpretation that usually accompanies this meme and others like it is that certain lifestyles are being promoted, thereby attacking quote unquote normal lifestyles. And people often link it to a Jewish cabal, sometimes synonymous with globalism or communism, Marxism, or postmodernism. It's actually the perfect opposite. The truth is that this is the result of research into untapped sources of revenue. This is a company. Their whole purpose is to... Now, I suspect that they don't actually care about social justice issues. Plus-sized people have money to spend. LGBT people and those who support them have money to spend. The company wants a part of it. It's simple consumerism. Furthermore, companies also learned that controversy saves them millions in advertising dollars because people tend to tune out ads that are bought and paid for, becoming like white noise. But they pay extra attention to ads that are being complained about in outrage posts online. So when you complain about an advertisement, you're actually doing exactly what they want you to do. They want people to know and to be thinking about their products. Their biggest concern is with getting the word out, and they're more than happy to let you do that for them, even if what you have to say about it is negative. The exceptions being presented as the rule here is evident when you look at most of the Calvin Klein ads of 2022, which still look comparable to the ads of 1992. The entire homepage of their website is nothing but typical slender models. In fact, you could take some funny-looking Calvin Klein ads of 1992 and compare them to the more common ones of 2022 and create the inverse of this meme to promote the idea that the past was strange and degenerate and that we are improving. And the way the exception is juxtaposed with their ideal in this meme is obvious, as it is the central premise of what they are doing. Also, consider that Kate Moss herself was only 17 years old in the ad on the left, and she said that the photo shoot made her feel physically sick and objectified. And that ad is what is being presented as the ideal before the degeneracy, before the fall from grace in the right-hand ad. Just because it acknowledges that other types of people exist, people who may want to wear underwear. Nobody who sees this meme will analyze it the way I just did. They won't research it. The point of the meme will be made. It will be simple and powerful. The impression will imprint upon our minds, influence us, and then pop up anytime we see anything that corroborates this misleading imagery and reinforces our delusion. We are misled. Depending upon how much propaganda we have consumed, our perception of reality could be completely different from what it actually is, like living in our own personal matrix. If you have critical thinking skills, however, you would not even have to analyze this meme the way I just did. You would recognize it for what it is. And there are entire social media accounts, popular ones, completely devoted to this one specific form of propaganda, the simplistic cherry-picked side-by-side comparison to prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that the infamous they are trying to destroy your way of life. And it works. An example of people carefully curating anecdotes would be this Twitter thread that includes 16 examples of people fainting. The vast majority of the replies blame the vaccines, which was the exact intent of the person who posted them. Do we know if these people were vaccinated? No. Was fainting very common before the vaccines? Yes. In fact, if you do a YouTube search for fainting compilation, you will get thousands of examples of people fainting before the pandemic. Here's 18 entire compilations of people fainting that were uploaded before the pandemic. But a bunch of single examples curated together with a certain message make an impression on people, make them feel like it's a They even say things like, never in all my life have I ever seen people pass out like that before. That's because you've never seen them carefully curated for you to sell you a narrative before. There could actually be far fewer people fainting now, but seeing is believing. And when people don't see the counterexamples, they get a false impression of reality. This also can take advantage of a phenomenon called frequency illusion, which simply means that when someone pays attention to something for the first time, they tend to notice it more often. And that can give the illusion that it is happening more often, when in fact, it is not. When I replied with a compilation of people fainting before the pandemic, my replies were hidden by the original tweet author, and then they blocked me. This tells me that their careful curation of anecdotes was a deliberate attempt to deceive, and that they did not want me informing the people who were buying into their deception. Sometimes people get mad at me when I tell them that they've been lied to. Perhaps they feel like it's an attack on their intellect, or they're personally invested in the narrative, so an attack on it feels like an attack on them. That happens a lot when I'm critical of religion. Rather than attacking them, it's actually the exact opposite. I'm defending them. I'm trying to help stop them from being deceived by someone who is knowingly deceiving them. These people who are lying to you are wronging you. They are not your friends. Check out this video on TikTok that has almost 700,000 views. It's a compilation of people fainting. Now, people in the comments think it's because of the vaccine, and they have a lot of upvotes. It's a popular, common opinion. The video gets copied to Twitter with the statement, "I thank you, God, for giving me the senses not to take the so-called vaccine." The copy of that video is shared by an account with 50,000 followers who gets 1.1 million views on it. But check this out. Six videos, 5 were filmed years before the pandemic. The other one was an unvaccinated person. If the truth is on your side, why lie? Speaking of vaccines, another way people use propaganda is by lying with statistics. This usually comes in the form of removing context. Since so many people have lied about the vaccines, that's what I'm going to use to demonstrate this. I realize the vaccines are very controversial and politicized. There's a lot of debate around the policies of both governments and businesses regarding the vaccines, mandates, and lockdowns, which is understandable. There's valid criticisms to be made of pharmaceutical companies. I understand that. This is not about any of that. This is not even technically about vaccine efficacy. Though, if the vaccines were harmful or ineffective, the last thing you would want to do is drown out all the legitimate criticisms with lies. No, this is only about how people can be deceived with the numbers they themselves use as evidence. For example, someone once presented me with this graph from an article that claims far more vaccinated people in England are dying than the unvaccinated. This claim has been repeated for many countries and by many outlets, including such prominent figures as Joe Rogan. It is actually true, but it removes essential context, thereby misleading people to believe something that is false. I mean, just look at this graph they made using official government data. It looks pretty bad for the vaccinated, right? 3,309 vaccinated died versus only 702 unvaccinated in this 4-week period. But you don't even have to post those numbers. You could simply post a headline that says 5 times more vaccinated people are dying than unvaccinated. That would be enough. That would scare people, and it would be true. And it could cause you to assume that either the vaccines don't work or, even worse, that they are killing people. But, you see, at the time, 92% of the people in England were vaccinated. That's the key info that was left out. So here's what that info looks like when you add the context that was left out. Of those 51.5 million vaccinated people, 3,309 died in those 4 weeks, which is only 0.006% of the vaccinated population. But of the 4.5 million vaccinated people, 702 died, which is indeed 5 times fewer, but there's 12 times fewer unvaccinated. So it's 0.02% of the unvaccinated population, which is a full order of magnitude higher rate of death than the vaccinated. What would the deaths look like if we reversed the number who got vaccinated with the number who did not and applied the same death rates? Well, if those 51.5 million people did not get vaccinated, then according to the unvaccinated death rate, instead of 3,309 of them dying, 10,304 of them would have died, 3 times the number of deaths. That's 7,000 more deaths if they did not get vaccinated, according to this info that was used to actually attack the vaccines. This is what 7,000 people look like. That's the difference. On the other hand, if only the unvaccinated group of 4.5 million got vaccinated, the vaccinated death rate, instead of 702 of them dying, only 268 of them would have died. So in an alternate reality, where instead it was 92% of England that did not get vaccinated, the headline would not be that 5 times more vaccinated died than unvaccinated. It would be that 38 times more unvaccinated died than vaccinated. The official government data they cited, which they claimed proved that the vaccinated died at higher rates, even includes the per capita stats that clearly show that the unvaccinated died at higher rates. They used this data to make their claim, but in the document, that data comes after the data that refutes their claim. Why did they leave it out? Deliberate deception. That article, like all their other misleading articles, is still live, still circulating, and still deceiving people because hardly anyone is going to actually check their source or even know what to look for if they did. This is an example to demonstrate how accurate statistics can be abused. Here's another article from that same publication claiming that fully vaccinated people in England and Germany, which is most of you, are going to have AIDS by the end of January 2022. Well, it's a year later. If you're watching this from England or Germany, could you please post a comment and let us know if most of you have AIDS now? That's obviously ridiculous. A year later, they posted a new article about it. A retraction, a correction, an apology. No, you see, according to them, they were in fact right all along.
I've got AIDS. I caught it from the gay frogs that I fucked.
And you do have AIDS, but the government covered it up, you see. People actually believe this stuff. Taking things out of context is one way people can be deceived. But another way is to do the exact opposite and add things that don't belong. This article about increased athlete cardiac arrests has circulated quite a bit. It claims that the years 2005-2006 averaged only 66 athlete deaths, and that number climbed to 1,148 in the last 2 years since COVID vaccine rollouts. 970 athlete deaths in 2022 alone. Sounds pretty bad, doesn't it? But the 66 athlete death average in those specific 2 years before COVID were chosen with very specific criteria. They were only people in the United States, only people who compete and train regularly, excluding recreationally, only people under age 40, and only people who had sudden cardiac death. The 970 athlete deaths of 2022, however, were mostly examples in which they removed the pertinent criteria. Instead of using just athletes in the United States like the pre-COVID data, they used people worldwide, 462 of which were not in the United States. They included 33 people who would not have been counted as athletes according to the pre-COVID data. Instead of age 40 or under, they were of any age, 333 of which were over 40. 43 of them didn't even die or have a cardiac arrest. 39 of them died of other causes, including car accidents, cancer, and suicide. 24 of them didn't have enough info. This is comparing apples to watermelons, and it is done deliberately to pump up those post-COVID numbers. These people who are deceiving you, they are wronging you. When you apply the pre-COVID criteria to the post-COVID data, the number of athlete deaths in 2022 actually declines to 36 cases. And even if we add all 24 cases that did not have enough info, there would be 60 cases at the most, according to this data. Less than the pre-COVID data. Another thing they leave out is that student athlete deaths have been increasing at a rate of 6% per year for decades. So it would make sense for it to be higher now, but not every death ended up in the news. And the news is what they relied upon for their data. If the truth is on your side, why lie? Check out this article, which was published before COVID. It claimed that a student athlete dies every 3 days, which is 122 deaths a year, actually double what this data says it is now, after COVID. That is in line with this study from 2012, which says the number is between 100 and 150. But it's tough to know if there's more because there's no dedicated reporting system, which is why the propagandists have to rely on the media for their data. If you used the technique of carefully curating anecdotes and listed the names of 122 student athletes who died recently, but excluded the fact that they died during a year before the pandemic, a lot of people would say, my God, what is going on here? Obviously, something very sinister is happening. Then, every time they see a new anecdote of a young person's frequency illusion kicks in, and they assume the cause. In 2017, around 150,000 people died per day worldwide. Nearly 20,000 per day were under 18 years old, which is about half of what it was in 1990. You know, the days we're told to believe were so much better. Many of them died from heart issues. If you deceptively changed the year 2017 to 2023, or even worse, 1990 to 2023, and listed all the children who died on any given day of 2017 or 1990, or any year in between, and even limited it to the ones with heart issues, people would claim that it's obviously because of COVID vaccines, when really they're just looking at average yearly rates from a perspective of ignorance, because the first time they ever paid attention to it is when the vaccines came along. Now, if it turns out that the vaccines are increasing death rates, then you need the data to be compiled first. Using media stories and slapping together apples to oranges comparisons or lying with statistics could damage your credibility. So if it turns out that indeed the vaccines did cause some real harm, a lot of people are just going to dismiss it because of all the deceptive propaganda that preceded the real information. And of course, many others will see it as vindication of the lies they believed, which will just reinforce their susceptibility to future propaganda using the same deceptive methods. An example of the mainstream media excluding data deceptively is the idea that we will suffer catastrophic global cooling. Back in the 1970s, this type of sensational reporting was published by Time, Science Digest, the Los Angeles Times, Fortune, the Chicago Tribune, New York Magazine, the New York Times, the Christian Science Monitor, Popular Science, and National Geographic. The actual truth at that time, however, was the peer-reviewed scientific literature that accurately predicted global warming outnumbered papers that predicted global cooling by a factor of 600%. But because the media got into a sensationalist fear-mongering competition, they presented the exception as the rule and left out essential context, thereby misleading people. The effect that such irresponsible reporting has today is that rather than damage the credibility of the media, it unfairly damaged the credibility of the science. Because modern-day propaganda presents these old, misleading news stories as representative of the scientific consensus at that time, but they were never the consensus. This is an example of propaganda citing propaganda as evidence, falsehoods built upon falsehoods. They even went so far as to manufacture the propaganda themselves, like this modern Time magazine cover that was photoshopped to say it was published in 1977, complete with a headline that says the exact opposite of what it actually said. If the truth is on your side, why lie? The problem is that when fake photoshops like this spread online, far more people can see it and believe it than the number of people who learn that it's fake. I still see this fake Photoshop being used as evidence against climate change, even though it was debunked in 2013, a full 10 years ago. Yet people still believe it. This is how the truth loses. This is why freedom of speech does not guarantee that the facts and the best ideas will always win in the free and open marketplace of ideas, as is commonly believed. Since social media has surpassed the mainstream media with negative and divisive content, the mainstream media came full circle and now does reports based on social media. This is how fake outrage spreads. For example, a very small Twitter account posted a tweet that got 55 likes, calling the song Natural Woman harmful to trans people. Sky News actually did a report on that single tweet, saying that the woke deemed the song offensive, and thus they claimed that the trans rights movement is misogynistic. A much larger Twitter account picked up on the news report, did not link to the report, but instead just posted a screenshot of the misleading headline and said that the trans community deemed the song offensive. That tweet got 17,000 likes and 1.3 million views in less than 12 hours. If the media can base entire news stories on single anonymous tweets with low engagement, and then use that single tweet to smear an entire demographic, then literally anyone can create any outrage story they want, with any outrage headline they want, using fake accounts. But social media has also taken plenty of cues from the mainstream media. Besides, if it bleeds, it leads. Social media is flooded with claims that men are way weaker or more feminine than they were back when we were kids. But here's 18 examples of news stories from the year 2020 all the way back to the year 1886, claiming that men just aren't as manly as they used to be. Here's a phenomenon that's really strange and frustrating. Sometimes accurate media reporting combined with good science can ironically combine to make people believe that the media was inaccurate and that the science was wrong. A couple of examples of this was the dangerous hole in our ozone layer and Y2K, which could have been a huge problem for systems that rely on computers, including nuclear power plants. The Montreal Protocol was a policy that was every country on Earth, which drastically reduced the use of chlorofluorocarbons in common products. That policy stabilized the ozone layer. Contrary to what the mockers believe, the hole still exists, but it is closing and is expected to fully close by the year 2060. It's estimated that this action saved about 2 million people per year from getting skin cancer. And computer programmers worked tirelessly for a decade before the turn of the century to solve the Y2K problem. My mother was one of them. I remember her working on it day and night. Of course, some people blew the problem out of proportion and made it seem world-ending, but that doesn't mean it was not a real problem. These were real solutions that real people worked on, deployed, and were successful. The media was correct in reporting that they were serious problems. The science was correct with its solutions, and the politicians were correct with their policies. So it all worked out. Everyone listened to each other. The system actually worked. When these problems did not manifest, however, because they were solved by people action, it turned into propaganda to discredit the media and the science, dismissing them as jokes and failed doomsday predictions. The very heroes who saved us from having to suffer from these problems not only went without thanks, but they were insulted and derided. Another form of propaganda uses carefully chosen people to stimulate bigotry. This involves such tactics known as cherry picking and nut picking. This form of propaganda is most typically found using the tactic of presenting the exceptions as the rule. To the side of the propagandist, they will use the very best examples of people who are on their side and present them as the typical person who is on their side. A highly accomplished doctor, scientist, genius, scholar, artist, philosopher, beautiful people, funny people, etc. That's cherry picking. For the side of their ideological enemy, they will pick the absolute worst examples and present them as the rule. A clip of someone having a mental breakdown, a bigot, a very unintelligent person, someone taken out of context, a criminal, someone with unusually extreme views, unattractive people, etc. And then that person is presented as the common example of their enemy. This is called nut picking. These examples are also often found among other carefully curated anecdotes. The essence of this particular form of propaganda can be distilled down to Chad versus Wojak memes. A particularly sinister form is known as black propaganda, which you could describe as a form of controlled opposition. Black propaganda is when someone disguises themselves as their enemy or their enemy's group and then deliberately acts in objectionable ways in order to defame their enemy or their enemy's group. This usually comes in the form of creating anonymous social media accounts that claim to be part of that group and make posts in support of that group, be it political, religious, LGBT, etc. And then they deliberately act in objectionable ways, like advocating violence or claiming that pedophilia should be legal, etc. This actually gives their side something to be outraged about and gives them content that highlights the objectionable behavior to their audience. An entire outrage cycle can actually be generated by the very people who are on the same side as the outraged. If there's an outrage drought, someone can simply log into a fake account and manually generate the outrage for themselves. That is black propaganda. Many governments, including the United States, use social media in such ways. Like weeds, they root themselves into the cracks of social and political conflicts and then play upon them and try to make them worse, to destroy social cohesion and either disrupt the country from within or in the country's political course. Or they will amplify the accounts of native citizens who are already doing so. But that's technically not black propaganda. It's using what they call useful idiots. It's not feasible to attack a powerful country from the outside, so people will seek to weaken it from within using its own citizenry, turning them against themselves like cancer. Because this propaganda plays upon our most primal impulses, we enthusiastically participate. Individuals also engage in this type of propaganda, like when Jesse Smollett faked a hate crime against himself, or when a Trump-supporting homeowner was caught vandalizing his own garage with Biden and BLM and then setting it on fire. Both of those events ended up getting reported in mainstream media and sowing discord. Sometimes people use black propaganda on an individual basis via identity theft. These accounts are not anonymous, but they also are not the people they claim to be. What if you named an account using your worst enemy's name and a picture of their face, and then used that account to send death threats to popular social media influencers who are either opportunistic or not too bright? That is a form of social media swatting. Consider this. I saw someone with 226,000 followers claim that they got a very vile message. Notice that the account was created the same month it sent the message. It had a full first and last name as their handle, and a picture of someone's face as their profile picture. And if it was them, then they were fully doxing themselves. The message it was claimed they sent was that they hope the person is brutally raped. Obviously, a horrific thing to send anybody. But someone who would send a message like that to a person with 226,000 followers from a brand new account using their own full name and a picture of their own face seemed very suspicious to me. As someone who has gotten hate mail and death threats for well over a decade now, I can tell you that they're always anonymous, at least in my experience. The person who received the hateful message immediately used it to smear her political rivals, which is the nut-picking aspect of the black propaganda, and then searched her name online and found out all about her. The recipient wanted to contact school and employer to let them know about the terrible message. When she made the message public online, however, many people just took the initiative and contacted people in her life, which has very real consequences. An older Facebook account of the same name claimed that the Twitter account was not hers, which seemed pretty obvious to me. After the damage had been done, the Twitter account was closed, but the Facebook account remained. The Twitter account existed for only a few days, but it wreaked havoc on a real person's life and gave tens of thousands of people a false impression about their political enemies. All of that was accomplished by what was likely a single anonymous troll with a grudge and a gullible or opportunistic social media influencer. This is why I encourage you to recognize the flaws of logic in the way things are presented to you, the attempts to manipulate your emotions, and not to assume something is true just because it is accompanied by a headline, picture, graph, or video. We don't even know if that message was real. This version took me about 1 minute to create in Photoshop. Street interviews are another common form of propaganda. This usually takes the form of removing context, but it can also include black propaganda. A person could do 100 street interviews in America asking people a simple math question. 94 of them may have gotten it right. Then the street interviewer can simply cut those 94 people out of the final video and present the 6 who got it wrong and give the impression that everyone they interviewed got it wrong. What's the conclusion you're meant to draw? Well, then Americans are really dumb, of course. Another way to employ black propaganda here is to interview actors who deliberately answer questions in whatever way they want them to answer in order to promote whatever lie they're trying to sell. There are other ways to selectively edit video or falsely combine pictures and captions that are very common. Propaganda that relies on editing video is all about removing context. Someone may seem to be acting unreasonably or acting as the aggressor, when in actuality they're just defending themselves, but the part of the video in which they are attacked is cut out. Or someone may be quoting someone else, yet the video will be selectively edited to make it look like they are not quoting someone else, but instead expressing their own ideas or opinions. Another way to mislead with video is to simply swap out the audio. You can add cheers or boos where they don't exist, or statements that were never uttered, etc. Pictures are easy to Photoshop, and pictures are also often incorrectly captioned. Here's a picture of a mass wedding in Gaza that has spread far and wide as the icon for child marriage. The children in this picture are family members, not the brides, yet they are represented in articles as brides, represented in memes as brides, their political opponents. And even though elsewhere in this same procession you can see Palestinian flags, here they are presented as brides in Iraq, and here they are presented as brides in South Africa. Most people will not investigate this. They will see the picture and the caption and assume that it is correct. If a correction is made, most people will never see it. Corrections do not appeal to our primal human nature. Fear, anger, and danger appeals to our primal human nature. That is what will spread. That is what will be remembered. People will be more apt to believe things that align with their preconceived notions. They don't suspect the things they expect to see or even want to see to actually be lies, but oftentimes they are. That's why, before you decide to post your opinions on anything, you should at least try to investigate whether or not the claim is true first. A lot of people share articles without even reading them. They just look at the headline and assume what the article says. But the problem is, headlines are often deliberately misleading and purposefully provocative. Sometimes the article can even say the exact opposite of what the headline does. I can't tell you how many times someone sent me an article to prove their point, but when I read the article, it turns out to completely disagree with their point. Most of all, beware of screenshots of headlines. Now, this can mean that the person simply doesn't want you to give the article traffic, but it could also mean that they just want you to believe the headline without reading the article and finding out that it either justifies the headline or is about something completely different. And it could even be an altered headline. People see it, believe it, post about it, and then others see those posts, believe them, and post about it, and the lie spreads like fire. For instance, this headline is fake, yet it's spread to hundreds of thousands of people. Here's the real headline. Let's see how long it takes me in real time to make a website display a fake headline. About 26 seconds. There are many more methods people use to and perhaps I'll get into those into the future. But for now, I'll leave you with this. Technology seems to be advancing at a faster rate than to which human beings evolved to be able to responsibly adjust and acclimate. The modern world has developed all kinds of innovative ways to deceive you. It will be very difficult for us to keep up with that. Bear in mind that more advanced AI and deep fakes are coming. It's getting closer to the point where average people can make very convincing fake videos of other people. And there's programs that will recreate your voice from a few samples. So a malicious actor can say anything in your voice. And in the near future, it will be possible to convincingly make it look like you did things and said things on video that you neither did nor said. AI is getting very good at being able to respond to what you say as if it's a real person. What takes us a lifetime to master can take an AI mere minutes. Imagine an internet filled with AI that has pre-programmed opinions deployed to shape narratives, fake popularity, trends, and influence using machine learning that has determined the most effective methods of persuasion. Imagine the kind of extreme views that could become mainstream. It's hard enough to know what is true now, and I fear that it will only become more difficult in the years ahead. So please, keep these things in mind, the different ways people can mislead you now. Stay skeptical and don't assume. If the claim is important enough or significant enough, investigate it thoroughly, using many sources, neutral ones if possible, before you decide it's true or false. Finally, of course, I said monetization is a motivation and can be a problem, but I hope everyone here can see that I'm relying on my arguments and not the tactics I've presented in this video. And of course, there are other good content creators who do not indulge in misleading tactics as well. I'm sure that if I engaged in such tactics, I could become much more popular and bring in much more revenue. But I actively choose not to do it. And because of that, I will make less money and I will be heard by fewer people. It's frustrating, but it also makes me feel very grateful for those of you who are here and those of you who do contribute. So thank you to my supporters on Patreon and my YouTube members and those of you who engage with and share my work.
Right, buddy. Did you want to happen for when I had the brain meltdown? You ready?
Mm-hmm.
You might want to sit down, John.
I'm sitting down.
Oh, you are. Would be one. It works out at 1 every 5 minutes, John.
Oh, fuck, not this. they're...
One. Oh, here we go. It works out at 1 every 5 minutes, John.
Okay.
That's not me saying one. Oh, here we go. It works out at 1 every 5 minutes, John. It works out at 1 every 5 minutes, John.
Okay, John, it's 1 every 5 minutes.
There we go.
I think that's 1 every 5 minutes. That's fucked up, Sam.
Wasn't it?
Oh God, yeah. Hey, I sent you an AI video. It's only about 2 minutes long. It's play it. It's kind of relevant at this moment.
Just need to find too many windows open.
Is it some politicians playing Dungeons and Dragons? Because that dwarf bartender is a total hoe.
No, it's Joe Rogan and Ben Shapiro talking about putting rats in their butt.
I can't wait to see this.
It's pretty good. That's the thing with life, you know. You want something serious like that, you better get some comedy real quick and you know, make shit all better.
Yeah.
I just think I would love to get ratatouille.
Ratatouille?
Like have a little guy up there,
excuse me,
you know, making me cook delicious meals.
No, I understand. I've seen the film.
You wouldn't want that? A little guy pulling your hair, making you cook?
It's a ridiculous concept.
You're telling me you wouldn't want...
I just don't know why you're bringing it up as if it's something that could actually happen.
You wouldn't want a little ratatouille guy up there doing whatever?
It's honestly insane that a rat would even be able to cook in the first place.
He doesn't have to be cooking.
In the movie, he's cooking.
Yeah, but in this scenario, though, he could do other stuff.
Yes, but you called it getting ratatouille. I mean, the movie is about cooking. Why call it getting ratatouille if the rat isn't even going to be making you cook? I don't need a rat to help me cook.
You're hung up on the cooking thing.
You were the one who referenced food.
Forget what I said.
You called it getting ratatouille, which is a reference to cooking in the first place.
Forget what I said. Ratatouille is just the frame of reference. Like, you can get ratatouille into doing other stuff.
To remember that words mean things.
Yeah, but I mean...
The word ratatouille has implications about cooking.
It's just easier to call it that. It's a ratatouille situation.
Words mean things.
Listen, if there's a little guy up there like a rat up on your head, it's a ratatouille, even if you're not cooking.
Okay, for this conversation, we can call it getting ratatouille, but I think moving forward, we should establish a different terminology.
Okay.
Okay.
I just want to know if you would want to get ratatouilled.
Yes. I think I would want the rat to help me write a screenplay.
Thank you. That's pretty cool, man.
Thanks.
Jamie, pull up my favorite scene.
Yeah,
that's great.
You know, I don't know. Rogan might be you know, talk about ratatouille. I don't see Shapiro's doing that, you know. Just saying how AI can fucking do anything, you know, and it's crazy. I mean, I learned the computer when it was all you had to write your own commands. Yeah, MS-DOS, and I thought the shit was going the way of the CB radio. And in fact, I was writing hand receipts until I left the business in 2019, and I just thought, I never thought technology would ever come this far. I really didn't. It was, you know, Star Trek shit to me.
I remember on Commodore 64 when it would take like 3 or 4 hours to make a colored bouncing ball.
Well, and then just when the internet came out with the dial-up and stuff, my ex would still get on the fucking computer, but that fucker screaming, you know, and take forever. And I'm like, fuck, you could have wrote a letter and fucking mailed it, and it would have been there faster. Yeah. Time, and it's crazy though. The advancements as far as everything in this lifetime it blows my mind. I'm not of this generation. I had to have my grandson, who's 6, help me get on the stream and stuff. I'm not good that way. You want anything built, grown, nurtured, raised, cattle, you know, I'll survive that way. But if I had to go into an electronic world, I'm so fucking lost. I'm lucky to watch your shows on YouTube and chat.
Yeah. See what you think of this one. This is Americans trying to understand Aussies. Not me, of course.
You got that silky voice.
What's going on, E? Oh, I'm just trying to fix my skateboard. Jesus, squeeze mom. Kiss a squeeze, mate. Oh, sorry. Give us a squeeze, mate.
Oh, I don't have any squiz mates on me right now.
G'day, mate. Oh, hey, bro. Fucking weather's a bit how you going, eh? It's a bit how you going. Oh, I'm okay. Are you taking the piss, mate? Yeah, taking the piss, mate. Oh, no, I just went to the bathroom. Righto, mate. Not here to fuck spiders.
Did you catch the rugby on the weekend? Mean game, eh?
No, I was on the tools, mate.
Oh, hey, y'all. Hi, mate. Hey, bro. What do y'all want to do for dinner? Don't know, eh? Oh, traffic will be chockers, I reckon. Let's just go down to Servo, grab a pie, some dead horse, stop up at the bottle on the way, grab a slab of piss, kick back, sink a few tins. She'll be right. Oh, yeah? Keen as for that, eh?
Why are they saying? What do you reckon about that one?
Yeah, so that's why we have so much freedom in America.
Wait, Shano!
Oh, who's that guy?
Oh, it's my mate Shano. I'll introduce you.
Oh, should I shake his hand or a fist bump?
Just watch, I'll show you the handshake. Hey, mate, how are ya? This is my mate Chad, by the way. Hey, mate, how are ya? Oi, mate, over here.
Oh, hiya, bro.
How's the
We do those weird long handshakes for some reason.
flight, mate?
Yeah, it was good. Boy, it's hot in Australia.
Hey, bloody oath, mate. Careful for the seatbelt. She'll be hotter than a 4 and 20 straight out of the oven.
Oh, what did you say?
Checkmate.
You're all right, mate? Yeah, I'm all right. Yeah, he's all right.
Good game.
That wasn't as good as I thought it was going to be. I think that was all pretty easy to understand, wasn't it?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Good squiz, mate.
It was well.
Good squiz, mate. You taking a piss?
Now, the guy I learned masonry from, he was from England, and how I met him is that went into the gas station and he's in front of me, and I hear the accent, and I'm like, "You from Australia?" And he's like, "No, you from fucking Canada?" And I'm like, "I want to buy you a beer." We went to the bar and started talking and shit. And he's like, "Yeah, I'm a Mason," and and I'm like, "Yeah, fucking trade. I'd like to learn." He goes, "Well, you'd have to start out as a hod tender," and I'm like, "Fucking in." And yeah, I worked for Stan. He was a fucking uppity prick, but he knew his rock, and he's a total fucking douchebag, mean as hell, degrading. But I learned so much from him, I fucking pricks that were in World War II and shit. They were hardened, But I was glad to, learn the trades through these guys. Hey, I sent you another Rogan Shapiro. Yeah, it's another like 60 short clip AI. Play it.
Okay. Just gonna went to the beach that makes you old.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
Right, yeah.
Make that shit bigger and share on. Oops. Share. And here it comes.
Look, I'm not.
So I went to the beach that makes you old.
You went to the what?
The beach that makes you old.
The beach that makes you old?
Yeah, man, the beach that makes you old.
Excuse me?
I got to tell you about this beach. It made me old.
You have to know that's not possible.
Look at me, man. I'm old as hell. And it's because I went to the beach that makes you old.
There are a million reasons why you might look the way you look. I'm not going to entertain the idea that a beach could make you old.
Wait, actually, I think it's the rocks on the beach, not the beach itself. Something to do with the cliffs.
What are you talking about?
Had to swim through coral to get out.
Stop.
But I'm still old.
Enough. Let's say hypothetically that a beach could actually make you old.
The rocks.
The rocks. Let's say the rocks could make you old. How much of you is getting old? Does your metabolism speed up? Do you need to pee more frequently?
Man, listen.
Do your fingernails grow faster?
Man.
Your hair?
I don't know, man. I just got old.
I'm finding it hard to believe. It doesn't hold together logically.
I don't know what to tell you. I wasn't old and now I'm old. I think it was because I went to the beach that makes you old.
This is all pretty ridiculous.
You want to see for yourself?
Sure. Why not?
You can go to the beach if you want. But you'll get old.
I doubt it.
Look at how fucking old I am.
I'm not going to get old.
You will get old.
I won't.
You will.
The beach will not make me old.
Okay, man. But don't say I didn't warn you about getting old. Jamie, pull up the directions to the beach that makes you old.
I'm not going to get old on the beach.
Good luck, man. Hey.
Hey. I got old.
He got old.
He went to the beach. It's the rocks, though.
Yeah,
If you just stay on the sand, avoid the rocks, you won't get old.
That's
great. I had to swim through the coral to get out.
That's the coral to get out. Sorry, I was taking a rip. Oh, God.
What's this? What the hell was that? Lord of the Rings.
That was good. I love.
You liked it.
I love stupid comedy, man. The dumber, the better. The flesh.
You let it drink, so do we. People everywhere. I wanna see you
You have my sword, and you have my bow, and my axe.
You can kick your fancy ales, you can drink them by the flagon, but the only Pivot! But the only food for the brave and true. Tippet! But the only... Tippet!
Oh no! Oh, that was terrible. Oh, that was funny. I won't watch too much. I might get a copyright strike. That was quite funny.
I liked it.
Let's see what else is.
Hey, I gotta actually go muck out the Coupe de Ville. The rain stopped and it's kind of dirty up there. I like my ladies to have good places to lay their eggs, you know. Kind of poopy, so I'm gonna go muck their stuff out and put down some fresh sawdust. Well,
All right, brother. Thanks for dropping by.
Hey, thank you for having me. Love you, man.
Monster.
Love you too. Anytime.
Take care, guys.
See you, mate. Have a good day. Tell me what you think about. Where'd it go? There it is. You keen to have a look at some multiverse warfare and quantum mania?
Who said that?
Me. I'm asking, would you like to look
Oh,
at
absolutely, yeah.
Oh, sweet. Yeah, I thought this looks really interesting. Playback speed, we'll speed her up a little. Captions are on. 1080, let's do it.
Our reality may be but one of the virtually infinite versions out there in the multiverse, where anything which can happen will happen, which means if it is possible to travel to other parts of the multiverse, someone is bound to invade eventually, over and over and over again. Some months back, we were discussing what current theory in physics told us about how wars fought across time might happen, and about time travel paradoxes in general. And there were a lot of requests for follow-up discussing how wars between universes in a multiverse might work. Since this weekend has the release of Quantum Mania, the newest Ant-Man and MCU film, and the big bad is supposed to be Kang the Conqueror, my second favorite comic villain after Doctor Doom, whose shtick is multiverse and temporal wars, it seemed a great place to begin that conversation, along with talking about some of the different ways quantum mechanics seeks to explain alternate universes and timelines, and some of the confusion and hype that often comes with quantum, especially in science fiction and comics. We'll try to end the day with a better understanding of how quantum works, without resorting to lots of math, confusing examples, or wrecking some great sci-fi stories just because their science is iffy. Now, speaking of that, while we will discuss Kang and other fictional examples today, and we'll actually discuss how you might fight wars across the multiverse, I want to emphasize this isn't an episode on him or the new film, which I haven't seen prior to writing the script for today's episode. Like a lot of our episodes, the science fiction examples are just a vehicle we use to explain science while having some fun. I'm probably making the title just a touch clickbait to include Quantum Mania in it, but I couldn't resist considering how often folks in physics feel quantum gets crazily distorted into mumbo-jumbo for stories or even philosophies. I do love my Marvel Comics examples, though. I got hooked on both Batman the Animated Series and X-Men in the early 90s, but started buying Marvel Comics rather than DC, and found the breadth of the universe and lore there irresistible, particularly the really epic villains like Doom, Kang, Apocalypse, Thanos, and so on. Even as a young teen then, I was already finding myself saying, hey, wait a minute, and a lot of bad science, but more about how some technology or superpower just never got used in some really obvious and beneficial fashion. Or did, but got forgotten and never used in future stories, and how that should impact the way a civilization would unfold if it had them. Let's take an example. If your basic mini-wars hypothesis for quantum were true, then we have a near-infinite number of alternate universes out there. This ought to include trillions upon trillions of replicas of our own Earth that is the same or close enough to our world, only humans never evolved there. Maybe the first primate who was borderline human didn't get born, or died off without having kids, or that first tribe died out from a plague or a meteor landing on them. Maybe life just started a little later on in that version of Earth, or maybe it is just a slightly younger universe. It doesn't matter at the moment, just that many of these worlds without humans, but otherwise already hospitable to human life, exist. And if it was easy to find them in the other universe, then presumably we could reach them by some portal. That means trillions and trillions of new planets we could step through a portal and claim. That seems a lot easier than trying to cross the endless void of space to reach those planets around the billions and billions of stars in our cosmos. A consequence of that is that you might never bother trying to colonize the galaxy because you have vastly more and more easily reached worlds right in your backyard. Why turn all your civilization industry to colonizing deep space in order to reach planets that are probably more barren than any desert or tundra on Earth when you could just step to a new...
Just changing earbuds so it pauses automatically when I take them out of my ears.
paradise. It would be like living on an endless fertile river delta, which you could just travel a bit further down to find new land to cultivate, but opting to try to journey to and colonize the South Pole instead for some reason. One of our favorite topics on this show is the Fermi paradox, the big problem of where all the aliens are in such an ancient and immense universe. And this is an example of a solution that works better than most. Nobody colonizes or invades other parts of the galaxy because there's so much free and easy space in the multiverse. However, we need to consider the consequences of something like that too, because a civilization that has access to 1 million linked copies of Earth also has insane amounts of resources to throw at space colonization, or towards building giant beacons to say hello to aliens, which they might feel safer doing, considering how easy it is for those other civilizations to colonize their own empty clones rather than trying to invade your world. On the other hand, there should be multiverse copies of Earth that are full of aliens, places where evolution went way differently, or even where Earth's formation did. Remember, there's a hypothetical Earth whose mass is just 1 atom less than ours, or 1 more, or as little as Mars, or was a second Jupiter, and everywhere in between and more. So you presumably have planets as alien as anything in this universe that are Earth clones in the multiverse. Another aspect of this is there's also presumably plenty of copies of Earth inhabited by humans, versions of you that just won the lottery, or slightly more primitive planets where Earth is still back in the stone, building pyramids, or where technology progressed a bit faster and they're centuries ahead of us. The same applies if one isn't in a mini-world setting, but merely one where every act of time travel spawns a new timeline. And this is where Kang the Conqueror and other fictional cases emerge. There is that obvious temptation for whoever first gets their hands on multiverse or time travel technology to grab a list of winning lottery numbers or stocks and get rich in a new timeline, or get diagrams for great technologies in the 1960s and 70s and travel back and invent them and get rich and famous in, say, 1963. Or to travel back with some technology and take over a primitive civilization who would see you as a godlike ruler. Indeed, Kang first appeared in comics back in 1963 as a time traveler who took over ancient Egypt as the fictional pharaoh Rama-Tut, before being defeated by the Fantastic Four, and as one of their early and original villains. His background has shifted over the years, but he appears again in 1964 under the name Kang, fighting the Avengers, and he's had a lot of different identities and characterizations over the years. Typically, if some story is considered bad, it can later be retconned as having been a different Kang from a different timeline or multiverse. We see something similar with Dr. Doom, both with time travel and whose armored visage and mastery of robotics lets him make copies of himself called Doombots, on which bad plotlines are retroactively blamed. And depending on the era, Kang is either a descendant of Doom or Reed Richards or both, and stole his time travel tech from Doom. This also raises the possibility of accidentally ending up as your own grandfather and grandson, or being the architect of your own future problems, and Kang's stories frequently follow that approach. He ends up fighting himself, often literally when discussing multiverses. But what science, if any, is all this based off of? First, we need to understand that there are a bunch of different multiverse scenarios, and we detailed a lot of those options in our episode on multiverses and parallel realities, but two which folks are most familiar with are time travel version and the quantum version. They are not the only ones, and they also get mixed up with each other a lot. Plus, rather appropriately, they have a lot of parallel versions too. Multiverses can range from simple versions like a bunch of physically neighboring universes who all popped out during their own big bangs and eventually overlap each other, to cycling versions of the universe, Big Bang to Big Crunch or Big Rip, regenerating and spawning a new version of the universe. Indeed, that's the origin story of another classic Fantastic Four villain, Galactus, Eater of Worlds, who is left over from a prior iteration of the universe, and also the 5-mile-tall Celestials from the Eternals. That's another time travel and multiverse option. You just jump into an older or younger universe, rather than earlier or later in your own. We also have this option in simulated universes, where a civilization is actually inside a computer or some godlike entity's creation or dream. And basically, you can revert to your last save state or play multiple different outcomes from some earlier shared save points. And these ideas often predate quantum mechanics. Indeed, the term multiverse does too, first appearing in 1895 in an unrelated usage by William James to essentially discuss the notion of if all of our new and conflicting notions of the universe and philosophy at the time made nature plastic and different. A moral multiverse, he called it, rather than a moral.
My brain was like it was like 3 seconds behind, then I was 10 seconds behind, then I was like I forgot I sped him up. Normally slow this guy down.
Or universe. Coincidentally, the same year, Boltzmann and Zermelo were having their debates about thermodynamics and entropy, the idea of a statistical universe in which every atom's state and position is changing around like shuffling cards. If you shuffle a deck enough times, eventually it will return to a previous state. Do not try this at home. It would take you and many multiverse copies of you several lifetimes of all-day shuffling for that to become a probable outcome. But over a long enough time, it will happen.
My issue with that concept is that ridiculous number there to get 52 cards the same twice is one event. Trying to get one single event to happen twice. That with an active agent working on it, how does that equate into the probability of?
Well, but he's making the claim, or I don't know, it was a while back. He made the claim that if there's one more or less atom or subatomic particle in the universe. Okay, well, let's just start out by saying it's exactly the same number. You can't have more or less because that's just the way that it works. Supersymmetry. Okay, then what about all these multiverses? Where do we get the energy? Well, I can deal with that. And then a lot of them will collapse in on themselves, either because they make no sense, or they're redundant, or even though we have the illusion of choice, so there's a separation at one point, it recombines later because in the end it was going to turn out the same no matter what. So a lot of it just, all you have to do is collapse the wave, and that's the whole point of observation.
Yeah.
I also wonder, he's making it seem like you can physically travel between the multiverses. And I don't even know if that's a correct use of the plural, but I would say only your consciousness can travel. So as far as the quick save on the computer, yeah, that would work. But you couldn't get material from one universe and take it to the other one. It would be easier just to use that energy to make the material in the universe you're from.
Absolutely. Fuck, so you can comment in the moment. I don't know how you even remembered all that to respond to it all.
Well, a lot of times a bunch of people are all talking at the same time, and I just figure they must want to talk more, so I just let them.
Yeah. That's like me. I'll often do that, especially if very big personalities are in the room, like Pixie or Ryrenic or Heretic, Jill.
Yeah.
Although sometimes I have a fight with Jill, but I just can't be bothered talking over people that want to yell.
Essentially restoring a previous moment of time from which events may once again unfold. By this same reasoning, in an infinitely long-lasting static universe, which is what they thought our universe was at the end of the 19th century, even though entropy would run everything down to a universe of random particle fluctuations in a distant future. In an even more distant future, those random fluctuations should return to some prior ordered state. This is called Poincare recurrence, for Henry Poincare, who suggested it back in 1890 for closed systems like cards. As a trivial example, if
See, that's kind of getting to what I was trying to verbalize. And then I realized that it's not what he said, but now he is saying it. So those chances of one pack of cards returning to its state, yet, after long enough time. But see, that doesn't work in an expanding universe, does it?
Not unless it takes a literal eternity. And I think that's probably is the case a lot of the time. Either we've got to have a cyclic universe or a recurrent universe where it goes to the end and then starts over, or there's parallel universes. There's lots of different options, but who knows?
I think the thing that I struggle with is that we say things like, in enough time, anything could happen, but we actually say everything will happen.
Yeah.
But
in the multiverse, that's the way they
Well, in a multiverse, yes, but in any given universe, that can't be true.
No.
It can never be true. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I don't know this guy, so I don't know if that's whoever the bloody captions are over it. Let me see. Get rid of the captions. Oh, clicking on the wrong page. The proper French pronunciation. I'm guessing Poincare was the name of the person who'd come up with it. I don't know who that is, but are they referring to the universe, multiple universes, or just being
that version of whatever it was, that recurrence. Any dynamic system.
So a dynamic system, but including the universe, you know?
But that can't. Yeah, this is poorly stated.
Yes, that's what I was thinking. It's ambiguous.
Yeah, an expanding universe doesn't necessarily return back to the beginning.
No.
If you roll up here,
okay, I'm glad I understood it.
Dice and get a 2 and a 4, that is a specific state and one that has a 1 in 36 chance of rolling. So every few dozen rolls, it would not be surprising for that to repeat, and essentially reset that very simple system of just 2 particles with each having 6 states they can be in. If we increase that to just 20 dice, the number of possible combinations would be 3,656,440,062,976. Any non-microscopic object has trillions of particles it is composed of, though, not 2 or 20. But it begins to illustrate how huge these numbers get. It is also where we get the notion of a Boltzmann brain, as in his debates a few years later about this concept applied at the cosmic scale, Boltzmann suggested a completely functional brain might be able to assemble at random, rather than through evolution. You can probably see how a lot of these ideas are high-octane fuel for story vehicles. A few decades later, though, we would develop our basic knowledge of quantum mechanics, and that began by realizing that certain particles simply decayed into other particles occasionally, and with no known cause. Merely that while that decay might happen at any point with a single particle, seemingly at random, much like a coin flip, If you had tons of the same particle together, the statistical nature of that group made for incredibly predictable rates of decay, so much so that we use them in some of our most accurate clocks. The field of quantum, which has now turned into something of a synonym for arcane and confusing, gets its name from the rather mundane word quanta, as in quantity, and the notion that, to our surprise, we were finding that there were minimum discrete values for things in the universe. We found a charged particle called an electron, and it seemed to only come in one type with one specific charge. There's no electron with 10% more mass or 9% less charge. There is no proton that's just a little heavier than a neutron, or has half the charge or 99% normal charge. Things are very specific and discrete, like our basic English alphabet of 26 specific characters with specific properties we combine to make words from, and not like real numbers in math, which can be infinitely divided up ever smaller. There is a place between 1 and 2, 2 and 3, for numbers like 1.5 or 2 and a quarter. There is no A and a half, or D and a third of an E. Letters are discrete, and subatomic particles appear to be too. That the word was discrete was a bit of a surprising thing, as was the apparent randomness of particle decay and the uncertainty principle, which held that you could only know the position and momentum of an object to a certain combined accuracy. Beyond that, if you measured something's position more accurately, its momentum became less certain, and vice versa. The same was true in time and some other linked quantities. The mechanics of how these quanta interact and how they behave became quantum mechanics. This was all very weird, and yet, test after test, many from totally unrelated types of experiments, kept confirming all these results. Explanations were suggested, but even to this day, not a single one has any significant proof it is true, or more likely than any of the suggested options. The two big ones are Copenhagen interpretation, which you know from Schrodinger's cat, and mini-worlds interpretation, or MWI. Copenhagen is straightforward. There may be other universes, like other books on a shelf, but they're not linked by events. There's only one in which the events you're seeing are happening, but at the quantum scale, events are happening simultaneously until observation forces only one event to be true. This is not that arcane. It's just saying that if I've got a closed and soundproof box with a cat inside it, that cat might be up to any number of things, but I do not know which till I open it. That is very normal and understandable. The weird part is that Copenhagen interpretation is assuming any of the possible true outcomes are simultaneously happening in a hazy mixed state called superposition until someone opens that box, at which time one of those realities locks in and the others disappear as though they've never been. We did not know what happened in the box till we opened it, but to our surprise, it wasn't our ignorance of what thing was happening that we couldn't see, but rather that all things were actually happening till we opened it. That is the weird part. That sounds suspiciously like someone is making a decision about which reality has actually happened.
Yes.
And it gets even weirder because we might place the observer in a room with a closed door. Now a person outside that.
What did you say?
That's it exactly. It's our
Oh, yeah.
consciousness that's deciding which course to take. All the physical realities are there. We just decide. It's like a pick a path book.
Yeah. And that's the multiverse. Well, no, it's the multi-earth. What is that idea that in this universe that each decision creates, other universes?
Yeah, that gets kind of confusing. Is it each decision or each observation or just each possibility? And in math, they really just say each observation. So once you made an observation, that's it. For the Copenhagen, I think he said. But then for the multi-worlds, it is like each decision. So it's supposed to, although I don't know. I don't agree with that as much. I mean, kind of.
Yeah. No, I'll just address this in the chat. It wasn't anything the chat did. She literally entered as I used her in the same comparison with Irenic and Jill when I said people with big personalities.
Mm-hmm.
And she just heard me say
Name.
Pixie, Jill, and Irenic, and
lumped them all together.
yeah. I can't see it now. Oh, there you go. LOL, bad timing, later days or. Oh, well, I'll explain it to her when I talk to her next. Use your 40 lashings when you get home and 50 Hail Marys. Okay. I deserve it. I'm a filthy sinner.
That room doesn't know what's happening in that box, even after our first observer opens it. Not till the door to that room gets opened and lets us know. We don't really know which observer gets primacy there. Is it the first and nearest observer, for instance? Is an observer 10 light years away going to trump some prior observation when 10 years later the light of that event reaches them? And does that mean everything is still in a haze of possibilities all the way out to the cosmological event horizon, billions of light years away? Are those places beyond the cosmological event horizon different universes? Does an observer need to have a mind at all, or just mean an event of
Entanglement says
determination, like
whoever
whatever
looks
your
first makes the decision.
Sorry, start that sentence again for me.
Entanglement means that whoever makes the observation first makes the decision for everybody else. So if the person that's close in doesn't look and make the observation, then it gives the opportunity to the person that's further away. But then it'll go like retroactively back in time to the person that was close, which is really weird, but it's the way that it seems to work based on experiments.
My brain trying to get around that.
Yeah.
Man, what a mind fuck.
Yeah.
Hope the chat's keeping up. Let me read this. What if an observer who determines something ceased to exist in someone else's observation?
experiment took to let you measure that particle? Is there an hierarchy on determination by observers, such that something godlike has final say on the state of things? Abraham Pays writes an account of him and Albert Einstein talking about quantum while on a walk together, and Einstein suddenly stopped, turning to him, and asked if he really believed the moon only exists when he looks at it. The Copenhagen interpretation of the 1920s was generally considered a correct physical theory, as it predicted outcomes of quantum events with amazing precision, but could not be considered a complete theory because of these sorts of conundrums and paradoxes, along with the feeling that Copenhagen interpretation is saying that what cannot be observed does not exist, which to many just feels wrong, even if true in a practical sense.
Yeah, that's
if
a
we cannot
misunderstanding.
relate to or observe or interact with something,
It has to be observed, but it doesn't have to be observed by humans. If the Earth observes it by having gravity, then that's an observation.
Yeah.
So yes, if the sun and the moon, the sun and
But
the Earth.
is he meaning the observed by a person?
But that's just it. The explanation doesn't say it has to be by a person. It just has to be an
Yeah,
observation.
no, it doesn't.
So that was a misunderstanding by Einstein, or he was making a joke.
Oh. Yeah, okay.
it really doesn't matter if it exists or not, and you can never prove it does. And perhaps more irritating is that if you're trying to determine an experiment that would determine who determines things, which observer counts, or if you need an observer, you have the critical problem that you cannot create an experiment in which you are not an observer. Even someone else running the experiment and giving you the results is still an experiment, ending with you reading those results and observing them. Everything is under the shadow of your observation, as you can only know what you can know. Again, the Copenhagen interpretation of quantum mechanics says there is just one reality, but it can be rather hazy at moments. Indeed, it is always just a little hazy and undetermined when you zoom in real close to look at tiny bits of matter or energy, or tiny distances or tiny moments of time, the quantum realm. And this is all assumed to be genuinely random inside certain rules. At a macroscopic scale, all this quantum activity is very tight and clear, much as if you flip billions and billions of coins. You still end up with 50% heads and 50% tails, even if you had heads come up 1,000 times more than tails, because 500 million 1,000 heads and 499,999,000 tails is still 50.0001% heads and 49.999% tails, and we are not made of 8 billion atoms, but far more. Indeed, most of the cells in your body, of which we have billions, are themselves made up of many billions of atoms, which can be in a lot more states or positions than heads or tails. So by default, any random quantum event is affecting reality no more than if one more drop of rain fell on a forest during a downpour. That, of course, is the point of the butterfly effect, too, or the Schrodinger's cat experiment, where a vial of poison is being released in the box by a trigger sensitive to the decay of a single radioactive particle. And if you're curious, we can build such devices that are sensitive to a single particle or photon. We could use it to choose between two options, like what to have for lunch, some chicken nuggets or a cheeseburger, and the results should be unpredictable, which is one way to avoid precognitive tricks of superintelligent entities or megacomputers trying to guess your actions. So even some very tiny event can and does alter the future depending on when and how it happens, as we explored in both our butterfly effect and our examination of the quantum cheeseburger and infinite improbability issues. This is critical to discussing multiverses in the alternate timeline sense, but not the many worlds interpretation of quantum that came in the 1950s, a couple decades after the Copenhagen interpretation. In this interpretation, it is not necessarily that every quantum event with two or more outcomes creates a new universe for each outcome, but rather that all possible positions in which particles can be arranged exists, and your measurement is just acknowledging which one you are in. Like every possible combination of a million letters has been arranged into various books, each a few hundred pages long, and you don't know which actual book you are in. And that is a lot of books. That's only arranging a few dozen characters into a million different positions. That's every book ever written, plus a lot of babble written by a finite number of monkeys. Not even the complexity of options of a single microscopic cell, let alone a human, let alone a planet, and each of those scales adds exponentially more options, though there's still a finite number of them. The number of possible arrangements involved in a multiverse of this type, and again there are other versions, or the alternate timelines variety for that matter, is so big that actually saying it would serve no purpose. It is not a trillion or a trillion trillion. It's not even a 1 followed by a million zeros, or a number that could fill a whole book. It's the sort of scale where just the paper needed to hold the numerical code for just one multiverse might require whole libraries, and an actual library of those codes, multiverse addresses or phone numbers, even in digital format, would collapse under its own mass into a black hole. Indeed, if you did make an immense library of classic phone books holding those addresses, immune to gravity somehow, you would not have enough atoms in our whole universe to print them or build the shelves they sat on. This version does assume every state already exists and bypasses the issue of universes dividing like amoeba every new moment in time and place in space, though that too is an option on the table. And while people might wonder where the energy to constantly make all those new universes is coming from, The answer is probably the same place the universe got that energy from in the first place, at the Big Bang. And of course, we don't know yet. But the problem where you got it from is
Called zero state energy.
What is?
Zero state energy. That's the name of that. It's just like hiding in the background. It's accessible. There's no end to it. But whenever you harness it, it increases entropy. So that's why we shouldn't build like power plants powered by it.
Hmm. Yeah, you're right.
mysteriously one time or gajillion times isn't really a different problem. So let's talk about how you could fight a war on that scale, and if you could even do so. First, I'm not a big believer in time travel or multiverse theory, be it mini worlds or its parallels under string theory or some other variants. I'm not alone in that. Very few physicists are loud advocates for either Copenhagen or MWI, and they are contradictory options too. You don't have both being true at once, even if that would be rather appropriately amusing as an analogy for Schrodinger's simultaneously alive and dead cat, all the quantum theories being simultaneously true until one is proven right. Most of us view the interpretations as currently untestable and possibly forever, and have one we tilt to mostly as a matter of preference rather than science, though I suspect interpretation we dislike least is probably more apt than version we actually like. If you're looking for more on the philosophical problems with proving quantum interpretations or the philosophical repercussions of it, plenty have been written on the topic, including a lot of gobbledygook, which I'm sad to say is not just from non-scientists misinterpreting science, but often from scientists who just don't bother learning any philosophy. I'd recommend Karl Popper and his criticisms of Copenhagen as a good place to start reading on the topic. He's also great for understanding the core concept of proof and falsifiability in science, and he would probably take issue with my earlier comments about how there are no protons with 99% of normal charge, since I haven't checked every single proton in the universe to be sure that's true. In my not very humble opinion, Popper is one of, if not the best philosophers of the last century, second only maybe to Rudolf Carnap. Now, in order to conquer or colonize other multiverses, you need some way to get there, and that's easy enough in the case of alternate timelines made by time travel, as you can just travel back in time and make your change and live in that timeline, and use that same time machine again if you need a new one. Obviously, you need a time machine to do this, but that's a whole different topic and one we've covered before. Here, the notion is usually that you're fighting with people because they tried to alter your past and wipe you out. How you persist to exist and seek revenge is hand-waved. If I jump back in time to become King Arthur in the year 500 AD, and this makes you cease to exist, you cannot go back to fight me. And if I didn't make you cease to exist, then you don't have a motivation to be angry. Your universe is fine, I just made a new one, practically speaking. For story purposes, we can imagine a thingamajig that protects you locally from the disturbance, in which case that should be able to be made bigger to cover your whole world. But we also might justify that under Copenhagen as something like the force that keeps Schrodinger's various alternate living and dead cats from merging together inside that unopened box. It keeps the box, or your bit of reality, from falling in on itself and being absorbed, and you might need a stronger trust the bigger your box is to support the lid, or the more you're protecting, or the longer you're protecting it for. So we'll call this type of device a...
What I said when I was muted, yeah, if the video ever pauses and you don't hear anything, Hillary, I'm fucking muted. I was commenting on, you said, I can't even see it now, but you asked just say, "Oh, this say it again, please."
Mhm.
And I was like, "Which bit?"
The last time that you paused for a while, I was about to ask because you had paused for a while, and I was wondering if maybe you were muted. I think that's what she's talking about.
Oh, no. Because I paused to comment on it.
Oh, you were muted.
Yeah, and I paused and said, "Say that again, please. What do you need said again?" It was obviously something he said in the video.
I said, shit, muted, say that again. So I think she's talking to you. Oh, science says something's a
You
science.
know, it was the last thing you said.
Oh, the last thing that I said?
Yeah. We were talking. Oh.
I'll go back and review.
Oh, because it's all so deep, I can't even remember. My brain's too full.
Okay, I don't know how long ago it was that I said it.
It was a long while back.
Oh, about zero state energy or vacuum energy?
Yeah, that was the first comment. And then I think you might have said a little bit about entropy.
Oh, yeah, that if we made power plants based on 0 point energy, that it would increase entropy way quicker than just burning fossil fuels or nuclear energy would be. And so that's why we shouldn't do it.
But time-wise, how much quicker?
I have no idea. But, I mean, presumably a lot faster.
But if you're intending to try and live as long as possible in the universe, you want to
Right.
preserve as much energy as possible.
Yeah, and slow down entropy as much as possible. Yeah, there's some stories about that. Like if we lived in a black hole, could we speed up the entropy outside the black hole and use that as energy to process? But
That's a long way away.
Yeah, and Isaac Asimov also had a story, The Gods Themselves, and it was about these different beings that were like geometric shapes, and it was like three genders: a square, a sphere, or pardon me, a cube, a sphere, and a cone. And it took all three fusing together to create more babies. And
what
apparently,
were they? Just more geometric shapes?
I
Or
think more
different
of the
shapes?
same or something. I don't really remember. Maybe it's two of each. But anyway, so what they did is they came up with this machine that could like pull energy from somewhere else, and it was just for free. And then it turns out later that like they're pulling it from our universe, and we're sending the messages to stop because like our sun is starting to go dim because even though it's a tiny, tiny little fraction of a bit, it's changing the laws of like the universal constants of nature that affect solar what do you call it, the weak nuclear force or something, either the strong or the weak. I'm not going to be able to remember exactly which one, but anyway, it was slowing down fusion. And so the hydrogen fusing into helium and then that fusing into other stuff was going slower. And so eventually, after like 1,000 years, the sun would just go out because it couldn't burn. So that's why like the earthlings are sending the messages saying, stop, you have to stop immediately. And if you don't, we're going to send through a bomb.
Yeah, right. Fuck. So how do we harness entropy?
Oh, that's the perfect question. If we knew that, then we could probably create an infinite number of multiverses.
So we don't even have like a theoretical.
No, we don't. We barely even understand that it does work, let alone how. I mean, we can show that it does, like with the Casimir effect and fine structure constant, but we don't.
We can't.
Yeah, all we can do is make guesses. There's no way to really come. Nobody's come up with a hypothesis that's worked. Most of the time, it comes up with nonsense data.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
A quantum absorption truss, or QAT or CAT for short. Presumably all those times in which this or that time traveler has a wristband on, preventing them from ceasing to exist while fixing the past, like Bishop or Cable or Wolverine in various Days of Future Past stories, they are wearing a cat. And we see similar cat space in Eternity in Isaac Asimov's classic time travel story, The End of Eternity, or the Ward of Gallifrey in Doctor Who, where all the Time Lords live. It is also not that hard to imagine the various timelines like to braid together and do not just keep forking over and over like a tree, but tend to stick to a fairly tight cable with frayed bits too far off the norm for the universe to fall off. Sounds cool, but I know of no science supporting such a notion or the idea of temporal inertia, where things are prone to converging back together over long times. You could argue that changes to the timeline just get absorbed over very long stretches, and while I don't see a strong physical argument for that, it is specifically true in a steady state universe with Poincare recurrence, which we discussed a few minutes ago, insanely long lengths of time where random resets occur, but this is far longer than people would usually mean for a change in the timeline getting absorbed. Beyond this, we don't really have any new problems or motivations for alternate timeline invasion. As we mentioned in our Time Wars episode, though, if you do have far more future universes than past ones, because universes divide like amoeba at every new moment in time and place in space, you could easily get folks invading back in time in such numbers that they destroyed their world by simply adding so much mass that it turned into a black hole. Presumably, every new timeline that gets created eventually has someone who wants to go back to the same time, and you can just cram the place. The same applies for mini-world style invasions, but only kind of. If I can make a portal to a clone universe, one the same except some of the atoms are not quite in the same position, then how many copies there are should change the moment I and my trillions of atoms step through, and presumably decrease if I step back through carrying a bunch of gold nuggets from some riverbed in California in 1849.
See, he's making
If
a
every
perfect
possible
point.
universe which can exist does
This
exist,
is why
then
it
I
only
can
makes sense
take
for
all that
consciousness
gold
to
or
travel,
diamond.
not physical objects. Because if there were two, if it's even possible to have two of something in the same place, then it could be a million things in the same place. And when you force all that matter together, is it going to annihilate? Are there going to be anti-universes? You know, maybe there'd be a huge explosion of energy, or maybe everything gets so dense that it would collapse and become, you know, depleted uranium. Who knows? It's weird. The thing to do, you go back to one of those other universes wherever the timeline split off from yours and do some sort of a quantum bomb that would make that universe a singularity. So maybe that's how our universe got started. Somebody sent out a, you know, quantum time bomb that collapsed our universe into a singularity. That's why I think this simulation hypothesis makes the most sense. You don't have to worry about crap like that. You can just run it all on processors.
But isn't that kind of a God of the gaps thing?
And no, because my theory is based on evidentialism. And anytime they come out with new scientific findings, I wait about 20 years. And if they still think the same thing, then I incorporate it.
Say that again, that sentence.
Whenever they come out with like new scientific
you
observations or
incorporate.
whatever, you
Yeah.
know, I wait a long time, like 20 years, to make sure that anything that's wrong with it can be settled out. And then if they're sticking to the same story after 20 years about black holes or multiverses or whatever, then I figure it's safe to go ahead and incorporate that into my belief. But if it changes, I'll just change my belief. No problem.
Yeah. That's wise.
I'm gonna go pee.
No worries.
In the rough from Namibia and go buy tons of weapons from a bunch of gold nuggets from some riverbed in California in 1849. If every possible universe which can exist does exist, then I can take all that gold or diamonds in the rough from Namibia and go buy tons of weapons from some super advanced weapons shop on Earth 2099 or 928. I can then use them to set up shop on some world as a conqueror, or go fight and kill another iteration of myself, or someone else I dislike. But there's still a near infinite number of other worlds with that person still on them, and arguably more now that I traveled to fight one, adding my atoms and their positions to the mix, including ones where he beat me. You cannot colonize all those Earth clones that are just missing people because you just spawn more of them by going. In one version, you step through and change your mind and leave a second later. Free will is a difficult concept in multiverse theories of this time. Also, if we're not adding mass and additional states that could exist when we travel to new multiverses, instead just changing information, like if we transform some pre-existing rock or air into you, switching the atoms around but not adding new ones, then it is rather debatable if two identical copies of you, both traveling to the same clone Earth at the exact place and same moment, would even result in two of you there, or just one more merged identical reality, or if it would matter. The whole notion is philosophically tricky, and to me, travel between multiverses almost necessitates a higher layer of reality too, which is a theme explored in one of my favorite books, The Hand of Oberon. In our traveler's case, you both came in and added the identical edit to the universe of that book, and that million-character-long book can have more added to it. You add another person or another sentence, so it's 1,020 characters long. There's endless trillions of new combinations right there, and still doesn't stop us from adding or removing more sentences, but it does imply the existence of a library and editing table for that book. And if you and I both add the identical sentence to two different copies of the same book, did we really change that book twice? And if there was some sort of prime reality, one that mattered more, a higher layer for instance, like we see with Amber and its reflections and shadows in Rogers Lasdy's Amber series, then presumably there's a near infinite number of lesser realities where the ability to travel to that prime reality was gained, and where they also chose to invade. This results in the same crazy notion I mentioned a moment ago, where the infinite armadas and legions marching onto this world from all of its branches crushes it under rising geological layers of dead bodies and wrecked war machines until it collapses into a singularity. It makes travel between multiverses feel rather nihilistic and self-defeating, something explored a lot with portal travel in the show Rick and Morty, and makes an interesting Fermi Paradox multiverse case we examined in more detail, where we wonder why we don't see alien visitors or conquerors from other multiverses. It might be that most universes do get that visit, but of course some don't, and we might be in one of those. Or it might be that it proves such travel is impossible, since otherwise we should see it all the time, just like time travel. If it ever gets invented, it should result in people traveling to the past, including the here and now. The existence of many worlds, if that interpretation of quantum is right, does not imply travel between them is possible, incidentally. It doesn't suggest either way. However, even if such travel is impossible, if there is a universe for every possible state every atom might be in, then there already is one where some combination of atoms otherwise identical to our 6th century England had assembled into a Boltzmann brain, complete with a body and fake memories of some guy named Isaac Arthur from the 24th century. So a portal to such a multiverse I could go to might not even be a transport. It might just happen to be that one specific universe where that Boltzmann brain existed. Indeed, there would be tons of them. If Many Worlds is correct, there are uncountable versions of our 6th century AD where by freak chance some dude named Isaac Arthur or some dude named Merlin or the Doctor just popped into existence, complete with fake memories of being a traveler from the future. There is also one where just one irrelevant atom in my toe is not in the same place as normal. There is another one where an atom in my thumb is, and another reality for where just one extra atom of iron was in our planet's core, or on Pluto but in a different spot. There are even realities where the whole universe is full of random lifeless rocks, except for a giant citadel on which thousands of Boltzmann brains named Isaac or Rick or Reed all serve on a council and think they're from different universes and can travel through space and time and reality. There's another where it's the same but with one more person, one less, or even where the vending machine with soda on the 3rd floor has just one less can in it, or just as many cans but one less molecule of sugar in it. So too, there's one where purple-skinned guys named Nathaniel or Rama or Immortus or Kang have teamed up to make a council, or believe they are fighting wars with each other. There's one where a guy popped into existence holding a gun that he thinks makes portals to new worlds that he invented, and which actually just vaporizes him. And his random memory includes his century-long battle against his evil alternate reality twins for control of reality. There's also one where he believes that, and that his name is Susan or Reed instead. There's also a bunch of universes where the Boltzmann brain that assembled thinks it owns a chocolate factory operated by a bunch of Oompa Loompas, and indeed one where they really exist, and one where they do but manufacture a highly addictive soda instead of chocolate. And there are countless more realities where no Boltzmann brains exist anywhere, or where one that does is not human or superhuman but barely as smart as a slug. That is the reality of near-infinite realities. If many worlds exist, there are people who firmly believe they travel them and are able to provide evidence they do, regardless of whether it is possible or not. There is a universe full of disintegration portals people keep walking into, which by freak coincidence keep sending back coherent and believable messages to Mission Control for centuries of operation. This is the craziness of numbers or permutations so big they would collapse into black holes if they were written out. Quantum mania. Such realities are insanely unlikely, and yet the number of possible universes is so much insanely bigger that there are almost countless realities where the seemingly impossible appears to be happening. Not because the rules have changed, but because every so often an infinite number of monkeys banging away crazily at a keyboard can type a coherent sentence out, and even more rarely, a whole script. So yes, if Many Worlds is true, somewhere out there is a man who thinks he can change size all the way down to something smaller than an ant, and a girl who can too, and a purple-skinned person who thinks he can conquer every reality. It seems like every time I pop onto Facebook, one of my friends is either posting about getting hacked or mysteriously messaging me hacked content. And one of the big culprits is people using the same password everywhere, and then some low-security website they have an account on gets hacked, along with their email and their password that they use for everything. The best way to avoid this is to turn two-factor authentication on and get a password manager like NordPass, so you're securely using different passwords everywhere, but don't have to try to memorize them all or write them down on post-it notes. With NordPass, you can quickly and easily generate ultra-secure passwords, store them, and change them, all while being able to take advantage of features like autofill so you can shop and browse faster online and keep your credit cards and payment details securely at your fingertips and on up to 6 different devices. They can also let you know if your passwords are weak or getting reused or old, and the data breach scanner can alert you when leaks happen on websites that might have compromised your data. And it does all of this as a zero-knowledge password manager, meaning your data is safe even from NordPass, because they can't get at it either. To get exclusive access to NordPass's best offer, go to nordpass.com/IsaacNordPass and use code IsaacNordPass at the checkout to get one additional month for free. Again, that's nordpass.com/IsaacNordPass and use code IsaacNordPass. I want to give a quick shout out to Comics Explained for all their Kang videos, amongst other ones, as it was a great and entertaining refresher and a deep dive on the character before writing this episode. Thanks, Rob, for all the endless hours of entertainment, too. Speaking of hours of informative entertainment, next Thursday we'll take a journey to Alpha Centauri and ask what our options are for making that voyage. And the weekend after that, we'll have our end of the month live stream Q&A Sunday, February 26th at 4 p.m. Eastern Time, where my lovely wife and co-host Sarah will take your questions live from the chat for me to answer. I hope to see you then. After that, we'll start off March with one of my favorite topics, space habitats, on Thursday, March 2nd. If you'd like to get alerts when those and other episodes come out, make sure to hit the like, subscribe, and notification buttons. You can also help support the show on Patreon. And if you want to donate and help in other ways, you can see those options by visiting our website, isaacarthur.net. You can also catch all of SFIA's episodes early and ad-free on our streaming service, Nebula, at go.nebula.tv/IsaacArthur. As always, thanks for watching, and have a great week.
There we go. I was fucking... My page zoomed right in and I couldn't see anything. So there you go. Any final comments? Or have you dozed off? Good evening, Let's Farm. Good to see you. Well, seeing as it seems Hillary may have dozed off, I might take the where is it? Take the opportunity to say goodnight. Thank you all for coming. I may be back. Oh, he stepped away. Yeah, that's right. I'm going to end it anyway. Maybe back in, what time is it? Approximately 15 hours. So have a great evening. I may see you around the traps in another stream somewhere, but if not, see you for episode number 31.